Thank you. You may have your seats. Good morning once again. Good morning. Good morning. My name is Charity Torut. I'm the Industry Capacity Development Officer, Kenya Film Commission. Karibuni sana. Our CS, Mr. Joe Musheru, Ministry of ICT Innovation and Youth Affairs. Professor Kioni, the Vice Chancellor from Dedan Kimathi University. KFC board members present. Our CEO, Mr. Timothy Owase. Representatives from Daystar University, and USIU Africa. Karibuni sana, our trainees, trainers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the graduation of the Kenya Film Commission Animation Bootcamp trainees. It has been a 1-month-long journey, which started on the 15th of last month, and we finalized our training on the 10th of June 2022. So, karibuni sana, as the training has been one long journey, and now we are about to see the fruits of our hard work. When we went to Nyeri as the Industry Capacity Development team, we asked ourselves, can anything good come out of Nyeri? And indeed, our presence here today is a testament that indeed good things can not only come from Nyeri, but from the trainees from all across the country that were put up in Nyeri. So a round of applause for our trainees who are around. Asanteni sana. So to start us off, I would like to invite one of our trainees, Miss Elizabeth Maleche. Please come. She's going to be the representative for the 2D animation team. She'll tell us her journey and introduce their group project to us. Asanteni sana.
Good morning, everybody. As you've heard, my name is Elizabeth Maleche, and I was one of the trainees. I was doing 2D. And today, I'll be representing my team, telling you a bit of our experience and what we came up with in the end. So according to research done by Mandala in 2020, 52% of the respondents to this survey said that they would be willing to spend more on cultural and heritage experiences on a trip. For this reason, my team and I decided that we would do animation that features the rich Kenyan heritage and culture. And so the experience for this, during this training and during this camp was quite interesting. It was fun. I was told I have to say it was fun, so I've said it was fun. And then it was amazing and also challenging because we would get up early in the morning, sometimes almost get left by the bus. Some people got left by the bus, not gonna say who. We frequently missed meals or breakfast, just trying to keep up with the training because we're told this is an intensive boot camp, you need to be ready. And so we've worked tirelessly for the past month, learning the skills and everything that we needed to learn to be able to present what we will present today. I also have to mention that in our 2D team, many of us started without any knowledge about illustration or animation, but our trainers worked with each one of us to make sure that we would all learn the skills that we needed to learn. So now, I call upon you all to enjoy this share of culture, our amazing cultural heritage through 2D animation, for culture is best preserved when it's shared. Thank you.
O God of all creation, you have blessed this our land and nation with diverse culture and warm welcoming hearts. Now we dwell in a magical nation. Out comes the sun. A brighter day is here with us. A good day is seen in the morning, sustaining bumper harvests. Women smashing grains to garner produces from our fertile land before it gets hotter. The Maasai jump high to show their prowess in guarding their animals against predation and hunger. Our athletes athlete's zeal on the track surpasses human understanding. Sprinting and marathoning from the village and into the world. Indeed, we are the indomitable kings of the track. Amazing national parks in Kenya, including ones within cities and along our highways, to be part of the home to the overall 30 million different types of flora and fauna in the planet. Everywhere you look, in our highlands or in our coastal region, Kenya is indeed magical. Enjoy sun, sand and soil in our summer coastline in nation Kenya. She is a catch. Let all with one accord, in common bond united, build this our nation together, and the glory of Kenya, the fruit of our labor, fill every heart with thanksgiving.
Wow, wow, wow. Great job, great job. Thank you so much. Could the students from the 2D animation class please rise, just so we can recognize you? A round of applause for these ladies and gentlemen. They've done an exemplary job in 1 month. And truly, truly, there's no better way to preserve our culture than in the stories that we tell. Asanteni, you may take your seats. So now we move to the 3D class. I'd like to call Mr. Tonix Manjeru. Karibu sana Tonix.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tonix Manjeru, and I'm here to introduce the 3D animation group. I'd like to acknowledge the 3D group, the trainers that helped us throughout our journey, Ded and Kimathi for their hospitality, as well as the Kenya Film Commission for giving us this wonderful opportunity. So we had 3 topics to choose from. There was the environment, an African story, and tourism. We settled on the environment to bring awareness to the problems we're currently facing. Our topic was about plastic pollution because it is not biodegradable waste, which means it has long-term effects on our environment. And our subtopic was deforestation because it is also a contributor to pollution. It was a spectacular experience. We got to meet new people with varying skill levels of similar interests. Hopefully, we can network in the future and collaborate on different projects. Sam said a lot of what I wanted to say about our highlights and challenges. My personal highlight were the samosas we got every break, as well as learning from different people. Our contrasting styles was definitely a challenge. Like I'm into hyper-realistic 3D. There are people that were into very cartoony styles, and it was a learning experience getting to meet in the middle and produce work that feels coherent. Thank you and enjoy.
Ushaje hivyo after kunitumia. Badala ya kunirecycle mnanitupa. Unajua mimi ni nani? Mimi ni polymer, yani plastiki. Usinione hivi, najua vitu mingi hata kualiko. Angalia, juzi hapa kulikuwa na miti hadi hapa pale nimesimama. Makuzo wetu kwa Nairobi River. Hey, wameshamalizia place. Sasa hiyo mtaa imekuwa kingdom yetu. Damn, tumedominate hiyo mtaa na bado. Hata mjaribu kutuchoma bado tunawa-affect. Hata hiyo moshi inatoka kwangu inawapea kansa. Hata ma-scientists wameconfirm ati kuna microplastics ziko kwa damu yani. Hii kingdom yetu ime-expand mpaka ndani yenu. Unajua inamaanisha nini? Ni afya yenu ndio tunaharibu. Sasa chekini vile mmedu. Ng'ombe zinatukula badala ya kula nyasi. na hata ukikata mti moja huwezi panda mbili yani. Lakini si niliwaambia, si niliwashow, bado mi niko the last man standing. Mse, mi ni hard body. For real, plastic never dies.
Asanteni sana. Members from the 3D class, please rise. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. These students have done this in 1 month, a period of 4 weeks, and it is exciting. Asanteni, you may have your seats. And so right now, within the class, there were a class of 19 students, and within the class, they voted amongst themselves the projects that they considered best individual projects. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we have 2 best individual projects to showcase with you. We have for the 2D and the 3D class. And so for the 2D, I'd like to call Caroline Nyambura. Caroline Nyambura had the best individual project for 2D. Welcome. Come introduce your project. After her, let's have Gilbert in Tabo get ready.
I am short. Hi everyone. So I don't know where to start, but my project, first I'd love to say I'm really grateful for the opportunity for Kenya Film Commission and the Kuts. Really amazing, and thank you for growing my skills. I'm really happy. For the trainers, thank you. You did a good job considering I came in without knowing even anything about animation, but you taught me a lot in 1 month. For the trainees, thank you so much, guys. You guys have been fun. You guys have been amazing. You've really helped me in my project, and I'm happy. I'm hoping that we'll continue with the interaction and create more awesome projects. So let me now talk about my story. So before first I introduce my story, you should know I really tried. This was an intense workshop. But yeah, my story is a love story about a lady. It starts with her being robbed by Nduthi guy, and then meeting another Nduthi guy, and then falling in love, and then riding into sunset with the Nduthi guy. Yeah, so it's very cartoonish and comical. I'm hoping you'll enjoy it. And yeah. So, I know what you're thinking. Yani, this girl lost her purse in exchange for love. Haha. Hold up. Not that quick. Let me run this back. The day started on a high note. Talk about conflict in the first scene. I was just standing, minding my business kwa stage. Then Nduthi guy decided to mind my business. The next thing I saw was my bag flying. That bagger had left me stranded with no fare and no phone. And kama kawa, in this Kanairo, huwezi omba mtu simu. Baby girl just started walking. Then boom, this other Nduthi guy came.
Hello madam, naweza kubeba?
I hurled insults at him. Well, of course, on behalf of the other Nduthi guy. Cause mbona wanaibia baby girl simu? I was just about to refuse the offer, then boom. Alas. Funny enough, the rain came from nowhere. As soon as I pandad the Nduthi, he told me,
Sisi water si wabaya madam. Wacha ata nikupeleke tour Kanairo, dia uone.
Where? The accent got me, and I was like, take me to the end of the world. He literally did just that. Well, not really. He just gave me a tour around Kanairo, and I must admit, Kanairo is pretty dope. Never seen this side of it. And my guys, that is how we do it to the end of the world with this guy. Well, my Nduthi love story was short-lived. Nilikuja kujua mbona a guy with an American accent is driving a Nduthi. And just to note, he was not driving it as a sport. That was actually his jobo.
Asante sana. Asante sana. So let's have Gilbert in Tabo.
Hello guys. Did you know that poaching kills over 38 million animals worldwide annually? My name is Gilbert Intabo. I'm a 3D animator. My project was inspired by the concept of poaching, people killing animals. I have a deep affection towards animals, and I wanted to touch the emotional part of the killing. So I would like to thank the organizers of the training. I would like to thank my fellow trainees. I would like to thank the Dan Kimathi University for this opportunity. And of course, I'd like to thank the facilitators, Kenya Film Commission. It was fun. I'd like to welcome you all to enjoy my 3D animation on poaching. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, those are the projects we've been working on for an entire month. I hope you've enjoyed them, and I hope you have had a glimpse of the good things that we did in Nyeri. So asante sana to the trainees and the trainers. So I'd like to invite Dr. Emmanuel Wanyonyi, a representative from Daystar University, to come and give his remarks. Karibu sana.
The Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of ICT, Innovation and Youth Affairs, Mr. Joe Musheru, the CEO, Kenya Film Commission, Mr. Timothy Owase, the Vice Chancellor, Dedan Kimathi University, Professor Engineer Kioni, the board members of Kenya Film Commission here present, distinguished guests, graduates, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm here to represent the Vice Chancellor of Daystar University, Professor Laban Peter Ayiro, who would have wished to grace this auspicious occasion, but had some pressing matters to attend to. But he wanted me to express his sincere gratitude to the Kenya Film Commission, all partners involved in this animation bootcamp, and also to say that as Daystar University, we are grateful that the commission asked us to nominate 3 students to participate in this particular boot camp. Now, from the conversations that I've had with one of my students here, Aurelia, and a few others, and of course from these great productions that we have watched here, it is very clear that this particular boot camp was very successful. I know it was also very, very intense, and that is what we expect at the end of the day. And I believe that you are already on track to be able to do great work going forward. And it's also important for us as Daystar University to acknowledge the partnership that we continue to enjoy with the Kenya Film Commission. I know from the conversations that we've had within the university that the CEO, Mr. Timothy Oase, has been very passionate about promoting film and entertainment in Kenya. I also know that animation happens to be one of his passion projects, and Mr. CEO from Daystar University and from the Vice Chancellor would like to congratulate you for organizing this great boot camp, and also all the associates and all the facilitators of this particular boot camp. Please do accept our appreciation, especially from the Vice Chancellor, Professor Ayiro. The Vice Chancellor is also committed to ensuring that as a training institution, Daystar University continues to support the Commission's efforts and also to contribute to the development of film content in Kenya and the rest of Africa. I also would like to take this opportunity to congratulate all the graduates. I can see you have done a wonderful job, and this has been an inspiration even for us at Daystar University as we look forward to including some of these interesting projects within our curricula, and that is always a work in progress, but we would like to confirm that we will continue to support the efforts of the Commission, and we do hope that this particular partnership will continue. So I would like to congratulate all the graduates of this particular bootcamp and wish you great success as you continue to make a positive impact through content generation in Kenya and beyond. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wanyonyi. I'd like now to invite the representative from USIU, Dr. Rachel Dianga. Karibu sana.
The CS, ICT, CEO Timothy Oase, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. If I don't mention your name, it's not out of intention, but it's because of the time we have, and so I need to speak faster. Good morning, everyone. My name is Dr. Rachel Dianga. I am the Chair of Cinematic Arts at USIU, in the department where we train filmmaking and animation, the only animation degree in this region in Africa. I'm here to speak on behalf of my Vice Chancellor, Professor Frida Brown, who was not able to come this morning due to other pressing matters that had been pre-planned. And first of all, I would like to really appreciate Kenya Film Commission for the great partnership that we enjoy between USIU and Kenya Film Commission. It's shown a lot of fruit, and this is one of the very profitable fruits of this partnership. And so, Timothy, we really appreciate what you're doing. We really appreciate exactly the fact that you actually are very intentional about animation, an area that has received less attention in the film industry in Kenya and in the region. So as an institution, we are also very happy that you reached out to us, requested for students, and we were able to get you students who are available for the whole period of time. So the way we approach our animation at USIU is that we do a lot of practicals and rather some little theory. And so when you invited us, we were very happy that we got another opportunity to give our students a very practical approach for them to be able to interact with the industry, and that's what we do best. So we really found ourselves at the point of each other's need, and this has proven to be a very exciting opportunity for our students. I'd like to appreciate the facilitators who have taken their time, and I'm sure the students who are participating, all of you from all institutions, I'm sure you learn a lot from the facilitators, but you learned a lot more by interacting with one another, by helping one another. I saw one of the first film that we watched, the first animation that we watched. It has a lot of students from different institutions, and that's what we needed to plant in you. As a trainer, that's how I approach my training. Work with others, learn from them, learn by training them, learn by sharing what you know. You can't learn and be the best in the industry by closing yourself in your own cocoon. So great work. Those interactions and those collaborations, if you asked me, they should continue. This should just be the beginning, okay? And I don't want to say much, but allow me to just wish you the very best as you get back to your work. Please explore those opportunities that you've been given. I'm sure KFC will not leave you. And please, Bana CEO, in case you are planning to leave them, please don't leave them. Keep holding their hand. Keep reminding them. Keeping those groups alive and kicking. In 10 years or 5 years, you'll be seeing what will come out of these groups that we've started having today. So that's all I have from USIU, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dianga. As she said, if you want to go far, go with others. So I'd like to invite our partner, Ms. Ruth Murithi from Dedan Kimathi. The 1 month training that we did, we were hosted at Dedan Kimathi University of Technology, and the training was done at the KFC Hub, which is within Dekut. And so, karibu sana, Ms. Ruth.
Our chief guest, the CS, Ministry of ICT, Innovation and Youth Affairs, Kenya Film Commission CEO, Mr. Timothy Owase, our Vice Chancellor, Professor Dirangu Kioni, KFC board members present, our trainees, our trainers, all protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. I'm delighted this morning to be part of this success story of the capacity building initiative by the Kenya Film Commission in collaboration with the Dedan Kimathi University of Technology. I would like to share with you a summary of what the training entailed. So animation has proven to be an industry that generates significant employment opportunities and wealth for the youth in the country, thus solving a national menace of unemployment in the country. So the Dedan Kimathi University of Technology, in collaboration with the Kenya Film Commission, executed an animation boot camp from the 16th of May to the 10th of June 2022 at the Dekut KFC Film Hub. It is an animation, gaming, and film hub, and our niche is in animation and gaming. So the purpose of the boot camp was to enable animators to advance their skills in animation, expose them to new trends in the industry, build capacity within the country, and lastly, provide a networking opportunity to the participants. I know from the group project, we've seen that they've been able to work together, and therefore that was achieved. So we had 20 animation trainees from across the country, and 11 joined the 3D animation cohort, and 8 the 2D animation cluster. So for many years, animation has been considered a hard nut to crack, and the narrative that hard nuts can only be cracked by men engulfed our society. So this boot camp has changed this narrative. So we had 4 ladies training on 2D animation and 1 lady in 3D animation. Kindly let's applaud them. So the boot camp was timely, as the Kenya animation industry is currently a budding commercial venture. So the boot camp opening ceremony was held on the 24th of May and graced by the Vice Chancellor of Dedan Kimathi University of Technology and a representative of the CEO Kenya Film Commission. Since the commencement of the boot camp, we have witnessed a thirst of knowledge that the facilitators have worked tirelessly to quench. And I know from the few projects that have been showcased here, we've seen that. The trainees, on the other hand, spent every minute learning new things, a testament that Kenyan youths possess priceless gifts, potentials, and talents, which, if nurtured, can compete at a global level. So this training has been skill-based, so the learners in the 2D animations received practical skills on script writing, storyboarding, 2D character and scene development. We had 2D animation process and also video editing. So the 3D trainees, on the other hand, have acquired skills in script writing, storyboarding, 3D modeling, texturing, rigging, and animation, 3D lighting, camera setting, and also rendering. So at the end of the boot camp, the trainees have been able to produce short animated films in 2D and 3D animations, both individually and as groups, as showcased earlier. So the projects were themed around 3 themes. We had culture, environment, and tourism. So the boot camp was a success, and we confirmed that what the trainees have achieved in 1 month is more or less what people study at least 4 years in the universities and colleges and pay thousands of money for. So we thank the Kenya Film Commission for this initiative and also the facilitator, Dedan Kimathi University of Technology. So to the trainees, it's our hope and desire that they will use the skills acquired to enhance their way of living. This will not only benefit them, but also our country at large. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Ruth. And as she said, the partnership was very keen in producing this outcome. It was very intense, and thank you for going through the areas which we trained on. And we are glad that we are creating a new crop, a new generation of filmmakers and animators, because we do understand the gap, the gap that we have in the animation sector. And so right now I'd like to invite our CEO, Kenya Film Commission, Mr. Timothy Owase, to come give his remarks.
Our chief guest, Honorable Joe Musheru, the Minister for Cabinet Secretary for the Ministry of ICT and Youth Affairs, Professor Kioni, Vice Chancellor, Dedan Kimathi University, the board members, Kenya Film Commission, representative of various universities here today, the director, Multi-Choice Talent Factory, and all invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My role this morning is very simple. All the speakers who've been here, they've actually summarized my communication to you. So I just want to take this opportunity to thank Dedan Kimathi University and the Board of Kenya Film Commission for supporting these initiatives and reiterate the commitment given by Kenya Film Commission on growing capacity as far as skills are concerned within the film industry in Kenya. More so, I would like to thank our Cabinet Secretary for his continued effort and leadership, because without the Ministry of ICT, I don't think we would be seated here and watching for the growth of this sector. As we have all seen the products that have come out of the bootcamp, I can actually confirm that the future is very bright when it comes to storytelling. And we at Kenya Film Commission, we reiterate our commitment and confirm that we'll continue forging forward and putting in place programs that are geared towards growing the film sector in this country. As a catalyst for growth, the Commission is committed to actually reposition the sector as a great economic earner to our economy. And that's why we are keen to see that we are able to achieve the aspirations of this nation, because this is where we belong. Kenya has a huge potential to be an exporter of stories. We have, for a very long time, exported tea, coffee, and other cash crops, but let us also focus on being able to export products from the creative sector because they are huge and they carry a huge potential of eliminating challenges that we face in terms of unemployment and also creating an opportunity for us to cohese as various communities within the country. During the boot camp, our students were able to experience key technical skills, social skills, among others, and we want to emphasize our continued emphasis on this and also encourage continued collaboration with the universities. And on that note, I would like to recognize the presence of Masai Mara University, led by Professor Chacha. Our CS, we want to continue forging these collaborations because without working together with others, we cannot be able to achieve alone. And under your leadership, we believe we are going to go far, and we want to rally all filmmakers to continue doing what they are doing and tell the stories. Let us not wait for somebody to come from outside to actually tell these stories on our behalf. Out of this boot camp, I would like also to announce that Talanta Institute, I'm not sure whether Mr. Mukoma is present, he has actually committed to sponsor 2 students for training as far as film and TV videography are concerned. So you can already see the interest that is coming from private sector. Of course, this is again to ask private sector to be more involved in this. And of course, at the Commission, it's our rallying call that if we put our hands together, we'll be able to achieve more. So with those very many remarks, allow me to take this opportunity to invite Professor Kioni to come and give his remarks. Karibu.
Yeah, our CS, Mr. Joe Musheru, CS ICT, Innovation, and Youth Affairs. My colleague, CEO, KFC, Timothy Oase, the very able board of directors of KFC, the colleagues from other universities represented by different people here, my staff from Dedan Kimathi University, led by Ruth and Anne here, who have been in charge of the program, and our trainees and other guests. Good morning. I'll make a few remarks. And first, what we are celebrating today is something very interesting because it falls under the ICT. And when I look at ICT, it's about ICT, innovation, and youth affairs. All those things are captured here today. The animation, the innovation, and the involvement of the youth, they are all together. So I think we are delivering quite well on that mandate. As a Vice Chancellor and as one who is presiding over the graduation, we normally tell our students that we give them the power to read and to do all that appertains the qualification. Of course, sometimes we are graduates or graduate on that. It's a little depressing because you think you have learned everything and there's nothing more to learn. But the nature of university education is that you never stop learning. The business of the university is just to open your eyes and show you where the sources of knowledge are, and to also show you how to network and continue enriching yourself. And that is what we are here to do today, to celebrate you, but to also say that yes, you have done well, but there is a lot more to do. In that context also, I would like to recognize that today, under the auspices of Kenya Film Commission, we have 2 universities that have spoken, Daystar University and USIU. We also have multimedia who have not spoken, but I know they are somewhere in the exhibition. We have also, the lecturer is seated there, and we have had discussions we had this morning. We also have Masai Mara University. The Vice Chancellor was mentioned. I don't know whether he's here, but he's represented. And those 4 universities, and including Kimani, there are 5 universities, they are meeting for the first time on issues to do with ICT, innovation, youth affairs, 3D, and 2D and 3D animation. It's interesting. They have not met before. This is the first time they are meeting under the auspices of KFC. So KFC is really playing a big role in bringing the industry together and bringing the people who can help drive this sector to the next level. I say that because the reason why we have the partnership between KFC and Dedan Kimathi University is that we aim at the leadership of the Ministry of ICT to make Kenya a film hub, film production hub. It is on that basis that we also have the Dedan Kimathi University, Dedan Kimathi Science and Technology Park, which is a national project under the Ministry of Education. But that national project provides a platform for many universities to come together the way they have come here today, to work together with the private sector, and we're already working with, through KFC, we are already having the other companies that have been mentioned here, Monshore is being one of them, to create the critical mass of people who we require to drive the sector. And KFC have shared with us the kind of numbers they are talking about over the next 5 years or so. So it's an enormous task. But I say that so that as we say that you have the power to do and to read and to do all that pertains to your qualification, as a university and also in partnership with KFC, and as we continue in partnership with the other universities, we should be able to create more opportunities for the sector. And ourselves as a university, we are very much committed to that, and we are building networks within the country and also beyond, because that is our role as universities. And in the next few months, within the next 1 year, we are going to expand our range of programs and short courses that will be on offer to the sector. So we really appreciate the opportunity to train you for the last 1 month, but we also appreciate the opportunity we have with KFC to work together under the umbrella of the ministry. And Bona CS, you have a very dynamic company which cooperation that's delivering, a very dynamic board. And I mention that because I know you are responsible for appointing the board. But they have been very active, and they have come to the university many times to see what's actually happening. So they are really hands-on, and we are very happy because we are also able to be supported and to move on to the next level. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Kioni. Now it's my singularest pleasure to invite the representative of the Board of Kenya Film Commission to come and give his remarks.
Our chief guest, our CS, Mr. Joe Musheru, Professor Kioni from Dedan Kimathi University, board members of the Kenya Film Commission, our friends from the other universities that have been mentioned here. I also see MultiChoice team is here, led by Victoria Goro, the director of the Kenya Film School, and also who I'm sure is very interested in this, in what is going on here. All protocols observed. May I request my colleagues, the board of the Kenya Film Commission, please to stand so that I can introduce you, the colleagues who are here. There is Gideon Olusarunif, he's a director in the board. Yunus Macharia, a practitioner in the film industry. Mr. Kibara, who represents the PS State Department for Broadcasting and Telecommunication from the Ministry of ICT. And then Sarah Migwi, director also, who is also a practitioner. Please, you may be seated. I want to say once again, good morning. And those that make us to be here this morning, the students, you may forgive me because I almost forgot about it. And actually, you are the conveners of this meeting. I want to thank you very much. And she said, talked of hard nut to crack. And it made me to remember where we have come from. Those of us that have been there for quite a while, and I must say these are interesting times to be around. When I say around, of course, you understand what I'm talking about. To be breathing around here, to see things happening. Our CS, we thank you very much. Things are changing in the film industry. Maybe some people may not notice it, but I can tell you, for some of us who've been quite around for some time, the opportunity is right. The time is right for all this to take place. When you talk of animation, CS, and allow me to say something about where we have come from. You talk of animation of yesteryears. And I did something on that myself. We used to draw the cartoon and then we shoot frame by frame with a film celluloid camera that would have had a lot of complications because you have to do proper exposure. Sometimes the film gets overexposed, sometimes underexposed. So you go back to it to do it afresh. Now, when you look at what the technology can do here and the youth that we have around, I don't see anything that should stop you from doing things and taking us to the very top of the world. So the challenge is really on your part, and the film industry, the enabling environment has been put in place by our able CS. He's passionate about this sector. 10 years ago, you wouldn't imagine that we would be here discussing what we have just seen. The thematic areas that were captured in the footage that we saw here. It is real. When you talk of pollution, you talk of poaching. And you don't have to have people. You just go into a room and you do craft a communication message that is very powerful, that otherwise you'd have had to use people to do that in real life. You'd have had to go to maybe national parks, you look for the license to go and look for the rhinos, but we saw them here. We saw the pollution, the plastics that are wreaking havoc all over the country. You imagine whenever there are rains, heavy rains, you find plastics, polythene papers, bottles flying all over the place. So these are tools that can be used to fight some of these things that are actually a danger to our own health, a danger to the environment. And all these things is courtesy of an enabling environment that has been created by our CS and the ministry at large. And I want to say that we, as the board of directors of the Kenya Film Commission, we are going to play our role to ensure that the management of the Kenya Film Commission, led by the CEO and his team of management, very committed team of people. When you talk of commitment, sometimes it doesn't really ring a bell in the mind that what does it mean? Somebody says commitment, but really these are people who are solemn to this industry. You see their work and you can see that really another 5 years or so, I think we shall be somewhere very far. Our youth require to be engaged. You are very important people. You are kept engaged. This country, is also engaged in a big way, in a large scale, because you are actually the people. If you are secure, our future is going to be secure because you are the people that are going to be next online to make sure that we continue existing as a nation. If your affairs also or your issues are not tackled, and I'm saying this acutely aware of where you are placed in the heart of the CS. You have heard about youth affairs. This ministry deals with all issues that affect the youth in this country. And it is something that has been taken very seriously, and I thank you very much, Bwana CS. I won't like to say much. It is now my singular honor to invite our CS, who is our chief guest this morning, to do the rest of the program. And I want to ask that let's all of us be upstanding. I know you've been sitting for some time. And please put together your hands and let's clap for our CS.
Thank you very much. But don't go. Please sit down. Please sit. Where's the other mic? Thank you very much. I think the other board members should come up as well. The reason I'm insisting on this, and sorry, I know Jaribu tu, Pandey maybe it's easier. You know, we come here and it's people like me who talk, maybe the CEO, but you know, these are the people that have been doing this work. And they're not always recognized. They're told to stand, and you don't know who they really are. Let me first then recognize also the universities, led by my great friend, Professor Kioni, from Dedan Kimathi University, MultiChoice, all the universities represented, and all of you graduates. But today I want these people to say something, so that you know actually who they are. When I joined the ministry, or when film was put under my ministry, Kerich was in the department. And soon after that, he retired. And after he retired, I brought him to the board. And he was wondering, you've brought me back. He had questions, but he should tell you at least shortly what his experience is and how long he's actually been in this sector. You know, he's talking and you don't know his background. Ebu waambie kidogo, how long you've been in this sector and what you have seen, just briefly.
Now, the CS has thrown me into the deepest end of the swimming pool, but I'll try. Really, I have been in this industry for the last 38 years, and the CS came and added me another 3 years, so in total it's going to be 41 years. You know, 41 years being around, and I have watched the film sector. And when the CS asks me to say what I know about the film sector, I grew up literally, I'm a child of the public service. And I grew up from the very bottom and climbed through the ranks and got to become the director of the Department of Film Services. Meaning, actually, I have literally watched what has been going on in the film industry. And for the about 30 years or so, nothing was happening. We would try our best to get things moved. And I have colleagues here, Victoria Goro and Mr. Kibara are here. They can also stand to attest to what the CS has said. They are here with us. And they know what I'm talking about. Until our CS came on board, we started feeling that we were in the right profession.
That wasn't the purpose. It was about your history. Because you just got a chance to be able to do amazing things. So, asante sana.
Thank you very much. CS.
I totally appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Please.
Thank you, members.
So by the way,
Thank
how
you,
many
CEO.
of you are 20 years, 30 years? He's been doing almost 40 years film. Now you've done 2 months or 1 month, and you see what you can produce. This is the talent and skill that you have. These are people you must get to know so that you can engage them. Pole. Sorry.
Thank you, Bwana CS, and the members. For me, I appreciate to be here. I was really happy to see you. I come from the famous Masai Mara area, and I'm happy to see what has been shown here, and I really like it. We have been talking about conservation, and I'm really in the Masai Mara, and what you're talking about is real. Thank you, that's it.
Well, good morning. Have you ever found yourself in a situation that your boss is the MC? Yeah, my name's Eunice Macharia. I'm a film practitioner. I started back in 2009. At a time that I never thought, I was asking myself, for how long will I do this without knowing where I'm going? One day, I was called by someone. He asked me, Eunice, I understand you are already doing film in Nyeri, and you have even bought a Capron box using those proceeds. Nikamwambia, yes, but it has 1,000,001 challenges. So he told me, we assist each other, don't worry. Tutapatana anje, akaniambia, tutapatana tu. So at some point, I was asked to bring some CV and stuff, and I didn't know what it's all about. I was asking, mimi nimeuliza job, na mimi niko comfortable kwa film. So to cut the long story short, when I came to the board, I repeated the same story. He told me with his own words, and I'm talking about our CS, and thank you so much for the opportunity. He told me, Eunice, nimekuzima hivi kama hiyo ile kata kadogo. I've brought you where you are going to solve your own problem. If you don't, I've given you the opportunity. I told him, I'm going to work it hard to see that I solve, if I'm the one to solve my own problem. So basically, what I want to tell my fellow producers is this, that there is a lot of opportunities in this industry. I don't do anything else from Monday to Friday, morning to evening. It's only this film. So it is something that you can breathe in, and if that's the talent that you have, if you are doing, or you are giving that energy 50%, give it 100+ energy, because this is where we are going. When I look at all of you, I see a Nigeria that is coming up strongly in Kenya, and this is the time that we have to stop talking about Nigeria or any other country and be proud of what we are doing as a country. Many people are in the industry, and I'm very happy that the government has taken the initiative of starting the film industry from school levels and even college level, not to wait until you are old like me to start it and have a very limited time to enjoy yourself in the business, but you are starting it early. So I thank Kenya Film Commission also for the energy that is taking to the industry, because capacity is needed. During our time, you never used to know how you are going to hold the camera or who can help you in this or that, but now I can attest to the fact that it is easy for me to get that person, and my work gets easy. So there is a lot of potential, job iko hapa, and I thank the government and being led by our CS, who is so passionate about it, and I'm very happy that the industry is in the right hands, and I'm very happy, and I'm thanking God for everything, because the industry is really growing. Thanks so much, and may God bless you. Thanks so much.
Thank you, thank you. I think the person who gave me the most problems when I joined and got film, and always would send me messages, why is this, why is that? Sio mwingine. Tell them who you are, what you do as well.
Thank you very much, CS. Good morning, everyone. My name is Sarah Migwi, and the CS is right. Immediately he got into office, started my messages. What are we doing about this? What are we doing about this? And immediately he told me, I started getting messages one day, and people are telling me congratulations, and I'm wondering, congratulations for what? And then one of my friends called me and said, you've been appointed to a board. I'm like, which board? So I called him and asked him, what is this? He says, you've been making noise, now go in and sort out all these issues you've been asking me about. So thank you very much, CS, for that opportunity. So, like I said, my name is Sarah Migwi. I have been in the industry from 1999. That is what, 23 years now. Yes, I look young. I'm still young. And I'm very passionate, and I really love film and production. We have a great industry. We have great talent. We are very creative. We have got great stories. And how I started is it took one lady to give me an opportunity to work at Nation TV. My background is I wanted to be a doctor like my late dad, but somehow I bumped into this industry. I even went to Nairobi University, Chiromo, to do pharmacy. But I somehow didn't like it, and I bumped into this profession, and my parents were very happy to allow me to be. And I started off from one lady who gave me an opportunity to learn. I could not even be given a title of production assistant. I was just a trainee because I had not been trained in the industry. And that's why I started without any pay, and I took it upon myself to try and learn as much as I can. So I started from that opportunity. I ended up moving on and working for a production company called Level 1 Productions, where we learned quite a bit in terms of, we used to do the Omo Picker Box, the Blue Band Quiz Show. We did quite a bit of commercials and documentaries. Then thereafter, I got an opportunity to go to Tanzania to run East Africa TV and radio. So it was my first break into the East Africa market, running the first TV station that was running in all 3 East African countries. And then thereafter, I was employed by a company called Endemol South Africa. I brought the very first reality TV show to Kenya, out to East Africa, Tusker Project Fame. So I did Tusker Project Fame 1, I did Tusker Project Fame 2. And then thereafter, I got an opportunity to go to Nigeria, and I produced the very first Project Fame West Africa. So I took the Tusker Project Fame format, and I produced it for the West African market for Nigeria, Ghana, Sierra Leone, and Liberia. Thereafter, I said, since I've gotten the South African experience, Nigerian experience, I mean, who am I? So I start my own thing. Why am I running other people's companies? So I set up my own production company, which is called Protel Studios. I must say it's a leading content production company in East Africa. And I must tell you, practitioners, you must celebrate yourself, all right? Don't put yourself down. You have something great, all right? What we have watched today, I'm in awe. 1 month of training without knowing illustration is just amazing. So as an industry, we've got great talent. We have great authentic stories. Let's tell those stories. Let's tell our stories out there. Let's not take Western stories and tell them here. Let's tell our own stories and tell them to the world, because we have something great. And like we were told yesterday and today, the time is right. Before, when we started, we had to rely on TV stations, beg them to run our content. Today, you have digital, which is free, available to you. So you can run your own media space, your own TV station, on YouTube, on all different digital platforms. So go out there, tell your stories, and let me tell you, no one should tell you, students, that you cannot do it, because you can, and you have what it takes to do it. So, Bwana CS, thank you very much. I hope you're happy with what it is that you've done. I've stopped complaining now, and as you can see, we're trying to do something about it, and may God bless each and every one of you. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much. And really, on behalf of the commission, this man, kuja karibu. You know, when I came, he was acting. And you know, in government, you get a lot of opinions from everybody, everywhere, about very many things. But I can tell you what he's been able to achieve with the commission staff is just, for me, it's like a legend. It's great stuff, and it's even more so when I see you young people, because this is the result of what we were looking for. Victoria had very many young people graduating at the film school, but now when I see that this is something that is growing within the different universities, it is great, and maybe you can just tell them a bit about yourself.
Thank you very much, Bwana CS. Mine is really to just reiterate my commitment to you as my key customers and practitioners in the industry. My journey began the year 2000 when I joined MultiChoice Kenya, or MultiChoice Africa, where I worked for 8 years. So in short, I have never known any other industry other than the creative sector. And I'm here to really champion the future of the creative sector as a whole, with support. Of course, the key reason as to why I had to leave MultiChoice is that I saw an opportunity that I can actually add a lot of value by joining government so that I can be able to serve the publics of this republic. So I maintain the faith and with a futuristic view that we have an opportunity to grow our country economically through this creative sector. Thank you very much, and let's do this together.
Thank you, Bwana CS. Amjambo. Mavijana mpo. Mpo. Mine is say, Bwana CS, you have done a great job by this board. I can assure you each and every one of them is absolutely committed. My name is Kebara Kauge. I represent the PS, State Department for Broadcasting and Telecommunications in the board, and administrated by the CS, and I'm also the director of Kenya Film School. Now, having watched today's animation projects, I have one thing to tell the graduates and the CS. When you are modeling Bwana CS, buying one model on the internet costs $100 US. That is 10,000 Kenya shillings. Now you can imagine the level of economic opportunities available to these graduates, courtesy of this board. That now, other than me spending 10,000 Kenya shillings to buy models out there, I can buy and source them locally. So CS, what we are saying is wealth and creation and the job creation for the youths has been made possible by the decision you made to appoint a very able board. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. There's a reason why I gave my time to these people. You have seen the number of years and the amount of experience they have. You know, normally they are told you stand and wave and greet people, young people. Get to know these people. Me, I'm willing to even give you something small. You do an animation about these people. Each of them have a story to tell. If you're looking for work, kuja tuongee, because they have a story to tell. Thank you. That will transform your lives also. And that is why, you know, I said really it is important that you all understand where we are coming from. I'll just introduce one more person. That's Frida. Kuja Frida. The reason I want to also introduce her is because Frida was also doing film somewhere, you know, youth, somewhere in Nyeri, was still trying to understand what film was about. And around the same time I was appointing the board, I appointed her as one of my advisors. And which day was it? No, that was when you appointed. When did you graduate? For this one, you've just graduated. 2019. When did this one of China, when did you get it? July 4th of? We're in June. Okay, just tell, so sorry. She has just graduated, kuja karibu. She has just graduated. Now she has a master's in film, which I wanted us to recognize and just explain a bit what it's about.
Thank you, CS. So the actual graduation is the first week of July, but I did my thesis and I defended it very well. I was in an international institution with students from all over the world, and this was in an institution in China. And I'm happy to report that after defending of my project and my thesis, I emerged top of the class.
And that's an international class, eh? Yes. One of the top film schools in the world.
Yes, so the CS is very passionate about the youth, and that's why he gave me the opportunity to advise him as young as I am. And I'm happy to have a boss who really listens to the voice of the young people. And I'm also here to challenge the graduates today that animation is the future, and the creative industry, creative economy is the future, and keep working at it, and really nothing should stop you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Frida. So those are many stories you can do animations about. And for me, I'm just happy that this sector has taken off. I think no one can say Kenya is not moving as far as film is concerned. There are some projects that are ongoing that I have had to sign confidentiality agreements about, but we're talking big global films actually being done here in the country. Yesterday we were on top of this building launching the mapping, location mapping database for Kenya, because film is that important. But really, even as we do those big things, without the young talent, without our education sector taking up this area, then we can't move far. Without the production companies also engaging, we can't move far. So these partnerships and this being able to work together really must be what we push so that we can see our country progress and progress even more. Graduates, congratulations. I was very happy to see what you've been able to do in just 2 months. Or is it 1 month? 1 month. Well done. Let me say, the way you are together, why don't you form a company together like that? Talk to Sarah, she will tell you how you can go about doing that so that you start building this business. Don't all of you go on your own and do your own small bits. I think you can actually come together and create a significant business opportunity for yourselves, but also changing this country of ours so that we have animation for many of the businesses. One of our big challenges is information. Many people don't understand things, and there is no place to go and learn. And you can be able to use animation, use film, to be able to get the people to understand and to grow in their knowledge so that we can see the development. I'm really pleased, and I would like to see what you can actually do if you have 1 year of experience, 2 years, or like Rich, almost 40 years experience, the kind of stuff that you're going to be bringing here in terms of animation. I'm sure some of you will go into full film and even in gaming, the sectors that we want to see expanding. Let me thank the universities, especially for taking time and seeking this area of creatives, because the creative industry and sector is one that will assist us tell our stories. I'm still touched by what His Excellency the President has done with Uhuru Gardens, where we are telling our story as Kenya, celebrating our heroes. And when it's fully opened, I hope you will be able to go there and see Uhuru Gardens, the museum. There are over 33 galleries. Very interesting history about who we are. You come out of there very proud as a Kenyan, just as I'm proud to have actually seen the work that has been done. I'm really glad this is where I came this morning. There's always many options and many places to go. But this was the best choice, because I'm coming out of this extremely energized and happy that we can be able to move forward the country. So let me congratulate you, graduates. Let me thank the Kenya Film Commission and all the partners, the universities, the MultiChoice and other private businesses that are here for all the effort that you have put working together. I used to receive phone calls and delegations from this sector, people telling me, oh, we need to change this, we need to move this way. And one of the challenges I gave was, why don't you all come together, form an association, and then come and tell me what you want us to do. They've never brought the association, but they've been working together. I think they found out that they didn't need anything from our end. They just needed to work together and things will work. So please, learn from that. See how you can build that business. In maybe another few months, maybe August 10th, we can sit together and see if even me, I can join you. I can bring some of my experience because I think from August 10th we have some freedom coming. Sindio? So with those few remarks, I think the next session is for you to graduate, and I look forward to being able to work with you and to really grow this sector. I've been told to stop being political, but I will say this sector can grow na inawezekana.
Thank you very much. Isn't it a good time to be a young person in this country and in this industry? We have such goodwill, we have great potential and talent. The world is open for us in a digital era. Asanteni sana. So now we've come to the mark of the issuance of certificates. Bwana CS, I'd like to request your presence back on stage. So once I call your name, kindly come through the ramp and exit through the stairs, in that order. So Caroline Nyambura Wamboi. Caroline Nyambura Wamboi. Then we have Ruben Dylan Wainaina. Yes. You can move back. Ruben Dylan Wainaina. Aurelia Emomeri. Aurelia Emomeri. Granton Irungu Wanjohi. Sami Ndubi Nyangwano. Let's have Mariam Salad Duba. Mariam. Sami Ndubi. Sami? Oh, okay. It's okay, I'll hold this for you. Let's have Mohammed Hamisi Mwarua. Mohammed Hamisi Mwarua. Peter Njuguna Waweru. Peter Njuguna Waweru. Louis Erage Adome. Gilbert Munyoki. Louis. Is Louis? I can't see. Edgar Okoth. Tonix Manjeru. Jake Ellis Kuria. Varis Gikonyo Mwaniki. Barbara Gitari. Barbara, yeah. Intabo Gilbert. Kevin Chege Wamae. Sylvester Omoro. Elizabeth Maleche. Thank you. So we'll invite all the trainees to come up so that we can have a group photo with our special guests. Please hurry, hurry, hurry. We are young people. Our trainers, our board members can join us. Our VC Masai Mara, please join us. USIU representative. Daystar representative. We can move back. So we can stand behind. Our facilitators, you're here. Yeah. We're good? So we can take the photos. Could we have the KFC background? The background, please. Yes, thank you. Asanteni sana. Asanteni sana. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for a great graduation ceremony. We are now closing, and I'd like to thank our CS for his presence, the VC for Dekut, Masai Mara. We want to thank you for your presence, the board representatives, our CO, our trainees, our trainers, our guests. Asanteni sana for your presence. We indeed continue this journey of creating a vibrant film economy. And the journey has just begun, and we are going very far as the goodwill is there and the potential is high. So thank you very much for gracing us with your presence. We now want to switch over back to the Kalasha market. We have an interesting conversation about streamers, about streaming content in Kenya. So please join us back here in the next few minutes, in the next 10 minutes, so that we continue with the conversation of creating a great film economy in the country. We are also inviting you for our animation mixers. Please visit our exhibitions and see what we are doing. So asanteni sana. We will allow our special guests to leave, and then now we can continue with the conference and visit the exhibition booths. Asanteni sana.
DocuBox is an organization that was created by filmmakers for filmmakers.
The programs that we started off with initially, mainly being able to give funds to feature-length documentary filmmakers. We now have the box, which deals a lot more with experimental short films, fiction films and the like.
For me, I found my calling because DocuBox, they've allowed me to be able to tell good stories and those stories then be used as a tool to make a change.
They took a chance on me who had no background and said, you know what, let's teach you.
DocuBox is an organization that was created by filmmakers for filmmakers.
The programs that we started off with initially, mainly being able to give funds to feature-length documentary filmmakers. We now have the box, which deals a lot more with experimental short films, fiction films and the like.
For me, I found my calling because DocuBox, they've allowed me to be able to tell good stories and those stories then be used as a tool to make a change.
They took a chance on me who had no background and said, you know what, let's teach you.
DocuBox is an organization that was created by filmmakers for filmmakers.
The programs that we started off with initially, mainly being able to give funds to feature-length documentary filmmakers. We now have the box, which deals a lot more with experimental short films, fiction films and the like.
For me, I found my calling because DocuBox, they've allowed me to be able to tell good stories and those stories then be used as a tool to make a change.
They took a chance on me who had no background and said, you know what, let's teach you.
DocuBox is an organization that was created by filmmakers for filmmakers.
The programs that we started off with initially, mainly being able to give funds to feature-length documentary filmmakers. We now have the box, which deals a lot more with experimental short films, fiction films and the like.
For me, I found my calling because DocuBox, they've allowed me to be able to tell good stories and those stories then be used as a tool to make a change.
They took a chance on me who had no background and said, you know what, let's teach you.
Check 1, 2. Here we go. Morning, everyone. Thank you for being here, and welcome to the Streamer's Approach to Content panel. My name is Joby Bakama. I'm a producer, director, over 25 years experience delivering to multiple big brand names, everybody from Samsung, Ford, Netflix, Red Bull, Google, MultiChoice, Showmax, the list goes on. Joining me on the panel today, I've got Denise Mwende from Showmax Kenya, and I've also got Catherine Wanjiku Njari, Safaricom/Blaze team. Did I say it properly? I need to work on it, the annotation. There was a hesitation, wasn't there? Anyways, ladies, welcome and thank you for being on board. I think we'll start with, the landscape has changed quite a bit. So the difference between how Showmax works versus how Blaze works is very wide. I think sometimes when content creators are trying to figure out their path, the question becomes, what is the best way to approach both of you from a content perspective? So if I'm a producer and I want to create content, let's say for Blaze, but I also want to do some for Showmax, what is the difference in how I should both approach you? Maybe start from your perspective. I think it's on.
Good morning, everyone. So it depends on what you have in mind in terms of the content that you're presenting. So for argument's sake, let's say you want a commissioned project. So commissioning is where we fund your 100%. What you would do is you'd submit your pitch deck to our submissions portal. So what your pitch deck typically has is your plot line, your character bible, and basically just what your journey for your content is. So that would happen in the sense of commissioning. If it's licensing, you'd approach me directly. Licensing is where you want to have your content submitted maybe for a license period of 18 to 24 months for argument's sake. In that case, you'd submit a synopsis, a trailer, and also your cast. And then you just give us a rough idea of what your plan for your content is as well. So there are people who, let's say for MTV, when they were doing, what was that show called? The one with Lupita. What was it called?
I don't remember. What show is it?
Yes, Sugar.
Okay.
So there are companies that approach us from an NGO
Sugar, that
perspective.
MTV did.
Yes.
Okay.
So they're looking to partner with broadcasters, maybe to reach out their content more, so that's at no fee. So that's not an exclusive run. That's sort of like a commercial appeal. Like they just want to get the most eyeballs they can on content. So that's different. So if you're looking for a fast run, or maybe your content has been on one of the local FTAs or possibly even on Base, and you want to come sell it to us, that's also possible. It's an option. So for that, you'd approach me directly.
Okay. And then from your perspective.
Morning. So for Safaricom, and it's Base,
Yes.
not Blaze.
Sorry, why do I call it Blaze?
I don't know. It's Base.
Or maybe it's other things I do. Proceed.
But anyway, so for Safaricom, the things that I would actually want to start from where we are coming from.
Yes.
Which then guides how we engage the content industry. So for us, the reason why we've gone in the direction that we have taken is content to us, what motivates us is more about creating stickiness for our data propositions. So when we came up with BASE, or the reason why we are in the content industry, is so that we can engage the content industry and our content producers. So we look at, we have different ways of engaging. So you can come to us and bring in your already existing, already made content. We have just begun also working with producers as we speak to fund and to enable the industry so that we are able to get exclusive content. So you can come to us. We use content providers. So if you have content, you go through our content providers. You'll be able to be told who it is that you can approach. We take all different types of content, meaning we are motivated more by the passion points of our customers. So it's either your dramas, your music, your health and fitness, all the types of content that are of importance to our customers. So we use different ways. You can also come to us directly, by the way, and then we will guide you where you need to go. But for us, we field as many people and work with as many people as possible, because for us, what motivates Showmax is very different from what motivates BASE, all Safaricom. So I guess that is...
Okay,
yeah.
So from a durations perspective, ideally, what type of content durations are you looking at Safaricom versus at Showmax? What is the sweet spot? So let's start with Showmax.
Okay. For us, I would say we do full-length feature films for now, and scripted series.
So scripted series and full-length fictions.
Yeah, and mini-series is also an option.
Yeah. Okay, how long is a mini-series to you? Like as far as per episode?
Could be three episodes. So it's a question of, is it 3 episodes by 24 minutes, 45 minutes? We're open because we're not subject to scheduling restrictions, right?
I get you.
So it's not like you have to finish
I get you.
within a certain amount of time. What we haven't gone into formally is the short content.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then on your side?
Yet again, motivated, it's mobile.
Yes.
We know that the customer's concentration span is almost non-existent.
Yes.
So our product is heavy, mobile fast.
Yes.
So we took a short format to kick off. So that's what is so unique about us, but doesn't mean we don't take long format. We do.
Okay.
But in terms of uniqueness, we've taken the angle of short format. And when we say short format is anywhere between a minute to 10 minutes. But the platform is able to take longer format.
Yeah.
But that is ideally our focus.
Okay.
Yeah.
A panelist allowed to ask panelists questions?
You can ask a question.
So what our experience has been from a data consumption perspective is that we've had to limit sometimes the size of the files. Is that something that BASE allows you to sort of do? Is that the reason also for short form, to manage data consumption to some extent?
Well, there's that angle, but because the data conversation is, you can look at it as long as telcos are able to bring the cost of data down, that becomes, it's not a conversation anymore. Yeah? If we are able to bring in data packages that our customers can even view, longer format, that's not a conversation. So it's more about get customers to consume as much content, shorter span, people are on the road, you're consuming. Just know that research that our customers are watching content from the afternoon as they go home. So it's more consumed as you're bored, then you're watching. So you want something that you can quickly snack.
Yeah.
Something to keep you just engaged. So that's where we are coming from.
Content is seen as a snack on your side.
Yes, it is a snack.
And here it's like a full meal.
Yes. King.
Okay.
So it's all about the audience, to be honest.
Yes.
Because Showmax, from our home customers, heavily consumed.
Okay.
Because it's longer format, internet is unlimited.
Yes.
So you almost have a worry-free.
Yes.
And then at home, you want to do like 1 hour of a movie, you want to do the full series. So it's totally a different approach when you're mobile and when you're at home. You're totally attracting a totally different target audience.
So the key takeaway for creators is to be aware that there's different places for different lengths and durations of content to be consumed by different audiences, or even the same audience.
Yes.
Because that same person could, in the car or in the Uber home or the taxi home or the matatu home, consume shorter pieces because their attention span's different. But once they're home and relaxed, could really go into a longer piece.
Absolutely.
Okay. What I also find interesting is that even though technically you'd be deemed as competitors, you're also collaborators.
Oh, yes.
So let's talk about how Showmax and Safaricom do partner together from a packaging and perspective. Not necessarily from a content creation perspective, but there's ways that you do collaborate together. And at the same time, you then collaborate with other platforms who would be deemed to also be your quote-unquote competition. So in the greater, bigger multi-choice verse, is then multi-choice still partnering with Netflix and Disney Plus and other streamers to still achieve a common goal. And that's just me just talking way big picture, but it's just to help any producer understand that the destination's not the only place. There's so many ways that this pie can be sliced.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite technical, but collaboration is necessary across all platforms, right? So if you're a Showmax sub, for example, you're able to pay via M-Pesa. To come into this market and to negate the impact of M-Pesa would be
It's impossible.
to some extent.
Yeah.
And that said, there's still a place for credit cards, right? But the utility of credit cards in this country is not comparable in terms of numbers and penetration to maybe South Africa, for argument's sake. But there is still that audience that requires MasterCard, right? But for us also, on some occasions, even from a content perspective, we've received proposals that would require us to partner at a higher level.
Yeah.
The question about whether they're actually executed is a different one. Okay. Because at the end of the day, you have to figure out what the value proposition is for everyone. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll go back again to why we're in the content business.
Yes.
Totally motivated by different things. So for us, any telco, I'll say any telco has the customers, has the payment, has the devices, has everything, in my honest opinion. So we see ourselves as super aggregators.
Got you.
Okay, so they are different.
Yes.
So they have a shop, we create the mall.
Got you.
And the reason why we do that is because telcos are not good at content, by the way, FYI, they are not. Hence the reason why we have to work with people who know content, producers who know content. So we see ourselves as super aggregators, so we work with everybody. So meaning, if Showmax comes today, we have a partnership with Showmax. So when they came to us, it was a data conversation, it was a customer-based conversation, it was a distribution conversation. So we work with over-the-top partners who have ready products, so we are happy to work with anyone. We are happy to work with producers direct. So you have your show, you have your film, come to us direct. We will still work with you. We'll host your content onto our shop, but still, we are able to bring everything together and take it to market. So one of the things that we face is that Showmax will come, Netflix will come, everyone will come. And it's an issue in terms of how much can a customer take. All over the top partners all want to go directly to the customer.
Absolutely.
How many can you take? According to research, it says you can only do 2, max.
Yeah.
So the question is, what's the role of a telco in trying to make that easy for the customer? And that's a position we take because we'll give you the data, we'll give you the payment gateway, we'll give you everything that you need. So that's the role that as a telco we take, and we are happy to work with as many OTTs, many producers, and for us, what totally motivates us is to ensure that our local producers, movie creators, have an avenue to monetize their content. If we do that, I think we'll have had a win.
Okay.
Yeah.
So because you sit in a telco perspective and you probably have the best idea from a numbers perspective, which one of the different streaming and social platforms are resonating, in your professional opinion, what's the #1 destination right now for short form content? And then who's the number one from long form? Am I putting you under fire here?
Yeah, you
Oh, no. Okay,
but
I'm
anyway.
gonna guess. My guess is that the new king is TikTok, is who I'm thinking, from short
course.
form. But I think YouTube with YouTube Shorts is now coming back for that position because YouTube just had to like realign internally and go, oh, what the heck? Can we make sure this is available? Because I see it now like everywhere, that the YouTube Shorts thing. But it just confuses me going from the different aspect ratios, especially on my TV. I'm like, what is this? This is horizontal versus the other one was.
Well, you're right. TikTok takes the show, of course. Yet again, it's the ease of use, and it is the kind of platform that they have. They've made it so easy for me as, I may not even be a content creator, but I'll just go in, put in my content. It makes it easy, and I start monetizing. It's free, so hence the reason why the numbers are what they are. So yes, from a network perspective, you can see that TikTok takes it. YouTube as well, huge as well. Then I'll say anything that you require anyone to pay for, there's an issue. And hence the reason why all the ones that are at the top are what they are, because if you look at their business model, if you look at the ease of platform, it is no payment at all. So the likes of Showmax, ourselves, we are trying to create a totally different and trying to target a very different target audience.
Yeah.
There is an opportunity, big time, but we also have to be very creative. Yeah. And that is why you see us introduce a free tier so that guys can come in. We are trying to introduce new models like advertising so that customers don't have to pay.
Yeah.
So yes, it's TikTok takes it, of course, and YouTube.
Okay.
Yes.
So I'm gonna say I'm a young producer, up and coming. I've got ideas for days. I'm working on pitch decks. I'm sure I've got the next hit. I come to you at Showmax, or I, through the portal, start submitting ideas. Off the top of the head, what ideas are just not gonna even get looked at? So would a wrestling show, maybe a tribal wrestling show, so it's like...
Tribal, no.
No, just meaning like, let's say, I don't know, I decide that I'm gonna, instead of WWE the way it's done, I'm gonna do a different version, but like an East African one.
So WWK.
Yeah, so it's like, it's just, you know, big buff African dudes wrestling with a different timer. Would that pitch even land or even resonate with you at all? I'm gonna start throwing ideas to you. Just tell me yes, yay, nay, real quick. Does that work? Yes, no?
Can I be honest? Sometimes the issue is not the idea, it's the sequencing.
Okay.
So you can have a romantic concept, but like what are the different, so that idea generally, what's your, for argument's sake, let's say it's 45 minutes, right?
Yes.
What's part 1, part 2, part 3?
Okay.
So it's different rounds?
Yeah, it's just different rounds. It'll
you
go
have
all
like
the
a
way.
big content at the end,
and there'll
because
be a
what
different...
tends to happen, to be honest,
yeah.
is you have, people send me synopsis.
Yeah.
And then they don't know how to execute. They don't have partners to help them execute.
Okay.
So what tends to happen is that a writer will approach you, but they won't have a production partner.
Yeah.
It becomes tricky to put me in the position to dictate a production partner for you.
Of course.
If you don't have a vision for what you want to execute.
I hear you.
So that is one of the struggles that we actually genuinely face. So you'll shortlist a concept and then you'll find out the guy who you shortlisted can't execute.
Okay, so there's concept and strength of concept. Then there's partners and ability to produce concept and deliver. And that's the balance that you have to weigh?
Yeah.
Am I correct?
Yes. So what tends to happen is, we say it in platforms like this,
Yeah.
but people don't collaborate.
Yeah.
Because there's always concerns from an IP perspective if someone's going to take your shine, right?
Yeah.
But sometimes the issue, ironically, is that the producer doesn't believe in their ability to execute something to a particular standard.
So self-belief in their product
Yes.
is a key concern.
Yes. And then another thing that also happens, even from, the first thing you should do before you approach any partner is profile who you're approaching, right?
Yeah.
So the needs for Base and the needs for Showmax are different.
Yes.
if you approach me with a short form concept,
You're the wrong person.
but it won't look to you as the person who's submitting, you'll just be like, oh, Shomak said no.
Okay.
And the issue is inherently, maybe look at the different partners, look at the kind of content that they create.
Yeah.
Take time to go onto their platforms to just see what they have, to be able to have a rough idea about if your content would have a home there. Because to be honest, it does affect the odds of what you want to create. Yeah.
So yesterday I sat on a judging panel for various films, and a couple of things stood out for me. One, the strength of the pitch and understanding how to properly pitch was questionable. There was a couple really strong ones, but the rest of them weren't as strong. And it felt like either it was not understanding how to properly create a synopsis, how to just summarize it. Just tell me, what is this thing you're doing? That felt like that was something that producers needed to really work on, because I think when you're approaching, whether it's a Showmax, whether it's Safaricom, whether it's TikTok, YouTube, Red Bull, Netflix, when you approach any of these people, MultiChoice, etc., when you approach somebody and you're asking them for money, whether licensing money or commissioning money for a project, it's very important that you're clear about what your product is. Think of your product like if it was a dish. What is this dish? Well, this is a tomato-based sauce with what. It's like when you go to a restaurant, in one line, they have to tell you what this dish is. They'll have a fancy name for it, but they have to tell you what it is immediately. That same theory applies when you are any of the streaming services. In order for you to press play, there's that quick, short, usually one sentence, maybe two max. It's never more than two sentences. They have to, in 2 sentences, tell you enough to go, oh, damn, I'm watching this. And I think that's, and this is just more of a conversation thing. How big of a struggle is that? Just the summary page, before we even get to strength of partners and the budget. Because the budget was the other place that I was freaked out by. I felt like people really didn't understand. They were so scared of giving you a big number. And usually that's my sign of like a newbie-ish producer. You know, if you can't tell me the real number, if you're scared to say the number because you don't want me to say no, I'm already like, oh man, you're gonna be so upset at the end of this project because you'll walk out with no money. I had to explain to one young producer in an off-the-record session. He met me in the hallways, and he kept saying to me, but why are you insisting that in the budget there needs to be a producer's fee and a director's fee that's already on top of? I said, dude, you have bills, don't you? You need to pay yourself. So in the project, as you ask for money, there needs to be enough to pay you and maybe a little extra at the end. Nothing too extravagant, but you need to pay yourself. And those 2 areas, I think, are the ones that worry me the most when it comes to approach. Could you do a whole session on this?
War story.
Okay.
It's a war story. That's such a loaded statement.
Okay, so should we start with...
Let's start with her.
I can take the bullets, because I know you guys stand in a different place. Nah, you can shoot me, nothing will happen to me.
I may not be the right person at this point to answer with regards to commissioned co-productions, because we've just begun.
Yes.
Yeah, I have the experience in my other, you know.
This is my teacher.
Your previous life.
She's my teacher.
Yeah.
I was her teacher.
That's why you guys walked in smiling.
Yeah.
I knew, I was like, these people are friends.
But anyway, so, because our model is a bit different, so, but I would understand why producers struggle, and indeed, yet again, different, because she's looking for long format, we're looking for short format. The way the creators pitch for short format is totally different from long format, absolutely different. The guys of short format are guys who are coming, they have the idea in their heads, they will execute it as they go. Yeah? So when you tell them to start breaking things down, they struggle, by the way, because these are guys who are, it's now, let's produce now, I don't need the big cameras, no.
Yeah.
It is totally different mindsets. But I know as we begin the journey, we will definitely need to go in the direction of, evaluating. And I would say to producers, of course, if based on the requirements that you're given, the partner, by the where you're taking your content. Of course, it's important to go into detail. Go into detail what the show is about, have an episodic break down your budget as detailed as you can.
Yeah.
Think about rights, of course, copyrights. Think about you will get to the point of negotiating. One of the things I see producers struggle, or even filmmakers, is we are sitting on this other side. I'm pushing, you're not pushing, and I'm like, you should be pushing at this point, So there's so much that you have to think about by the time you approach who it is you want to take your content to.
Yeah.
You also have to be very sharp on how you negotiate, look at the contract, so that by the time you given the job, there's no coming back and saying I was shortchanged. Yeah. So it all depends, to be honest, and I think we're in a different age. There's a short format, there's a long format that still take the broadcast way of doing things, but there's these whole new creators who have come, and you can't box them. You can't quite box them.
Gotcha.
So they want to be out there doing their thing. They have to go through paperwork. They don't want that.
Yeah.
So you have to kind of change the way you look at them, because then they will be like, let me go to TikTok, where I will not need to be required to break things down. Yeah.
I get you.
So we need to also change as a business on how we engage our filmmakers, producers, and content creators in general.
Yeah.
I feel like that's where now we also differ. Because in an ideal world, I would prefer someone who, we often say that producers are creatives, directors are creatives, but you also need to put on your business hat. Sometimes the answer is not now, and that's a harder answer to take for a lot of people, right? So there are short films that take years to write, to get it right, and then it will cost a certain amount of money. But the journey that film goes through, in terms of the recognition it gets, in terms of the crew, the cast, everything, it costs what it costs to do something, right? But it's important to wear your business hat and not just your production or your creative background. So your statement is very loaded because there's so many ways to dissect it. And it still goes back to the collaboration aspect. If the producer is the one who's pitching, why didn't you speak to your writer to help you do a synopsis? Your forte is not writing.
Yeah.
So why did you do it?
I get you. So the team needs to lean in their strengths.
Yes.
Each department, the collaborators.
And the truth is, the people that we tend to deal with directly tend to be the producers and the directors, right?
Yeah.
Those are the ones we liaise with. It's not that the world revolves around those two, but those are the ones that we tend to liaise with. Those are the ones we know in terms of the production houses.
Yeah.
That's the PR face of the business, but it's not the best deck. I often tell people, get your writers to help you on your pitch deck so that your vision is clearer, so that you don't struggle during the pitch.
Yeah.
Right? But the truth is, not all producers and directors are great orators also. They're not salespeople. That's not their forte.
Yeah.
So is there a gap in your team from that perspective?
That's a good question.
That's why I'm saying it's a very layered way of dissecting things.
Yeah.
But the need is what the need is. You can't come to me and not have a rough idea of what you're doing. Costs.
Okay.
I can't figure it out for you, right? I can't be the one telling you, put in a contingency budget in case things go haywire, that you have a budget that you can refer to because the cost of locations went up and you didn't expect it. I can't be the one to tell you the percentage it should be of the whole production budget.
Yeah. And the list of things that can go wrong.
But we end up mentoring people by default.
Yeah.
So at this point in time where I'm at regarding that particular matter is we have conversations with production houses.
Yes.
Right? So we try not to be too harsh, but we try and set a standard with them and say, you need to do this, you need to fix this.
Okay.
Because people are trying to be under budget so that they can get in.
Yeah.
Right? You just want to get in and then figure it out.
Now, the one thing you both have in common, despite being very different platforms, is the truth and nature of content creation. Is not only does the content take time to create, but sometimes it takes time for it to suddenly become what seems like an overnight success is all the months of planning or weeks of producing, editing, the back and forths between all editorial teams and it to finally come to light and then suddenly start to to push forward. Do you find that because of social media and everyone seeing the deemed overnight success of other people in their same industry or even international celebs, do you think there's a seriously false perception when they're walking in and they're demanding things to be done this way and now, despite the fact that they don't understand? For all of it, there's still the same path of creation and production for the most part. You still need to conceptualize something, create a time frame and a budget to make it happen. And even if you can shoot suddenly on your phone, it still needs to have that. You need to edit it, you need to put it together, then you need to deliver it. Then from those platforms, wherever they go, it needs to be distributed, then somehow marketed so that the audience is aware of it, and hopefully it picks up and moves from there. Do you find a serious lack by the younger producers of not understanding that, or are you struggling with just being like, hey guys, I get it, but just realize it's not gonna happen immediately. We're gonna have to follow we need sign-offs from all the different departments. How does it work for both of you? I feel like I'm the doomsday guy here, sorry guys.
So, yet again, I'd like to appreciate that we're having a totally different kind of producers, by the way.
Yeah.
Totally. The world has moved.
Yeah.
Totally. And these new guys,
yeah.
Okay, they may not, as I'm saying, they don't want to be boxed, okay? But they do know what they want.
Okay.
That's one thing you give them, They know.
Yeah.
They are way ahead. Sorry to say this, they're way ahead of our old traditional broadcasters, kind of producers, by the way, very far. They know how to market, by the way,
Yeah.
They do.
Yeah.
They know what to do.
Yeah.
Well, hence the reason why I have to separate the two.
Gotcha.
Totally different. I've noticed that our traditional broadcast producers, filmmakers, we need to change the way we do business. These guys, you guys are experienced, by the way. You are amazing. You know your stuff. You know how to do the entire
You're talking
1 hour.
to me, basically.
Yeah.
I get you. Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But the way you engage, you need to change it.
Yeah.
Because these guys are coming, they have the idea, they execute it, they are making money, they know how to market, they know exactly what to do.
Yeah.
Well, on this other side, in fact, I was having a conversation once, I don't know if Wangeshi is here, but I say, what ails us is Kenya.
Yeah.
Why is it that our market is what it is if you compare to Nigeria and the others? It's like Kenya never takes off.
Yeah.
It's like we never take off. I mean, most of our platforms, when you look at the films, not very many films.
Mm.
When you look at drama series, not so many as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, or comedy, not as many. So the question is, what ails us? And what ails us, in my honest opinion, is when we have producers come to us, we all need to change the way we think and look at in our total mindset, especially on the business model.
Mm.
So when you come to us and you say, I want this money, I want to cover my cost of production, and you're saying, guys, no, it doesn't work like that anymore.
Mm.
Okay? You may want to almost say, yes, I am producing this. You're one of my platforms that will get me to where I want to be.
Yeah.
Then you go to the next one and say, this is what I want, and this is how I'm going to make my money. But don't come to one partner and say, you have to cover my cost of production.
Get you.
So I think it's totally two different people.
But
Two different people.
This is why on yesterday's panel, I was saying to people that when they ask me what I watch, I'll find myself at like 1 a.m. watching some guy in Mumbai frying eggs, and it has 100 million views.
Thank you.
And I cannot figure out why.
Why?
But at the same time, I'm so fascinated. Yes. Then I'll just sit there, I'm like, how has frying eggs got 100 million views? Because it'll be something like street vendor frying 100 eggs.
Correct.
And I'll watch it. He's just scrambling my eye. Like, there's nothing, but I can do the same thing in my kitchen, maybe just not at that pace.
Yes.
Maybe the lack of, I don't know.
It's a mindset. I honestly think it's mindset, to be honest.
Yeah.
I mean, the kids who are making money, even, the Ryans, these young
11-year-olds, yeah.
Yes.
$26
What is he
million.
doing? But then he's just doing
Playing
his
with
thing.
toys.
Toys. This is my toy, and that's it. And they're making money.
Yeah.
Why? Mindset, guys. Mindset.
Yeah.
You just need to know the kind of consumer we have right now is a totally different consumer.
No, they are. I mean, I watch what my kids watch, and they can
Yes.
watch this one YouTube channel, Dude Perfect. It's like 4 white guys running all over America doing the silliest things. It's like 4 grown man-child. Like they're throwing frisbees. Who can throw a frisbee the longest? Who can kick a soccer ball the longest?
Yes.
I mean, it's not. I sit there as a producer and I'm going,
Yeah.
what? But then they did like $20 million.
Yep.
And they do tours on top of it.
Correct.
So split amongst the 4 of them, if it's $5 million each,
Making their money.
it's not a bad year.
Not
Damn, I
bad.
could use a year like that.
Yeah.
This isn't the part that I confess I watch pimples being popped.
What do you watch? You watch what?
Pimples being popped.
What is that? Pimples being popped?
Pimple popper.
On
Instagram.
But you have such nice skin. Why are you watching this?
It's just fun. There's a gap. People like to watch people. And we underestimate the things that they like to watch about people, right? There's someone who sat probably at the entrance just sort of like profiling people. And they're like, what do you think about so-and-so? Why are you wearing so-and-so? And professions also watch teeth getting extracted and cleaned, don't ask me. They call them what? Satisfying vids. But I think just to go into something that she's mentioned, producers and broadcasters are trying to get buy-in from audiences consistently. When we say Kenya has never taken off, sometimes I worry when we say, promote me, right? Because you're not tapping into a need, you're tapping into the guilt factor of things. So I didn't see something that I wanted. I had my friend was doing something, and I decided to promote them. I worry about that mentality because then it's not fun doing something out of guilt.
Yeah.
Right? And there's a double standard with audiences for certain things that they find acceptable and things that we need to grow as an industry. So for argument's sake, an action scene in a local movie will get a lot of local criticism, but if it's done by a Hollywood person, it'll fly. Why?
Not necessarily because of culture, right? Could be one thing.
It's harsher criticism on our own to some extent.
Okay.
Right? And there are certain things we would rather see people from the West do than for us guys to do.
Absolutely, because they're not us.
They're not us, but it hinders writing, it hinders creativity.
Yeah.
And it's not because whatever situation you're watching is not relevant to you locally, but it's almost like it's too much to bear, and I struggle with it, right?
Yeah.
And our audiences need to open up their minds, especially the local audiences, that our writers want to give you more creative stuff, but they're constantly concerned that broadcasters want something. And us broadcasters were like, yeah, we want more creative things, but the audiences disappoint, to be honest, to some extent.
Yes.
Right?
Because the audiences come to you for specific things.
You do the ratings, right?
Yeah, you look at it, you
and
know.
then the simplest stories, the most basic stuff works. And
So
then
like
a
my
slightly
perfect
complicated-
wedding type stuff.
That works. And that's just a lifestyle thing, and it's
Yeah.
okay to categorize it as such.
Yeah.
Pimple Popper works for me. My perfect wedding works for someone, but
Gotcha.
someone will struggle possibly with a local thriller and say, oh, we're trying to be like Hollywood.
Or we're trying too hard.
Yeah.
So it's more like locally they just don't see our life to be the way people who live in over those seas live, and their lives seem to have that kind of stress.
Even if it's done in Swahili, it's still a struggle to digest it. And
That's interesting.
It's peculiar. It was once said we have peculiar habits. We are constantly learning about how to please our audiences better, and it's a journey. So for argument's sake, even something as basic as we create an original, right?
Yeah.
The presumption is that that original should sell itself, quite the contrary.
Yeah.
You have to liaise with the local press. You do screeners with them, you get their feedback. So that journey for us has been very interesting because in turn now the stars also get higher profiles, right?
Yeah.
And then the stars are surprised because they're like, hey, now I'm getting social capital. So they start to improve their social media pages. They start to be regarded as influencers, so they carry themselves in a different way. So there's a ripple reaction to something that is just as simple as producing a show.
Yeah.
Right? So it's, a lot of things are intertwined because now how the audience starts to perceive that particular person in a role becomes diversified, right?
True.
And typical example, Sarah Hassan, right? She's one of the people that we worked with for Crime and Justice.
Yes.
Her social profile has grown tremendously, right?
Yeah.
In a Pan-African way because the show she's in has given her a different platform.
Got you.
Yeah.
So one of the interesting things that I won't name which particular streaming service, but one of the things the executives there, we were having lunch somewhere, and he just said, I'm getting so sick and tired of everybody bringing me a drama. Because everybody thinks that that's what he's looking for because that's what's successful. So again, I think don't always assume that just because, oh, there's this big drama on billboards everywhere, that that's exactly what they're looking for. By the time that's gone up, they've probably fulfilled their quota for that particular genre. It's like, it's done, we've allocated money to it, there's this one, probably drama A, B, C, that's it for the rest of the year. And now they need something else from you, the producers. Would that be a safe assumption to say for you as well? Because it wasn't from you guys.
Yes and no.
Yeah.
So what we do sometimes on like our submissions portal is we put out briefs.
Yes.
And then we ask people to submit concepts. So like in the last brief we put out for a movie that I think expired this week, we had to specify we wanted a thriller. And then in bold we had to write not action.
Got you.
Because if you go into deeper details about what genres are,
yes,
you realize maybe we need to learn how to distinguish things. So you ask for a rom-com, you get a drama.
I get you.
Why? People are shooting their shots.
For sure.
And they're allowed to do that, right?
Yeah.
But there is also contradictions between what people also understand from genres from a basic level.
Okay. So quick one. I want to know who your favorite creators are that, whether they're on your platform or not, but just locally that are just making you happy. Can we start with you?
Okay.
Yeah. Who's just resonating with your soul? Like you look at their work and you're like, this is so dope.
Yeah, let me connect that question to what you had asked before.
Yeah.
So, do we need dramas? Yes, we do. Anytime we engage any creator or our content providers, we actually do guide them because one, we do research. So our customers actually tell us what they want.
Correct.
We also have our platform so we can see what people are consuming. So, and based on that, that is what we try and get in terms of sourcing for the content. And it's the kind of creators we go for. Who are our favorites? Comedy is big for Kenyans. And I guess, in fact, we were having a discussion yesterday. Why is it that comedy does so well in Kenya? It's because we all have our day-to-day. We are stressed oftentimes. Look at where we are right now. It's politics. Everything is, Kenyans just find a way of making comedy out of anything. We are happy people, we are stressed humans, but we find ways of making fun about ourselves. So comedy is big. So we have our big Njugush, your Flacos, Crazy Kena. Those are guys we actually work with. Comedy, we'll continue to field as many as possible. The other passion points, again, it's based on segmentation, our customers. So we are all different. So you have your mass who want a certain type of content. We have our designing professionals or, who look for something totally different. So they want something that is empowering, anything that takes them ahead of their careers. This big category called how to. Guys want to how to do this and this. Cooking is big as well. Lifestyle.
Yeah.
People want to see other people's lives.
Yeah.
So it's our favorite right now, to be honest, is actually comedy, and we'll continue to feel that as much as we can. But our passion points is what guides us in terms of what kind of content you bring to the platform, what kind of partners we partner with. So it has to definitely be connected to what our customers want. Yeah.
Genre-wise, I would say
Yeah, like who's doing it for you?
it's diverse. That's why I'll split it into genre.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
So the more successful genres are definitely comedy, drama, celebrity reality,
Yeah.
and telenovelas.
What's the last one?
Telenovelas.
Telenovelas?
Yes.
Okay.
So under each category, you could go on for days. So I'm going to point out someone who's in this room who's doing big things, David
Okay.
Anguka.
Where's David?
He's hovering somewhere here. I just saw him around.
Where's David?
He's probably run away.
Oh, okay.
He was hovering in the back. So
Yeah.
David has done a fantastic job of highlighting telenovelas from the coast, right? The cinematography for a show that's coming up like Sanura, beautiful.
Yeah.
And it's an authentic cultural story.
Yeah.
So that's not been done before. But if you look at something that is done before, like Pet, is very different. But it's beautifully shot, and I think there's something to be said for the production quality he's bringing from a particular area that's considered less significantly marginalized.
Or let's say underserved? Is that the other word we always use? Underserved?
I learned a
Okay.
new word yesterday, capacitated.
Oh, okay.
Undercapacitated. And then you have Eugene Bogwa doing celebrity reality.
Yes.
Right? So he did This Love, which was really good for us. He did Soul Family, did phenomenally well. Then you have the likes of Likarion and Ruben Odanga who are doing drama. Brilliant directors with good teams of writers. So I would split that sort of into more categorical stuff.
Okay. So what I'm getting from both of you is comedy leads, as in it provides something for the audience, whether comedic relief, etc., in the strenuous times that we've been in. But behind all of that, drama still has its place, and it does very well as well across different.
It does more so from a series perspective.
Yeah.
But when you come to movies, rom-coms help also, as well as action.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Where the gap is for me, it's easy to talk about the successes, but what bugs me to some extent is content that we haven't had a chance to go deeper into.
Yeah.
Maybe because of financial restrictions or the amount of time that you need to do development. So documentaries, right?
I get you, yeah.
We have amazing stories in Kenya that
Yeah.
we all want to see, but the amount of time sometimes that it requires doesn't, for dev,
Yeah,
for shooting,
the lead-in time for
archiving.
Yeah.
There's a lot of
Rights,
complications
etc.
there,
Yeah.
right? And to come to me and tell me that it'll take 5 years to deliver a doc,
I get you.
it's not that I don't want to,
Yeah.
but how am I going to tell my MD
How are you just gonna
it's coming in 5 years?
quantify it numerically when you have a
You
fiscal?
You can.
Yeah.
But it's that foresight that we are unable to provide right now.
Yeah.
Because we do have to factor for both of us what is an acquisition driver,
Yeah.
what will retain people.
Who would you say is your favorite success story right now? Like that one story that, you feel like, here's this project, it walked in, and then it just became this, let's say, runaway smash, or just became this thing that by the time it was finished and delivered to audiences, you were so immensely proud of it, knowing how much sweat and...
It has to be something that we've done. We can't talk about other people's successes. Can you talk about other people's successes?
I'm talking about what you're proud of, meaning, so it's sure you're on it as from a CE perspective, but I'm just saying, just something you're like, hey, this is really dope, and we did it.
For me, the one that I'm constantly impressed by is Njorwauba, which is on Maisha Magic, right?
Yeah.
It's an everyday story, but people love it. And people love it it's been able to cross social strata.
Yeah.
Because people in Muthaiga will watch it. People in Dandora will watch it because the circumstances are so interesting.
And for you? Am I always putting you on the spot? I can talk about mine then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So the one that I'm not surprisingly, it's just because I just didn't see it ramping up as fast as it did. There's a podcast I just did for Netflix. It's called Never Late African Time. We did 5 episodes as a pilot. And by episode 1, we were number 6 in Kenya as far as podcast ranking. And I think number 9 in Nigeria. And I was shocked. Just because I was like, first episode had just come out, second episode was still to be released the next week. And when I looked at the stats, I was like, what the hell? Then I realized we'd hit some kind of point And when I was speaking with the rest of the team, we realized, guys, I think we have something, just based on that initial reaction from audience.
Can we interview now? We can interview you in turn.
Yeah, go ahead, interview me.
What marketing support do you have, and what kind of collateral do you create to be able to promote yourself to get that?
So, for all our shows that we've delivered in the last, I want to say 3-4 years, we always deliver a heavy amount of collateral. So in every production I do, there's always a stills team, just for stills for every single moment. And we shoot stills from a crew perspective and then from a talent perspective. So talent stills would have more of a cleaner, prettier setup, more for billboards or any other material we need, PR material, and it's just for the PR team to have material. And then on the flip side, the crew photos are just so that the crew, they've worked so hard on a project, give them something to be able to also spread on the social. Some of the crew sometimes are surprisingly very influential. You'll find some of the camera operators, even the gaffers and the grips, even the PAs. Some of the PAs just they've got another whole life where they're some kind of brand something. And I never underestimate their power or their social power that they bring to set. Just because you're sitting here as wardrobe doesn't mean that outside you're not some super serious wardrobe, hair, brand, makeup ambassador. So for that purpose, that's the collateral we always deliver. And then the pressure that we've had, but it's something that my team was always ready for because we've been doing it for years. We deliver even promos and a lot of collateral in various aspect ratios for social. So we do 1x1s for Instagram, 16x9s, which are the portrait versions, also for the Insta, TikTok, etc. Then we'll do regular 16x9 horizontal squeezes as well. For this particular podcast, I delivered, so for each episode, I think I delivered oh my God, I want to say 18 assets. And that's just the video and audio. So I had to deliver the podcast audio version only, then video with audio version. And then for Spotify and Apple, I had to deliver separate versions versus YouTube. And then for Instagram and other promo, separate versions. So it was a long list. So the delivery day tends to run into almost an hour, a day and a half of just exporting all the various formats, checking them, and then uploading them to all the different servers. My team and I would have, we had 3 different cloud servers that we would back up all our files. And that's just because the team at some point, because of COVID, we were all spread out. So and this is the post-production team I'm referring to. So one editor in London, one editor in Atlanta, another editor in South Africa. I'm in South Africa, I'm a producer in South Africa. Our Netflix team that gave back feedback, one guy in Amsterdam, another person in Cape Town, and another person in Lagos. So it's a very, yeah. And the good thing with assets being in the cloud, this is always my favorite thing. Sometimes when a change needs to happen, it doesn't matter where you are, as long as you have Wi-Fi, you can suddenly make that change quickly as you speak within the team. Because I remember one day I was somewhere and one of our guests didn't like one of the posters we'd made for social. They didn't like the skin color or the shade that we'd applied. I literally, I think I was about to take off on a plane, I changed it on my phone and I sent back a new version, within seconds. Because in the WhatsApp group, it's just want to flag so-and-so is not happy with their color, and you just look at it. I don't even reply to that kind of thing. I just go, cool, here's a new version. Because there's a point where I'm we are so far in this edit. If you just don't like one picture, we'll change it. I don't even have time to get into a whole thing of that. So that's how the nature of the cloud era that we're in, that's how we're working. So even with client notes, we post videos on Vimeo, and we put private links with reviews so they can put time code changes, because otherwise sending me a Word doc with where you think a shot should have changed, I ain't got time for that. I don't. I literally, if they even try to send me one of those, I force them right back to the video. I'm please, put it on the video. We all want to make sure we understood you, because we all speak and communicate differently, and sometimes I never want to expose client for not understanding what they're saying. I'm like, okay, how do I find a way? Help me help you. So I figure like, if they can at least click on the video at that exact frame, we just have a point of reference. And then we can then ask the question going, when you said this, did you mean change the music? And it's also training clients to like the editorial process. So sometimes clients are busy making comments as in, I think the color here should change. And you're like, we're only at revision 2. Yeah, we're not at grade yet. Can we focus on structure? This is the structure notes. They'll be like, that sound in the background, can you change that? We're not at final mix yet. Final mix will definitely change that. But, so, I don't know if I answered your question because I rambled too much.
No, you have, but I mean, I'm sure people would also want to know, what was your journey towards access? What was your submission situation?
So, I currently sit in one of probably the best situations from a producer perspective. At some weird point about 4 years ago, I woke up and I decided I never wanted to pitch again. And that sounds very arrogant, but I just had the track record. So for me, I can just say it from my perspective. I'm not trying to be arrogant. I pitched so much, guys. I pitched to the point where the next pitch was just a revision of the last pitch deck, and it had a similar structure. I'd walk in, and then I was tired of people not having read the pitch. Like, so I'd walk in sometimes, and some of the commissioning editors, it's not their fault. Some of them are so overworked. They're in charge of so many dramas, so many genres, so many channels sometimes, because like a team member falls sick, somebody's away on maternity leave, or somebody just quit the job, and they still, TV's 24/7. They still have to deliver as a team. So the pressure on them is so immense that I would send pitch decks, they'd invite me to sit down and talk about it, and the moment I said, hi, they'd say, so, walk me through your pitch. And I'm like, hold up, I sent it to you. Isn't this meeting to now just discuss what you've read and what you think of it? And they literally tell me, sorry, Joby, I didn't have the time. I never even opened your attachment, but I know it's good. Walk me through it. And then I was like, man, this is a bunch of bull. So at some point there, I was like, nah. Here's what's gonna happen. And I told every CE, when you think of something that makes you think of me, you call me, you brief me, I deliver that. I'm a wait, consider me like a chef for hire. I can cook the dish. Just tell me how you like your eggs, I'll make it. Because that's just what we're doing. So I've kind of like almost semi-pigeonholed myself. I'm like, dude, if you need docuseries, music specials, call me. I'll deliver that all day, every day. Don't call me for no drama. I don't do dramas. That's not my thing. I don't want to do a feature film. I have zero interest. I've worked on them. I don't care. It's not my thing. Doesn't make me happy. I don't wake up happy to do it. I think I like projects that I feel like I can execute in a certain amount of run, be done, and it's delivered, and I go on to the next. And so the shorter the window, the more excited I am about it. So even with docu-series, it's just there's a certain style and approach. So I'm not trying to do like a deep historical one. If I just want to do like a quick lifestyle one right now, like this is you, a Showmax exec, a Safaricom exec, this is your typical working day, this is how you got here, this is your history, and here you are, amazing, you know? That I can do. But the moment we need to go through generations of your family, I'm not doing that. I'm like, nope, I'm the wrong guy. So the way I got here is then, for example, for the podcast, Netflix literally sends me their internal brief. They had already mapped out, this is the show, it starts here, goes there, this is the audience we're after, these are the key tones. Then their question to me was to say, how will you translate this visually? We've given you the document. Explain to us now. What is the set gonna look like? How are you gonna light it? How are you gonna shoot it? Who are the potential guests? What does the music feel like? What does the sound sound like? And then we went through a developmental phase. And the set, for example, we took, must have been like, I think 9 weeks to come to a point where we finally, because there's so many people that had to approve it. So people in Amsterdam, people in Lagos, people in America had to chime in. You know, like, you just see different emails and people are like, I don't like this. And it's the point where, again, as a producer, if your skin's not thick, you're gonna take a lot of things personal that you don't need to. And so my team and I, we deflect it. It's like it's evil spirits, man. We don't even, I'm not taking that on me. So I always say, okay, I see your note. Where is it coming from? And I ask deeper, why? Why do you think that? You know, it's tough to the point where sometimes a random executive deep in the universe of whatever client it is, who's never been on any email chain, whatever, but that day that you start doing you start rigging the set, they walk through your set and they have the damn nerve to start chiming in. And it takes everything in the Holy Spirit for you not to choke their ass right there, because you're going, who the hell are you? You're not even on any of the emails, but today, you talking like senior exec. Why is your camera there? Why is your lighting there? Why are you shooting from that angle? What? Holy Mother Mary, where'd you come from? So again, that's what I'm saying, thick skin, very necessary. Hope that answers that.
It does. Forgive the bureaucracy.
Do you have another question? I feel like we're not making you talk enough. Yeah, the audience just said yeah. So
No,
you have to ask me a question.
In fact, at this point, I would ask any question from...
Yes, any questions from the audience
I
particularly?
think we've talked too much, in my honest opinion. Yeah. Questions?
Yeah, come. Oh, you just say, what is your question? Oh, there's a mic. There's a mic right there.
Hi. Thank you for the presentation. Really enlightening, and we are happy to learn and relearn and unlearn. So my question is this. Many a times you would, as a producer, do your pitch deck and submit it to Showmax or Base or wherever platform, but it's not to the satisfaction of the whatever platform that you've supplied it to. But you don't know what the mistake was, what you did wrong, because as far as you're concerned, you did everything right. You gave your log line, you gave your synopsis, you gave your breakdown, and everything they'd asked you actually like outlined. But it did not qualify because it probably didn't meet the standard of the pitch deck that you expect to have. And not that the idea is bad. Sometimes the idea is okay. You look at it, you're like, if they had done this way, then probably it would have made the cut, but it didn't. So what avenues do you platforms have to at least get these potentially good ideas not to die because they didn't meet the threshold of the pitch deck that you want to have? And second question is there an opportunity for a producer like me to, like meet an executive like you, Faragani, and you tell me that, you know what, and help me, like do better next time?
Hey, you sound like you want to date. Okay. Look, pitching, okay, I'll say from a producer perspective. So pitching, similar to dating, you're sitting there wondering, what was wrong with me? It's nothing about you, dude. It's about them. And sometimes something else happened in the building. Priorities could have changed. Your pitch was great. Suddenly, internally, strategy changed. Management walked in and said, scrap that. I know you guys have worked 3 months on that. I've got something magnificent that came to me in a dream last night, and my wife's cousin's gonna produce it. And there's nothing, they can't tell you that. They're not allowed to tell you, yo, bro, the idea is dope. It doesn't matter. My boss just said, let's go left. We're going left. So I think the number one thing you need to do as a producer, go in, pitch with your soul. Get an ally in the building that can possibly give you the clearest feedback possible. There's going to be one person that you can align with that will tell you, yo, here's what's happening. I say pitch hard, pitch fast, but keep on pitching, like move on. Once you've sold it in a building, do the usual follow-up email, but don't hold on to it with your soul. Like don't, your heart will get crushed, bruh. Like don't do it. Don't do it to yourself. Does that cover it?
This guy, by the way, is misrepresenting us.
No, it's the truth.
By the way.
Yeah.
The ideal situation is we should come back to you. And we do come back to you.
Ideally.
Okay, let me speak for myself and anyone we work with. we ensure we come back to you. Oh, and by the way, we are very honest. We actually tell you, by the way, this didn't work. Budget, cut off, change of strategy, we'll tell you. Because, I mean, I always say, it's human. That person is expecting to hear from you. They came, they presented. They need to know what went wrong so that they can be better next time. So we endeavor to ensure we come back to you. So there's a question you've asked about, so it's a great idea, maybe it's been shelved off for a period of time. Do we incubate? Do we, come back to maybe at a certain time? I would say, well, yes and no. Because if then the idea and the concept didn't make it, then we move on. But of course, every other year you will have, will be called out for different concepts. And without giving away too much, I'm trying not to give away too much in terms of strategy, is that when we look at working with content creators, producers, it's not only about the money bit for businesses. By the way, we are motivated, of course, to make money, and we want the creative economy to also make money. But we are also here to enable the industry to make you guys better. So there are things we shall do in the future to say training, like we do the base garages. I mean, there are many things we shall do so that it just doesn't end at the point of you give me your content or you give me your concept and we are great. It's more about how can we help you and work together so that you get better as you move on, without giving too much in terms of strategy. But by the way, we ensure we come back to you. And the ones who don't come back to you maybe have serious issues. But anyway, but yes.
I would say we try and make the briefs that we submit as specific as possible so that you also don't, and it's as basic as even saying not more than 5 pages, right? We've received pitches for 150 pages.
Damn.
And he wants me to read them before the meeting. It's not happening. It's not happening. It's not personal, like he said. Where I think we need to improve on is that one-on-one communication to just improve pitches, like you said. So he's mentioned having a person in, but I would say that if we've gotten back to you, maybe you've been successful in the first round and you're not successful after that, I have no issue with telling you what went wrong, right? Because it would help you improve in future. And like he said, sometimes it's situational. Maybe there's a particular reason we've chosen to go with one partner over another. There are some certain circumstances that could be beyond your control. So for argument's sake, let's say the brief is out for a docu-series and then you're pitching against him. He has the benefit of experience. So the issue is not that your pitch is flawed, but in the things that we were reviewing in terms of the things that are priority, maybe he was stronger. At that point, it's very unkind to come to you and tell you don't have experience, right? Like, that's very douchey. But you see now the consideration that would mean that maybe you didn't succeed. Yeah.
And just to add to that, there was a brief where there was a show we had done, I think like last time we done it was 5 years ago, and a certain broadcaster approached us to pitch again for a new version of that show. They hadn't done it in about 5 years. Mind you, I delivered it. I know the show, I'd created the format, etc. So them briefing me on something I'd done before, cool, no big deal. So we briefed, we pitched. I thought I had it in the bag. 4 weeks later, they tell me they gave it to somebody else who's just has less experience than me, cool. But I was actually glad that that was the feedback. So again, that's what I'm saying, like you can't, even in a moment where you're sure, like, yeah, I've done this, it's me. It can still be a no, for whatever their reason is. So once I saw, like a few months later, I saw the promo for it, and then I saw the direction, the creative direction they took. Then I understood why Channel went with them. I'd gone a different direction. And the version I saw in the promo, I actually even personally liked. I was like, oh, damn, is that where they went with it? I would have never thought of going that direction. I was so in my box because I knew it the way I knew it, that I created it the way I wanted it to. but I think they were looking for something beyond my box, if that makes any sense. And so that person got it for that merit. So I could walk around, be sour, like, no, I've got 20 plus years experience, why didn't they go with me, etc. Again, there's always a different reason in the building why it does go that way, and you have to be ready for, I don't want to call it a rejection, even though you might feel that way. It's just that they have to, it's a business. They have to make the best decision for the best ROI for themselves in the building, so be aware of that. Do we have another question by any chance? Yes, can we get the mic to her right here? Where do you go? Okay, you're gonna go there first. Okay, go there, then we'll come back to you here.
Hello.
Hi.
My name is Maguru, and my question is about envelope pushing. So I'd like to know from you guys who have data, how far ahead as storytellers we might be, because I work with a studio, and what we're trying to do is push the kind of things that you might not be comfortable with right now, because we hope that when we tell these difficult to tell stories, that we're preserving something, we're doing what storytellers do. So I'd like to know from you guys, maybe how far over the horizon we might be, and how soon we might be able to get the market to accept our kind of difficult content. Yes.
Who wants to start with that one? That was always a tricky one.
It's fine. It's a good question.
Yeah.
I've spoken briefly about how we're literally trying to disarm local audiences to be more accepting of creative ideas. So that's the first part. So putting money behind it, right? So commissioning that kind of content, licensing that kind of content. But we also do work closely with KFCB to be able to find out what is within the acceptable bounds. No one's trying to go home. I need a salary, right? I'm not about that life for trying to prove a point at the risk of shutting down the business, right? And I think where there are opportunities like this to come together, to have discussions about what specific, we need to get more detailed about the things that we find troubling or acceptable. Case in point, horror content, right? Horror content that is seditious from a religious perspective is still unsettling to a lot of audiences. So while you might have the great idea to create it, your audiences might be like, not today, right? So what are the boundaries from a classification perspective that you're allowed to push to make your audiences also not feel repulsed by what you're creating, right? Because you don't want to discomfit your audiences just to prove your point that you're creative. We're not in that space yet where we can do Bloomhouse content comfortably right now, and it is what it is.
At the end of the day, it all depends on the brand. So there are different brands that will allow you to go to that extreme. There are those who are open about it. So it all depends on your editorial policy at that point. And then, of course, working with, Communications Authority, KFCB. But it all depends on how open we are as a brand, because we stand for something, and we get to define what kind of content we want to see and what stories we want to see, because at the end of the day, it has an impact on the brand. So I think we are coming of age, to be honest, and the more brands accept certain types of stories and they are executed well, it will just be a matter of time. So it's all dependent on the brand that you're engaging at that time. They may be open to the kind of stories you want to tell. There are others who will tell you it's a no, and there are those who will tell you, we welcome that idea. And it's because they've positioned themselves as such. And with no time, then we get to be a bit more free to tell our stories. Yeah.
Okay, there was this lady in the second row here. If we can bring the mic to her for a question. She had a question here.
Hi.
Hi.
So I was wondering, so my question is about post-production. So maybe you pitched and you got money and you've done the project and now you're presenting it to the client and you're watching and they're like, I don't like that scene, scrap that whole scene. And it's like, I sent you the pictures, you knew everything, how are you just suddenly not liking it? But during pre-production, you were okay with everything, yeah?
This is my favorite question. I can take this one. So, post-production requires you to have a new level of Zen. I would strongly advise you to do yoga, meditate, and realize that the final vision of this product after you've shot it starts to transform in post because it becomes real. Now, if it's something for a client, please remember, they report to their bosses. They have their own concerns of the vision that they pitch to their boss. Despite what you guys agreed, what was signed off on document, what was signed off on script, just be aware that in post, it suddenly starts to shift because it becomes significantly real. Sometimes you'll find that if they haven't shown it to their boss, they're trying to make sure it's good enough to show to the boss, number one. Then by the time they've showed it to the boss, then if the boss will do the big slash. So depending on the type of boss they have, that boss could just come and be like, this is crap, 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 crap. Change this, 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 this. And it's nothing to do with you. So just first start there. Realize it's not about you at all. This is a particular talk that I had to have with a director friend of mine, where we shot a particular music video driven project, but it was for a corporate client. So corporate had convinced a certain musician to do a certain song, but it was going to be used as part of a greater marketing material and collateral for a bigger TV series and drama series. So this music video was a deliverable of that greater show. So even the artists understood that brief. But once we went into post, the way they slashed and chopped that video to fit what they had sold to their boss, it changed. From how it was pitched, how it was shot, what we went to shoot versus what we cut and delivered became slightly morphed. I had to keep reminding this director over and over because he was freaking out in post like, this is not what I pitched, this is not my vision, I'm so unhappy. And I'm like, dude, did you get paid? Yeah. Okay, but who are we delivering this for? Client. Is it our personal job or is it client's job? It's client's job. So I know how you feel, I get it. But at the same time, then make your own version of a cut. You can always put it out as a director's cut. But for this particular client, you're gonna have to put aside your ego, your emotions, and make a client happy so they come back to you. The best business is repeat business. You want them to come back to you because you're reliable, especially in post, you're making it happen. You should see my replies when people are busy writing their notes. Literally, my replies are, oh, cool, sure, no problem. I'll do all the changes necessary, and what I do is I save my last tweaks. So what my editors and I agree on is my last final changes happen at client's final notes. Once we agree from client, this is your final notes? Cool. Can I do my slight tweaks to your notes? They're like, cool. That's when I get my creative on, again, based on their last notes. Then I deliver the final polished version. And they're usually excited by it because they're like, oh, I see what you did there. Just don't get too emotional about it. Understand it's part of the process. But the best thing you can do is make sure your script that you're going to cut to and shoot to is so crystal clear and it's signed off. So I say, treatment, yes, we agreed to it. But then shooting script, yes, we've agreed to it. And then make sure you have an editorial script that in edit, especially if it's a promo, this voice matches these visuals, and that it's signed off so that you all have a document as a framework to say, on this journey, we've agreed to the following. They'll still make their changes, but it'll be closer to what you've agreed to. Hope that helps. Next question?
Can I answer something?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, I think there might be a discrepancy in terms of the comms that you guys get for editing, right? A lot of times, you don't get the correct brief, so you're not really sure what our expectation is. So you deliver an edit and you think, I've done exactly what you want, but there's usually issues with briefs, so I would say there's a disconnect there.
Any other questions? Oh, there's a question in the back there. Can we get a microphone? Okay, he's got a microphone. Go ahead.
Okay, asante. My name is Raymond Sanga from MTF. And my question is, what I believe is impossible to separate film from culture. And I always get mad when seeing someone from maybe Europe come to Kenya, Tanzania, or Uganda to tell our local stories. We have great number of folk tales, we have great numbers of historical stories which are here in East Africa, and yet it is like impossible to tell them as filmmakers, because the way our markets, I mean those platforms operate, is a little different from accepting this kind of the stories. So my question is, as a platform, which strategies are you putting in place to make sure that our untold story from East Africa are told by us? Yes, thank you.
But those things are there, boss. Maybe you just have missed them. They've got a submissions portal. There's local teams you can speak to. You can translate. There's social media creators literally doing like, what would you call, like very local, very vernacular stories on social and having like huge views. And this is not just in Kenya, Uganda, it's South Africa, Nigeria. I see it all over social. I think maybe just step back for a second, but it's there. I think you're asking a question it's actually there, it's happening.
So,
to be very specific, I'm sure you know about BASE. We have positioned ourselves as supporting local content. So we are working with local producers, creators, to ensure we tell our own stories. So it's there. You can come to us and speak to us direct, or you can go through our content providers. We'll also be able to still bring in your content, and we work together. So it's there, it exists.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it exists.
Let's also not confuse the place for workshops where you learn particular skills with confusing someone for taking your job, for lack of a better term. So there's exchange of skill set from across, right? So people from the West want to come hold incubations for us. Perfectly okay. At the end of the day, you're the one who benefits from a skill set perspective, right? And you're able to translate that into your stories. But again, it all comes down to presentation. You say there's a local story that you want to tell. What are the nuances that you're talking about? So just be specific when you're submitting these details.
Okay, that concludes our streamers approach to content panel. Round of applause for Denise from Showmax and Catherine from Safaricom. Thank you so much, ladies. I enjoyed that conversation. There's going to be a slight break, and I think the next session starts in, I think in like 20 minutes. But take a young break, bathroom break, snack break, walk around, and then the next section starts per schedule. Thank you very much, everyone.
Tasoma he. Takupoleza. Sanga tino. Maboto tino. Bye.
Yaani kwa ikawa ule ni kama anamchangamsha, anamfanya kuwa jovyo, anamchezesha, yani anafeel kama ako company. So ikawa ni kama pia kwangu kama mzazi anipatie watu ile moyo ya kukubali yani kwa hali yake, then nikiona difference na yeye na ndugu yake naona iko sawa.
Eldamawan, Erembo, Ni kibedo nyako, kiduoko, iripo go chongini, imothan, iripo woro juminwango jo pecho, iworo yokini, iworo dachere perin, meno achik manyapa dola.
Nitie jithieth manyiri mane ma nyathi okwako iluoko nanga, inwang'o ruko nanga, ng'we kenyo.
Ka jojo tedo, watuko wakidwa kwa mpira mane kisawa watuko kisawa kenyo. Ka chiemo chiek to joluongo watwa chiemo.
Ywaka sare to pig wang' kiwuok. Are gi pig sare nike wacho ni dani.
Naturally, a woman has more responsibility maneno gima timore pecho.
To ko chunga aripo penjo go. Gimimiyo go ko go chonga komotha. Ami iripo bedo piny, ana bed malo.
Culture kitere ang'o? Kitere mon maber.
Ni kibedo nyako, kiduoko, iripo go chongini, imothan, iripo woro juminwango jo pecho, iworo yokini, iworo dachere perin, meno achik manyapa dola.
Nitie jithieth manyiri mane ma nyathi okwako iluoko nanga, inwang'o ruko nanga, ng'we kenyo.
Ka jojo tedo, watuko wakidwa kwa mpira mane kisawa watuko kisawa kenyo. Ka chiemo chiek to joluongo watwa chiemo.
Ywaka sare to pig wang' kiwuok. Are gi pig sare nike wacho ni dani.
Naturally, a woman has more responsibility maneno gima timore pecho.
To ko chunga aripo penjo go. Gimimiyo go ko go chonga komotha. Ami iripo bedo piny, ana bed malo.
Culture kitere ang'o? Kitere mon maber.
Nafaa kukuitwa dadi?
Mara ngapi na nyinyi uko kwenu? Mimi nakuja na ujumbe mmoja tu vipi hapa. Kuna mapaka na fukuza.
Sasa wana madharau gani? Sio mimi nafagia ndurusha bagi hapa.
Mimi ni mkimbizi ndugu yangu. Nyumbani kuendelea operation punguza wapi?
Ya kuhusu nini tuta familia yangu wewe? Hebu nenda nyumbani ukaoshe vyombo mimi usiniletee.
Mamako anateswa na mke wako wewe. Kama hamwezi kuishi na wake, hichi kiherehere cha kuoa mapema ni cha kazi gani?
Amekosa heshima kwa nini yeye?
Kwa nini mzee anikose heshima lakini?
Naitwa Zare hilo.
Sasa hapa tunaanza ni mimi Atumani.
Wacha ukuzi. Hamwezi kutulia nyinyi. Kachini.
Kwa hivyo leo biriani kwa maana sana kuliko dawa ya mtoto kabisa.
Kuna mahali watu chomba chomba pale.
Nyanya chomba.
ni akaliba karatina village.
Mngamana.
Madomo mama tatora na mwendi mara rure maya mangi maweka CBC.
Uko wataba kwa mbere mu kamwe go uthome umenya utithoma. Wata njirothi. Nema yandikitwa na antikumenya.
Nani huyo?
Navumilia.
In the Indian Ocean, there is an island. On this island, there is a stone town. A stone town whose buildings stand as the skeletons of its yesteryears. High tide, low tide, full moon, new moon. 6 years ago, I had an idea to make a film about the soon-to-be construction of what was termed to be Africa's largest port. I gathered the money I had and traveled alone to Lamu. Every morning I wake up saying this is going to be a good day, this is the day. The people you find to film want money. I'm here for the film, I'm not here for anything that's a choice and a sacrifice. And it's Nairobi or not. There is no real breakthrough. No one lets you into their home. You felt used. Just make a film. Alone. We will be happy. But all I get is resistance.
Can you tell me the dua again?
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum ahla diyari min al-mu'minina wal-muslimina wa inna
Sanura amerudi kwa wale wasiojua. Mtu yeyote asifungue kinywa chake kuongea na yeyote.
Wewe unasimama kidete kupinga mila ambazo wewe ulizikubali.
Sihitaji chochote kile zaidi ya mwanamke wangu wa ushindi.
Mtoto wa kike akifikia umri anapaswa kuolewa, sio kuleta familia yake shida. Maisha sasa yamebadilika.
Ondoka machoni mwangu.
Naanzaje kumwambia kwamba umerudi amu kutoka Chelo kwa sababu ulikuwa na mahusiano na wewe? Haikuwa mahusiano. Sijali Sanura.
Na uhakika kila mmoja wenu amepata habari ya kifo cha kusikitisha cha mmoja wetu, Daudi Mwakazi.
All of a sudden, Nana Tandala discovers the new water source.
Baba yako akukosea akisema kwamba wewe ni baraka kwetu.
Mama akizidi, tutampeleka kotini.
Sikudhani imagine za kwa as pure as it is. Not a single trace of impurity.
Hao watu hata kazi hawakuwa nayo. Wanalala njaa kwa umaskini until I came along and gave them hope. They want to compare themselves to me.
Babangu hapatikani. Tunaomba usaidizi kumtafuta.
Watu wako njiani wanaenda kazini, wengine wako cyber wanatuma CV zao.
Ni mradi yangu kiivana. Wewe ndio utakuwa kwanza kunithank.
Either you find that earring tonight or you go straight to jail.
Tangu kuja hakuna kitu kingine umefanya. Ni kutoibisha tu.
Chunga vile unaongea na mimi. Mimi bado ni bro yako mkubwa.
Unaweza anza kujiprove saizi.
Kama vile ulikuwa unataka kutumbo ya mamako.
Hii ndio wakati wa community yote kubenefit. Hii chemichemi ya maji itapatia clients wako maji safi kwa miaka mingi zijazo.
We have a deal. Now, nionyeshe.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. You've not eaten? Good afternoon. Okay, that's a little better. Welcome to this panel. This is the Filming in Africa, Opportunities and Challenges. And we are just going to start off our session with a trailer by one of our filmmakers to the screens.
So Africanda is a series of films. This first inaugural film is essentially a story of reclaiming our identity, a story of how Africans realize that they are where they are because we don't know where we come from. We don't know who we are.
Because we are making a film for Africans and with Africans and by Africans, we get a chance to celebrate working with different diversities and different people coming from different countries.
I mean, how rare to see 3 leads from the same continent but different spaces, different accents.
This is so much greater than just this one person in this one moment. That this was an opportunity for Africans across Africa to collaborate and to do something that is groundbreaking for our continent and groundbreaking for storytelling.
I love that we're overcoming and looking at struggle for an African in a different way.
This story is about finding ourselves and bringing together our people.
This is a rebirth of Pan-Africanism. The images are going to talk. Africa is going to talk. And we are going to tell the story of Africa, where it was, where it is, and where we want it to be. We are the only ones to understand that as Africans, we need to be together as one. Come, my daughter. Come, let me show you what Africa can be like.
And with that, I'd like to have Ms. Washe, our filmmaker, introduce herself, and as we introduce our panel today.
Thank you. Good morning, afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tariro Washe. I am a filmmaker, producer from Zimbabwe. Yes, and I am basically behind Africanda, the idea of Africanda, which is a multinational collaboration. It's a series of films. The pilot film we're looking to, the pilot film will be a collaboration between Zimbabwe, Rwanda, and Namibia. And we're working on a co-production with Kenya for the second episode and other countries still to be identified.
Thank you. Mr. Kumalo.
Good afternoon. My name is Medi Kagwa. I work as the Director of Industrial Affairs and Content with the Uganda Communications Commission. We are a regulatory body in charge of regulating communication services, but at the same time, we do the dual role of promoting local content and do the tasks the Film Commission does in Uganda. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Timothy Oase, CEO Kenya Film Commission, and the Commission is all about promoting and marketing Kenya's filming industry to the world and creating opportunities for local filmmakers to be able to storytell. So I'm here to have a conversation on opportunities and challenges in the film industry in Africa. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Terence Kumalo from the National Film and Video Foundation of South Africa. I'm Project Monitoring and Evaluation Manager, but I'm here wearing my head of Co-Productions Manager. The National Film and Video Foundation is a government agency entrusted with the development and growth of film and television sector in South Africa. We do this primarily by offering funding to filmmakers. We also offer bursaries to students. We offer marketing and distribution funding, festival support. We also produce research reports and advise government on film-related strategy and policy matters. Thank you.
Joining us virtually from Tanzania and South Africa, we have
Oh, good afternoon, everybody. I didn't realize I was on mute. You think after 2 years of pressing mute and unmute, I would know. My name is Azania Wendane. I represent an organization called Locations Africa. It's an Africa-wide initiative. We promote Africa as a filming destination of preference to the rest of the world. We promote the locations, the facilities, the excellent crew that we have, and we also promote a facilitation, which essentially means we also promote everything that the panelists are representing today. We also started the initiative of the African Film Commissions Network, which we launched and spoke about in Cannes this year. So that's who I am, promoting Africa to the best of my abilities.
and from Tanzania. Okay.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Unfortunately, my camera doesn't work. It just, I don't know, it just says that it was disabled. We were trying here to make it able. Unfortunately, we can't just use the camera. So if you guys don't mind, I can continue just with audio.
Please proceed.
Thank you very much. I'm Dr. Kilonzo from the Tanzania Film Board. I'm the CEO of the Tanzania Film Board. What the Film Board in Tanzania does, we actually regulate and promote the film industry in Tanzania. And talking about promotion, we do support our stakeholders' projects. We offer trainings and that kind of stuff. And so we all know that the film industry in Tanzania has been growing to the extent that at the moment we produce at least 1,500 films a year. That means 4 films every day. So film industry is the industry that grows at alarming speed. Thank you, and nice to be here with you.
Thank you, Dr. Kilonzo. Thank you for everyone who has joined us. I'd like to recognize the presence of Her Excellency Mrs. Moyo, Ambassador of Zimbabwe to Kenya. Thank you so much for coming. And for, I see a few board members who are here and a few more dignitaries. Thank you so much for coming. So we'll start us off immediately just with, I will start with, I guess, Kenya. With Mr. Owase, and first of all to appreciate the work that you've done with Kalasha and everything that you're doing around the awards and the marketplace. Isn't this a wonderful event? So this is the 5th marketplace, and you've been able to do this for 5 years. Well, we don't count the COVID years. Just tell us some of the opportunities that you have seen grow over this time.
Thank you very much. When we talk about opportunities and challenges in the film industry, first I would like to focus on opportunities. Despite the COVID pandemic, I think the COVID pandemic gave us an opportunity for us to rethink and reset our batteries as far as undertaking the film business to the next level is concerned. Creators had an opportunity to replan, undertake research, so that you can be able to reposition yourself on how you can be able to grow your horizon as far as filmmaking, especially in the digital era is concerned. We have had to identify how best to have content consumed. Previously, we had to congregate in cinemas, but today, content can be consumed in handheld devices, which is an opportunity for each one of us who is in this sector. Also, of course, there is an opportunity for us to rethink about our regulatory frameworks to facilitate more the industry in terms of how the industry is managed as a whole by governments and by private practitioners. Of course, we can't forget that the real key is in the practitioner's hand to champion what he or she would like to achieve. So when I look at what we have been able to achieve as Kenya, first, to congratulate my team for enabling the Kalasha International Film and TV Market, 5th edition, this being the very first ever gathering post-COVID, which is a recommendable activity, and I believe going forward, I'm calling on each and every one of us to go back to cinemas, start watching films, and let's grow the film industry. So in terms of growth, the key to the growth of the sector is when we are able to connect and undertake what we call trade, because I would like to see buyers and sellers being able to interact, exchange, buy content, have content accessed by distributors and so on. And that's what Kalasha International Film and TV Market is all about. It has brought you together so that you can be able to undertake the business of film. Thank you.
Asante sana. As we have people joining us online, remember to tag Kalasha Marketplace 2022. That's a hashtag, Kalasha Market 2022. And even for those who are here, you can tag, take pictures, do what you do, because now we consume content online too. I think I want to go to maybe Uganda and hear what challenges and opportunities that you see in your jurisdiction and what your institution is doing about that.
Thank you. I think as Uganda, the COVID pandemic taught us many things. 80% of the population in Uganda is below 18 years old. And all these people were stuck at home for close to 2 years. But as a film sector, we are happy to note that two things happened. Everyone realized that the screen in whatever form is important. Two, stakeholders, especially government, realize that they need to invest in content if they're to compete globally in the digitized environment. As such, I think last week on 3rd June, we held our Uganda Film Festival where we had very many submissions. Even the youthful people are now producing content. They are not waiting for the big production companies. They are shooting using just basic phones. Of course, the content is still raw, but the market has responded to it. That talks to the ability and availability of local stories, scenes, and location. I'm happy to note that even the interest of international production companies to come and shoot these prestigious scenes is rising. I'm very happy to see that stakeholders of different government agencies, tourism, finance, etc., all now have realized the potential that the film industry has in creating jobs, increasing tourism, but most importantly, telling and preserving our culture, and of course, the revenue that comes with it. Thank you.
I think I would like to pass on, because a lot of Africa looks to the southern part, South Africa, because you do have a very developed TV and film industry. Maybe you could share with us what your organization does and why you are set up and how that has supported film and TV in your space.
As I said, our mandate is the growth and development of a film and television sector in South Africa. And we do this mainly through funding. So grants, and then some of it, the funding is recoupable. So we fund across different sectors or streams. We fund features, we fund short films, we fund documentary, we fund animation. Unfortunately, we do not fund TV series because it's too expensive. and our budget is just limited because our budget is almost equivalent of one television series. However, we do fund the series up to three episodes, documentary series. And over and above the funding, we also assist by taking filmmakers to platforms like this, Kalasha, to expose them to their peers, and then they can conduct business. We also have what we call festival fund or festival grant, where we give grants to local film festivals to host events and then showcase South African talent, South African films, and films from other parts of the country or rather of the world. We also are responsible for co-productions, so entering into relationships with our partners from across the continent and the world. We also conduct research into industry to inform government policy and investment into the sector. I would like to come back to the issue of how do we ensure that there is that growth and development in the sector. So outside of the funding, yes, we give those grants, yes, we invest in the films. However, we also assist the filmmakers in the distribution of their content. We also assist in the discussions or in negotiations with broadcasters. For instance, we entered into a collaboration with Netflix where we co-produce with them, and then the rationale behind that relationship or collaboration is for us to ensure that the producer or the filmmaker's IP in the film is retained, because we are here to protect the IP of the filmmakers in the industry. Obviously, we also ensure that there's training and development in the sector. That's why we fund training programs, the upskilling of filmmakers, the upskilling of practitioners, and then we also offer bursaries to students who want to pursue film as a career. So we fund we fund up to postgraduate their initial studies, the degree, and that is only in South Africa. So we can only fund you international if it's a postgraduate qualification. And then that qualification should not be offered in South Africa. Over and above that, we also offer free legal advice. For instance, filmmakers do not know how to conduct negotiations or discussions, and they are unable to interpret contracts. We do that. That's a free service we offer. And other advice as well that they would have paid a lot of money somewhere else to get.
Thank you very much. So Azania, I just want to possibly look at, because as I said, we look up to the South African market in terms of what content is being created from there. But I'd like to hear from you what your challenges are in that market, because of course we are continuously growing, but what are the challenges in a market that like the one you have now?
So I'm not sure if I would put in challenges at the moment. Africa is, when we work within our borders, we work together, we collaborate. The challenges seem to disappear, right? But I think when it comes to inbound production, and when I say inbound, anyone that's not from the continent and wants to shoot on location, the challenges really are about information, how they can get information, where they get information from, and also because there seems to be, things are seemingly from the outside quite decentralized. And sometimes the rest of the world kind of wants a one-stop shop option. And also because very few of our countries have film commissions or film authorities or environments that enable film production from a policy point of view. And so if I was to say challenges, really it's about how do we create a policy environment for the entire continent that's benchmarked against each other rather than necessarily against the world. Information, how how updated is the information available on websites? How ready is our crew? How much capacity do we have? For instance, if we were to have 20 films we want to shoot at one point in one of our countries, do we have the capacity to be able to respond to the demand of film? And is
I think we lost Azania for a bit, but maybe I could just speak to Ms. Washe. What were the challenges that you had in this journey? This is your third film that you're doing. What are some of the challenges that you felt were I wouldn't say a hindrance, but some of the challenges that you've had in this journey making your film?
So far, we actually in pre-production, that was an EPK, so we're yet to go into production. So I'll be speaking from a developmental point of view. And a lot of what Azania mentioned is truly what we have encountered. Lack of information. When she was cut off there, she was speaking about, do we have the capacity to, if there were 20 films to come, do we have the capacity as a nation? I believe we do. As I've gone to the different countries, there's a lot of skilled individual skills, but there's no information. It's very difficult to know who is in what country. So it would be great for us to be able to have like a hub, an information hub that's continental, where all information is in one place. Another challenge that I found is movement. So not just movement of personnel from country to country, but also like equipment. You find that it's mostly South Africa, Nigeria who have the equipment. So if we were able to have more countries having equipment, and even when we have outbound countries coming into Africa where they're not lugging in all the equipment from abroad, but we're able to have a large amount of equipment readily available in different countries, I think it would be great. I mean, maybe jumping a bit forward, but I know the AU is bringing in the Africa Film Commission here in Nairobi, and I think that's absolutely a great opportunity. If that sort of platform can also look into ensuring that there's information, an information hub, a database, and even just as AU, to be able to fund and to put money into equipment on the continent, I think that would be great. And then essentially the last challenge that I would have found is in terms of movement as well as financing and movement of money across the continent, ease of business, essentially, ease of filming, ease of money movement, because most of the times, with SWIFT and all of that, our money has to go outside of the country, the continent first before it comes back. So being able to address these sort of things and realizing that film is able to contribute to our economy, and we have policies that look into making it easy for us.
I think I'll go to Dr. Kilonzo. Dr. Kilonzo, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, great. So how does your film commission work together with others to promote cross-border film production? Is that something that you're working on? Because yes, we do consume a lot of Tanzanian content, but have you been able to work on co-productions, for example? What has been your experience?
Thank you very much. Yes, we have been able to work on a few co-productions. Recently, we had our group travel all the way to Ghana to do a co-production project. And so the countries that we have co-produced films, including Ghana and the US, Australia, one of our films included people from Australia and the US. But coming back to your question, how we do support the film projects. For the first time, the government has offered the film awards. Previously, we had a film awards that the event or the awards themselves was organized by private sectors, but last year the government organized the film awards. So this is one area that we think if we put money on it, will support this industry and make people. Oh, I'm sorry for the interruption. We are trying to hook up our camera work, but I hope you can hear me. So we offered for the first time, the government did the film awards. Again, there are projects that we support our stakeholders to produce films. We have now just launched the project that we put money on certain themes that our stakeholders, when they have a project that they need fund on certain themes that the government say this is what we promote, then we give them money. So those are the two areas that we promote. But the training as well, we have launched, we have about 4 different training programs. We do train the coming, I would say the upcoming film stars. We also do trainings to the existing projects. For instance, we call this, this is one area of training that we offer. We call it screening and criticism. That the films that are that are on at the moment, we call them randomly. They come to the film board, and my team of expertise sit with the production team. They discuss the film. They discuss, they preview the film, and they discuss the I would say in Kiswahili we say unaangalia kwa jicho la tatu. You try to identify the mistakes that happened during the production of that film. So they criticize the film. So that is another area of training. But another area that we do training is the tailor-made training that we collaborate with academic institutions. For instance, University of Dar es Salaam, the Department of Art. We get instructors from the institution. We take them to the location with film stakeholders. They stay for like a week or so. They produce film together. They get trained and they produce film in the training. So eventually when they finish producing that film, we say this is a film that produced by students in the training. So this is another area of training. We have several. I said we have like four training programs that we offer, and we think this is something that the government should do to our filmmakers, and is the area that we do support.
Thank you, Dr. Kilonzo. So you just touched on something about a policy and government, and I just want to put this to maybe Mr. Owase about the Smart Africa Initiative, which has 5 pillars: policy, access, e-government, private sector entrepreneurship, and sustainable development. And I see that you have had quite some good support from the ministry in setting up what you have. But are there spaces in which you think there can be improvement in the way that we interact with this creative space to be more aligned to the Smart Africa Initiative?
Thank you very much. First of all, allow me to highlight a few industry challenges that I believe are universal when we look at Africa as a whole. Funding is one of the key areas. Number 2, when we think about skills development, most African countries have not mainstreamed film training into their respective education systems. Number 3, film practitioners having no organized guilds that can be able to help in self-regulation within respective countries. Then number 4, think about African countries having no specific linkage that will enable co-productions. I think as we discussed today, we do not have more than one African co-production that has been actualized. Ourselves, we've been working on actualizing one with South Africa. We have many initiatives in terms of regional blocks, East African community, but this has not yet actually worked to the advantage of the sector. I'm looking at this as an opportunity because this is a huge market. And when you talk about Smart Africa Initiative, this is all about opening a single window that will be able to enable practitioners within the creative space to harness the opportunity in terms of audiences, in terms of use of technology, to consume and create content. So all this is geared towards giving us, as creatives, an array of opportunities so that we can be able to explore 100%. I don't think we have reached a stage where the creatives are actually utilizing these pipelines to the level where we can be able to see meaningful outputs. Of course, that's an opportunity because we can be able to harness on the same, and with the introduction of AACC, which is Africa Audiovisual Cinema Commission by the Africa Union, I believe this is an initiative that is going to open up that space and help many African governments to appreciate the role of audiovisual sector in our economies, and also to contribute towards addressing the challenges which I would actually call opportunities for us to be able to harness the same and realize the expected results.
I just heard from you, from the Commission, that the Commission and the Commission for Communications Authority and the Commission for Film is one organization in Uganda. You know, do not yet have a film commission. How are you then able to deal with the bottlenecks and the red tape that comes with those two very different areas? And are there ways that you see support enabling that to move to another level?
Thank you. I think the key hindrance is lack of information, one, but secondly is ability to carry out meaningful research and data collection. In Uganda, we don't have a film commission, but we also have different stakeholders, both government and private, who want to support film. However, because there are no key statistics, even the policies they develop are lacking. To the value chain, production, pre-production, all that can be figured out. But how to monetize and distribution is not given due attention. The effect of that is people keep producing goods, but they don't know who to sell them to, and the trade component is lacking. As such, like Timothy said, funding becomes critical. But what exactly are you funding? In Africa, we have lots of talent, but we don't have talent pools to know that this one is an expert in this area. And because, like Kim said, we do not have film training institutions, in Uganda particularly, a filmmaker is a jack of all trades. He shoots, he looks for scenery, he wants to market, he wants to produce, he wants to act. And as such, you fail to find, because in Uganda we want to come up with a talent database where everyone can go and find what he feels he's best suited to do. But even convincing someone that what is your best strength, they haven't yet identified where their strength lies. We do have the stories and everything, but how to bring them to the fore is still a hindrance. So what we do as a government is we have analyzed the problem. Over time, we have identified the bottlenecks. The first thing was, how do we nurture the talent? We have carried out in trainings, we have carried out partnerships with different partners to carry out training, capacity building, and all those things. Secondly, and most importantly, was creating awareness amongst key stakeholders, both government and private, of the need to harness the potential in the creative industry, especially the film industry. Once those stakeholders understand, issues like funding, rebates, etc., becomes an easy conversation to have with different stakeholders. Because once they realize the potential and what you're building, they are open to suggestions, and as such, the policies that you want to develop become meaningful. Thank you.
Azania, do we have you back?
Yes, you do.
Yes. So, do you want to complete what you were saying?
Yeah, I think just to reiterate that the challenges or the challenges which then present us with opportunities are information, coordination. And so when you have efforts like the commission that the AU set up for film, we have the African Film Commission Network that we're setting up right now with various countries, and I will reach out to Uganda as well to join in. We're starting to see a collaborative effort where we can begin to standardize and to assist other countries where they are facing challenges, maybe be it training, be it an understanding of distribution. I mean, it's something that South African teams can definitely assist Uganda with, and I think NFF will also agree upon on that. But really, it's about, yes, we market ourselves really well, but on the ground, what happens? How do we facilitate? Do we have enough fixers? I mean, should all the fixers come from the South? Where are the fixers? How do we identify them to assist those who want to do cross-border shoots? How do we then make sure that we use facilities on the ground? Within each country, what studios are available? Do they have green screen capabilities, for instance, or do we have to bring them in? What are the carnet opportunities? How do we start to build facilitation fees with the body to be able to then say, Africa truly is ready. I mean, from a location point of view, in my view, I don't think we have a better set of locations in the world because we're so diverse. We are so diverse in language. We are so diverse in culture that, again, a lot of brands, a lot of entities. I mean, we speak, but people also remember their advertising commercials that want to come in, and they're trying to sell to us. Okay, we are the youngest population of success in the world. We have the screens in the world. There's a small screens. I mean, a lot of our people have 3 phones between them. Why? Because they have 3 different networks they want to jump onto because of reception issues. But I mean, again, powerful thing. 4.9 at every, and those got by 5,000 people every day. When you start to realize that advertisers or film target the community to buy the product, then we should be ready to get up to be able to facilitate that production, and we shouldn't be allowing people to come in skills or facilities. How do we then funding, not just but for facilities to be developed, put into place, to be able to then fund those facilities and as facilitate agents to be able to then empower the local filmmakers to make more film, but also to be able to empower servicing projects across the continent by Africa, and not necessarily certain agents who come in from the rest of the world to service films. So I think from our perspective, really is about, yes, it's storytelling and making our own stories, but also the other business opportunities that all of our filmmakers, for them to be able to, instead of cross-border first productions, facilitate co-productions, which NFEF and Kenya Film Commission, and I think Uganda Film Commission are trying to put together on the continent. I think just witnessed the Nigeria-South Africa co-production treaty, which is in process. But how do we, from a policy point of view and legislative cohesion, make sure that we are geared up to be able to respond to what's happening? I mean, with the free trade network that's coming in now, their liberalization on media and digital assets, and they're trying to relax the rules across border. That's a massive opportunity for Africa, for us as Africans to be able to jump on. If there's liberalization, relaxing of trade opportunities, how do we gear up to facilitate all of those issues?
Thank you, Azania. I think there's a lot that's been said about research and data collection and financing and policies, but from your experience, Ms. Washe, you recently came from Monaco. You've been to Venice, premiering your films. What are the things that you felt was something that you felt that we could learn from, but maybe even implement in an African way? Because again, I think westward facing solutions are not necessarily the solutions that we need, but we need to do things the way we do them as Africans. But what were the things that you felt maybe we could apply in our way?
With the last two travels that I did to Monaco and Venice, I found that there's such a hunger for African stories, such a hunger for us to tell our African stories told by Africans in an African way. And with regard to funding as well, there's a lot of offshore companies and international organizations who are wanting to put money into Africa and African storytelling. So I think what we need to do is to just be so sure of who we are and the stories that we want to tell, because there's such a demand and a hunger for that. So I think being very intentional in collaborations, which has been spoken about, and being intentional in collaborations and making it easy for us from country to country, region to region as well, to collaborate, because there is a hunger for that.
Mr. Kumalo, you talked about financing films. And we've had a few sessions about business case, return on investment, and how this works. Because a lot of the times that we talk about the creative sector, people do not think about how the money is going to come back. We have 1.4 billion people on our continent, and you've been able to fund films. Training, of course, is part of it. But when you fund films, what's your model Maybe you're a government institution, but what's your model in trying to get the creative film sector to look at themselves as business going concerns?
Our approach is twofold. One is the business and profit driven. And the second one is the development aspect. Remember, you cannot make profits if you're not well developed. And one of the challenges that has been identified within the industry is that our scripts are not well developed. That's why they are unable to make it at the market. Now, how we approach it is that on a broader level, we look at the story, we look at the viability, and fund from that. And we're not the only organization actually in the country. We have what we call the Industrial Development Corporation. They are purely commercial. They can take up to 49% of equity in the film. We have the National Empowerment Fund. They are also purely commercial. And then we have what we call film and television incentives. That is administered by the Department of Trade and Industries and Competition. They look at their location, foreign productions coming to shoot in South Africa, and then they can offer incentive up to 30%. Local and co-productions up to 35%. Now coming back to our model, the commercial one is purely for the big screen and commercial markets. Now, what we have realized is that given the history of our country, where we come from, because part of our mandate is to redress the past imbalances. So we segmented our funding. There's what we call the tier funding. Tier 1 is your highly experienced, that's a commercial. Tier 2 is your intermediate, guys who have produced probably 2 or 3 short films and 1 feature film. And then tier 3, it's your new entrance to the industry. Now, tier 3, it's a purely grant. We don't expect to recoup anything. So whatever money you get is for us to assist you to get to the next level. Tier 2, we're saying, yes, you've been in this tier, however, we want you to go to the first level. And then with tier 1, we're very clear. when we give you the money, we expect you to go out to the market and perform very well. And I was just sharing with some of my colleagues, Mr. Owase was one of them, that in the last 5 years, we've actually seen an uptake in terms of South African films. They are now making back their investment, or we are able to recoup. Now, this is also based on the fact that what us separating the two and going the tier approach assists us in ensuring that we fulfill both mandates of development and growth. We're growing in terms of the commercial ones, and then we're developing in terms of the bottom ones.
Great. Dr. Kilonzo from Tanzania, how have you been able to create, as you said, 1,500 films per year, which comes to about 3 films a day? How does the distribution work in Tanzania, and how are you able to reach your population? And of course, again, related to the question to Mr. Kumalo, how is if you're funding films, how are you working out the return on investment in Tanzania? I believe you're on mute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. About the distribution, we mostly distribute by using digital platform. However, we sometimes do DVDs, but most of the time we do the digital platform. We have big or huge TV stations here, including the DSTV, Azam TV, Star Times, etc. They mostly buy our films. We are now in the discussion to see how higher they can purchase these films, but that is under discussion. So the distribution part, I would say at the moment is excellent, because all the films that are being produced, at least they can be distributed. The only challenge is how much we sell those films, how much the producers will sell those films. That's the only challenge that we still have. And as I said, that we are discussing with these distributors. And your second question was, can you please come back to that?
It was the same as Mr. Kumalo's, about how you're encouraging your people in your industries to make a return on investment. What is the model that you're using in your country?
Yeah, that's a bit challenge. At the moment, the investment in the film industry, the return is not that good. However, we're trying to expand this scope by convincing people that if you do a proper marketing, because most of our films are Swahili films, we have not less than about 150 million Swahili speakers in the world. So you just need a good marketing strategy that when you produce film, if you do a good marketing to it, at least you will sell to that, not all 150 million people, Swahili speakers, but at least you sell to some of them. So we're trying to use that as a language to convince people to come with a very good marketing strategy. But having knowing that, the government will try to invest some money on it. And then you see the government is mostly giving the service, so we don't expect any return from it. But at least we need to push to push these films being distributed by the money that we invest without caring about the return, how much money is going to return.
My next question is, we just launched the location mapping last night, and this was work done by the Kenya Film Commission on mapping the 47 counties in this country, about assisting people for them to know that there are these locations in Kenya. As a filmmaker, one of the things that you have to think about is how much it costs, for example, to film in a certain location and how much people pay. And I think I'll direct this question to you, Mr. Wase, and to Azania about what are some of the things that you've seen make it difficult for people to film in certain locations, and how can we assist in that? How can the government assist in that space, and how do you see that being a hindrance? And is there a way that Africans can make it easy for other Africans to shoot?
Well, when we talk about locations determine the kind of story that we'll be able to tell. So any producer who wants to tell a story, they identify a specific location that will be able to provide what will enable such a producer to access, get the right tools in terms of infrastructure, in terms of location, the weather, and so on. I'll refer you to the Kenya Film Commission slogan, Film Kenya, Capture Africa. We're actually telling the world that when you come to Kenya, you can be able to film any other African country when you are here in Kenya. So by we launching the locations that we have mapped last night, we are just creating an enabling environment for filmmakers to be able to get to know whenever they are planning to undertake a project in Kenya, which is the most preferred location that they can be able to identify and actually undertake to utilize. Of course, when you talk about what inhibits producers to access certain locations, most African countries have not embraced filmmaking as a critical business into their key ecosystem. And because of that, you find that most local governments look at filmmaking as a way of basically getting money. You find that when you go to a specific location, other than the managers of this location enabling the filmmaker to actually undertake his production activity, instead they look at as a way of being able to get more money. I'll give examples here in Kenya. We have counties that are very rich in terms of their locality, culture, the kind of space, and so on. So other than looking at film production in your county as an opportunity for you to attract more people to come to your location in terms of tourism, business, trading, and others, you look at a filmmaker as a source of income. I think there are many ways on how African governments can be able to collect taxes other than looking at filmmaking as one of those ways, because when you attract more production on your location, what you are doing, you are attracting more people to come to your location, which means they'll be able to spend in hotels, they'll be able to travel, they'll use communication gadgets, they'll be able to employ many young people within your locality, and you'll be able to create wealth as you continue growing your country. So when we talk about locations and inhibitors, it's all about governments in Africa appreciating that for film to thrive, you need to open up that space. From where I sit, if given that opportunity, I will propose that we actually open the space for filming so that there is no single charge. You only look at bed occupancy, hotel utilization, transport, among other services that are actually triggered by filmmaking as a way of calculating how you benefit from the film production industry. Yes.
Azania, we're having a little trouble hearing you when your video is on, so if you could answer the question about locations and how we can make it easy for Africans to film in Africa. And we will hear you if we just use voice only.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you for that. You know, I concur with everything that Timothy has said. It's when you open up your location for film production, there's ways in which you can manage that process, right? I know some people fear film production crews coming in because they believe that they're going to damage the property, which is actually very untrue. And we have mechanisms to make sure that we return the location to exactly, or sometimes even better, the condition of the location. When we start also speaking about location kind of promotion, we then start speaking tourism and what we call film-induced tourism, and to be able to then equip and empower tour operators on the ground to be able to facilitate their environments, be it hotels, be it guest houses, or be it the transport operator, be it a tennis court sometimes, be it whatever location it is, that is managed by what we call location scouts, locations managers. And also, how do we then, through the authorities, empower the location owners to understand permitting, understand contracting, and understanding how to give permissions to film crews to use the actual location. And this is where we come down to facilitation agents. How do we then speak to tour operators who are on the ground, who are already promoting different spaces for people to visit? How do we also then empower them to understand what film facilitation is within that space? Tourism is a very seasonal business. Film is not seasonal. How do we then create a secondary team through the tour operators, for instance, right? How do we also start to speak to the trade organizations and also maybe inbound, like airline operators, on that questionnaire? Why did you come to our country? Oh, I saw it on a particular film. What that starts to say is it starts to build on our statistics on our GDP and our statistics in terms of visitors. But also, when we are using very African locations, how do we then start to speak to script writers to actually put in things like Nairobi 0800 hours? So we know on the screen when someone's watching it, this is actually Nairobi. And so what that then does, people have an affinity to that space, and then it becomes a space they want to actually visit. So locations is not just about the filmmaking opportunity to shoot on location at that time. It also has induced economic opportunities, like Timothy said, for all of our GDPs across let's say the leisure and recreation value chain. But also it starts to speak to other elements of the value chain. If countries are able to shoot films, they're able to do other things like live events, which are big things, live conferences, because people across the world on different areas of content production are looking for different locations, interesting, capacitated locations to do different things, whether it be film production, commercial production, stills photography, gaming as well is becoming quite a space where they take a real environment and manipulate it into a gaming space. The gaming environment is a $1 billion entity. How do we then start to speak to location owners to say, open up your spaces, allow film crews to come in, because actually, as they will explain to you where it's going to be used, we then are promoting our countries for different things over and above just content production. We're promoting it for more visitors on the ground, more use of our leisure environments, more use of our crews, and the more crews are used, the more upskilling it takes, because again, you can theorize and theorize, but until our crews are actually on the ground doing work, their skill uptake is limited. So I would definitely promote that. Let us speak to across all government agencies, be it trade, be it arts and culture, be it tourism, be it film authorities. How do we collaborate to be able to promote our locations for greater economic input into our GDPs?
Thank you. So we've talked about the enablers of the Smart Africa in different forms: innovation, communications and advocacy, and capacity building and resource mobilization. I think for Uganda, what do you see as the future of how your creative space will look like, taking into consideration that we now have an East African community that now includes the DRC, Rwanda, Burundi, Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania, and what do you see as Uganda's role in that?
Thank you. With putting in place initiatives like Smart Africa and AACC, I think this creates an opportunity to jointly collect, share information and statistics. It also puts in place an opportunity to develop regional talent pools and infrastructure that exists. It also presents an opportunity to provide clear and standardized information on permits, visas, different incentives that exist in different countries, and as much as possible, harmonize policies to enable production of cross-cutting cultural content. This will enable us remain relevant to the youths that own these screens. Because to the youths, they are not just looking out for the culture immediately surrounding them. They are looking at all different cultures, and the screen enables them, I don't know how to put it. The youths don't want to watch future films. The youths want to watch short films or short content that is impactful, interesting, entertaining, and informing. So as a government, we need to, one, create awareness amongst all stakeholders, but most importantly, educate these youths on how they can harness these opportunities that have been enabled by the digital platforms. Thank you.
I think I want to direct the same question to our SADC representative in South Africa and in Zimbabwe. What do you feel is the way to go for the future for in that region?
Obviously, technology changes every time. And if you do not keep up to date with technology, then you're going to be left behind. That's why now we also looking at the streaming services and the collaborations, and new technologies also being used. And then what people often, when we talk about new technology and new ways, the discussion we forget to have is the issue of internet data or data. So in South Africa, the regulator has spoken to the network service providers. So the cost of data is coming down. Government has now also auctioned new spectrum, so that when you do and you bring into being these new technological advancements, you're able to take the people with you. Because remember, previously, we all used to go either to a hall or a cinema to go and watch a film. Previously, you'd carry a film that, or rather a camera that almost broke your shoulder to film. But now you have a cell phone. And how do you ensure that the person with a cell phone is able to watch that film, or that person, the young person, is able to shoot? Because they no longer use the kind of your mainstream or your traditional kind of instruments. So in the improvisation, how do you ensure that you take people along, and how do you ensure that people also benefit from the advancement of technology? So the South African government from that has responded in a positive way.
Ms. Washe?
Pretty much it. And I think for Zimbabwe, the big one is data, to get our telecoms into the conversation and to realize that this is the future. And the more you have, the more accessible or affordable your data is, you're going to have more people coming. So the big one specifically for Zimbabwe would be that, getting the telecoms into the conversation.
So a lot has been said about the Africa Audiovisual and Cinema Commission, which will be housed in Nairobi, hopefully for a long time or for a period?
For the initial period of 3 years.
For the initial period of 3 years.
With the hope to have it permanently here in Nairobi.
To be the permanent home for, I don't think the South Africans will.
No, the Zimbabweans.
Or the Zimbabweans. But the initiative is a great one. I think we've seen a lot of cooperation just even on this stage in the way that we are looking at things. But I would like to give our audience, because now we've talked enough, just room for 3 questions. 3 questions only, because we only have 50 more minutes before so I will take that one. 2 more questions, and that will be it. Oh, so just that one question? Oh, great. Oh, 2? So those 2 questions, and then we will do our parting shots and take a photograph on stage and then leave. But let me hear your first question.
Apologies, mine is one question in two. Two questions in one, sorry.
Okay, then we have our 3 questions. That's
All
fine.
right, cool. So my name is Fred Makoria, filmmaker based in Kenya. My first question would be, how, I hear we've been speaking a lot about the AACC, and which is going to be housed in Nairobi, and that's a good thing. So I know the market in Kenya as a filmmaker is not as big. And we as filmmakers need to expand our horizons and think Pan-Africa, think global. But for me, then the hindrance would be, how do I film cross-border? Is it easy? You see, last year, 2021, January, the African Free Trade Area came into place and it started. And for us as filmmakers, what is happening in this space to ensure there is ease of movement, there is ease of going to maybe in South Africa and film, go to Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, and just film. How easy is it for me to collaborate with a Zimbabwean and do film in Zimbabwe and Kenya in an easy way, in a cost-effective manner that would also give me return for my investment? And the second question that I have is on data. For me, it baffles me because really government is a very big consumer of data, but very poor in capturing and collecting and keeping that data. I'm happy that in Kenya there's something happening, that they've started to slowly capture that data. But for me is, how then do we streamline and ensure that data is captured? Because some of the questions that we're having and challenges that we are seeing will slowly start disappearing because you'd have data to back any case that you're going to make. If you're approaching a corporation to pitch for a film, you're able to show that, hey, this is the data that we have about 1.4 billion people in Africa. Maybe not all of them are consumers of film. Maybe, let's say just 500 million would consume this product. And that for me then begins to attract any person who would put in money. You Google today, you would see Top Gun. Let me talk about Top Gun that just was released the other day. You can already tell that it is grossing at over $500 million. But if you ask anyone in this room, what is the top grossing film in Africa right now? We don't know. We have no idea. You not Google and that information is on your face. So what are we doing also in that space to capture and streamline data repository?
Anyone want to take those 2 questions, or shall we split them?
I can start off.
Yes.
I'll start with your very last question and appreciate what you are saying, that indeed data is critical to both governments and the practitioners. In Kenya, Kenya Film Commission has come up with a program to mainstream film industry statistics into the government mainstay. We are currently working with the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics so that we are able to mainstream data collection from the sector to be able to tell and help key decision makers based on specific statistical data that is available in making decisions. Remember, we would like to know how much as a sector we are actually contributing to the economy, how many people we are able to employ, how many graduates are joining the sector, among others. Of course, that cannot be achieved if we are not working together between government and the private sector. At a business level, as a private practitioner, I will also encourage that you need to undertake research whenever you are undertaking a project, because you need to get to know who are your audiences and what kind of stories are they looking for, so that when you get down to the production, you are actually getting down to production knowing what you want to achieve, how much you are likely to earn after a given specific period of time, among others. So data and statistical mainstreaming is so critical, and that's why we are currently doing that. About cross-border facilitation, when it comes to inter-country production, that is a challenge that we need to actually embrace what we call co-production treaties. African countries have to appreciate that when I have Kenyan producers being able to work with South African producers or with the Ugandan producers, then it is very easy to combine our resources to be able to come up with a product that can be accepted. You can imagine if you are undertaking production between a Kenyan producer and a Ugandan producer, you are very sure to get resources in terms of crew, funding between both countries. And when you do that, it will be an easy burden for you to be able to carry together with your counterpart from the next country. That's how I like to look at it. So promoting co-production is critical to unlock that particular challenge. Yes.
Ms. Washe, would you want to add something?
I would agree with Timothy, and in my view, the co-productions between countries, though there's 58 countries, in Africa, and if there was a way where it was just one thing where everybody in Africa is part of a treaty, and that it standardizes everything. I feel like that would be something that would be so much more easier well, maybe not to achieve, but then it makes things easier than having a country having to do, multiple co-productions. But if there was just one co-production treaty that kind of covers the whole of Africa, I think that would be pretty cool.
It's a great idea.
Can I come in?
Yes, please.
I often say this. Why is it when we as Africa have to collaborate, we thinking problems? We have 11 co-production treaties as South Africa, and only one with an African country. We just signed with Nigeria now in December. We're working with Kenya here. Hopefully we can sign within this financial year, next March. Now, out of the 9 treaties with Canada, Italy, Germany, UK, Brazil, Ireland, Australia, we've never encountered problems or challenges with our international counterparts complaining about getting their equipment or accessing South African locations. So now, as Africa, we need to start to say, how do we do things better? Let's not think of the problems. It's okay, when they are doing it, then how so? Then should we be doing it? That's one. And 2, we should also be careful not to popularize false narrative. For instance, I was in Nigeria beginning of May, and I was surprised the amount of productions, Nigerian productions using South African facilities. However, the narrative in the industry is that, no, it's difficult for the 2 countries to collaborate. However, the states are saying a different thing to that statement. So we also have to be careful about that. And then in terms of data collection, it's also a challenge to the industry. As the NFVF, we do research every year on different, whether it's what we call economic baseline, to ascertain the contribution of film to the GDP. We also do audience trends. However, our challenge is the industry itself. And for some strange reason, I don't know, why does industry regard government as an enemy when they have to share information? Right, we're not there to trap you when we ask you about your annual income. But then industry does not want to declare. The same industry will come back to us and say, no, but we don't have data. Where do we get the data from? Because we're supposed to get it from you. Whenever we conduct our baseline studies, we struggle. So that is why we had to come up with a creative way. As much as it's ours, but we don't conduct it itself. So we outsource it. Whether it's a university or it's a reputable it's a research company, because then industry is more open to talk to an independent person. But you also get yourself in trouble because you're happy to run to the papers or the media to go and flaunt your activities. No, I made 3 billion rands or 3 billion whatever out of this. And when we come to you and say, how did you do it? You do not want to share the information. So it's also the industry's responsibility rather, to share that information, also to come together and be united. For instance, whether it's through guilds or associations, where you have a central data repository, so that it becomes easier for government to now go. I mean, if you speak of agriculture, manufacture, and all those things, where does government get this data from? It's because within the sector, you have the central, so it should be the same for our industry.
Thank you very much. So in other words, if you're a Kenyan, KRA is opposite, is opposite stall number 31. I can't remember what number it is, but yes, let us share the data we need to. So we have only one question. Let it be a short one. We are out of time, but then let's hear it and we'll close the session. Yes, the question, the young one at the end.
So, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Jason Weke from KCA University, and there's a series that I wanted to do. I'm a producer and a writer called Black Titans. We had picked a production called Wolcaranes in Ghana, and another one from Ethiopia and Tanzania, but we could not be able to finance the project, yet when it comes to the production details, the budget, all of it was ready. And we were told to look for grants, but when we went to Google searching for grants, most of them you'll find them coming from the third countries, South Africa, and they take around 3 months for them to process, 3 to 6 months for them to process. And I've just heard that the AACC is coming here in Kenya, that you'll be able to have an African Film Commission around ready first support. So can you as a film commission in different countries approach those stakeholders so that it is easier for us as productions to be able to fund these projects, because we know the outcome that will come out of these movies. The investment will get back to the investors. So how can we be supported, and by how long?
Thank you, James. I'll actually answer that. The Kenya
Jason.
Jason. Thank you, Jason. There's actually a fund that the Kenya Film Commission has. And I'm sure if you go to the stand, they will give you the details about that. And it's I think it's running this year. There's the third cohort of films that are being taken. So yes, there are those funds. There's just a lot more work that needs to be done. As a young person, I will tell you. I think Ms. Washe, maybe you can talk about your journey and how long it has been to get to the place that you've been. Because sometimes we want to do it instantly, but yeah, please just share.
Sure. So for my first film, which I went into production in 2018. It took us 2 years to actually get from development to be able to release it. So it's a struggle, but keep at it. It's a journey, but just don't give up and continue to knock on doors. I knocked on many doors for 2 years. It's about that information and the accessibility of information, and hopefully having the AACC will help that. And having the film commissions in each country be able to make that information more readily available.
So thank you very much for joining us for this session. We have to bring it to a close because in 10 minutes we'll be talking about licensing and monetization. I'll be joined by other panelists, but for this panel we will stand and take a picture. So go for the walk and come back in 10 minutes and find out how you're going to make money from what you're making. Asanteni. And my name is Wandiri Karimi, and I'm an intellectual property lawyer.
Samba, hii shida yote itaisha utakapotuambia huu mzigo uko wapi.
Mimi hata sijui mwasemani.
Huyu mtoto wako hutayemtetea?
Kwa historia ya funzi, pete haijawahi kumvuka kiongozi yoyote. Hivi sasa imemvuka huyu.
Lakini mama, mimi nimemfanya mangapi jasiri?
Antamaanisha kwa mke wako jasiri.
Lazima ukaze kamba sawa sawa.
Ile siku mbora taniwa, utatafuta mahali pa kukanyaga.
Mimi ndiye mfalme wa funzi. Kumetupwa nini kisiwani? Jambo moja liko wazi. Kuna maafa makuu yanakuja kisiwani.
Huyu mtoto wako hutayemtetea?
Kwa historia ya funzi, pete haijawahi kumvuka kiongozi yoyote. Hivi sasa imemvuka huyu.
Lakini mama, mimi nimemfanya mangapi jasiri?
Antamaanisha kwa mke wako jasiri.
Lazima ukaze kamba sawa sawa.
Ile siku mbora taniwa, utatafuta mahali pa kukanyaga.
Mimi ndiye mfalme wa funzi. Kumetupwa nini kisiwani? Jambo moja liko wazi.
Mara ngapi na nyinyi uko kwetu? Mimi nakuja na ujumbe mmoja tu bibi hapa. Kuna mapaka na fukuza.
Sasa wana madharau gani? Sio mimi nafagia ndurusha bagi hapa.
Mimi ni mkimbizi ndugu yangu. Nyumbani kuendelea operation punguza wapi?
Ya kuhusu nini tuta familia yangu wewe? Hebu nenda nyumbani ukaoshe vyombo, mimi usiniletee.
Mamako anateswa na mke wako wewe. Kama hamwezi kuishi na wake, hichi kiherehere cha kuoa mapema ni cha kazi gani?
Amekosa heshima kwa nini yeye?
Kwa nini mzee anikose heshima lakini?
Naitwa Zare hilo.
Sasa hapa tunaanza. Ni mimi Atumani.
Wacha kufu.
Hamwezi kutulia nyinyi.
Kachini. Kwa hivyo leo biriani kwa maana sana kuliko dawa ya mtoto kabisa.
Kuna mahali watu choma choma pale.
Nyanyacho.
The new lawyer is in town.
Who is trying to frame you?
Huwezi kuendelea kunitusi ukiwa nyumbani kwangu.
Get out!
Kuna kazi nataka uifanye kabla hujaenda.
Mwili umepatikana katika maeneo ya bahari nyuma ya boma lako.
Hanifa ameitia aibu familia yetu.
Funga huo mdomo wako. Haya ya kuhusu yanamhusu. Kila zuri lina kafara yake.
unatakiwa ukae kimya. Unamjali, ungeenda kulala na wanaume wengine.
Where does an outsider get the powers to propose a CEO in the place of my husband?
Babako Bwana Safi alipatikana na sumu aina ya pure metal.
The new lawyer is in town. Who is trying to frame you?
Huwezi kuendelea kunitusi ukiwa nyumbani kwangu.
Get out!
Kuna kazi nataka uifanye kabla hujaenda.
Mwili umepatikana katika maeneo ya bahari nyuma ya boma lako.
Hanifa ameitia aibu familia yetu.
Funga huo mdomo wako. Haya ya kuhusu yanamhusu. Kila zuri lina kafara yake.
Ukiona wanaume wanaongea unatakiwa ukae kimya. Unamjali, ungeenda kulala na wanaume wengine.
Where does an outsider get the powers to propose a CEO in the place of my husband?
Babako Bwana Safi alipatikana na sumu aina ya pure metal.
The new lawyer is in town. Who is trying to frame you?
Huwezi kuendelea kunitusi ukiwa nyumbani kwangu.
Get out!
Kuna kazi nataka uifanye kabla hujaenda.
Mwili umepatikana katika maeneo ya bahari nyuma ya boma lako.
Hanifa ameitia aibu familia yetu.
Funga huo mdomo wako. Haya ya kuhusu yanamhusu. Kila zuri lina kafara yake.
Ukiona wanaume wanaongea unatakiwa ukae kimya. Unamjali, ungeenda kulala na wanaume wengine.
Where does an outsider get the powers to propose a CEO in the place of my husband?
Babako Bwana Safi alipatikana na sumu aina ya pure metal.
Some mornings, my mother shares her dreams and fears with me. She started doing it right after my father died. It doesn't feel like that long ago.
Yeah, but it has been long since your dad left us. 15 years, going to 16 years. He was 15 in July.
My parents have been at the center of a liberation struggle. That means they've never simply belonged to me. They never simply belonged to each other. They belong also to the country.
كلام ده مهم كلام نكود العائلة ده بجم بفترة على كان ما نطرد العدو.
On the morning of July 31st, 2005, the world woke up to the shocking news of the death of Dr. John Garang. He had been sworn in as the first vice president of Sudan, becoming the second most powerful person in the country.
Liberation struggles belong to our forefathers. My own father. We imagine and remember different versions of him, transform him into the hero we can't be. He is our Father who art in heaven. What about our mother who is here?
I pray hard, my daughter, to see, while I'm still alive, a prosperous nation. And that's how I wanted to leave my children. I didn't want to leave them in a country where people are divided into pieces, even to their own core.
I started filming our morning conversations, just as everything was about to change.
Our last oath of office will be administered to Her Excellency Rebecca Nyandeng Demabior.
I, Rebecca Nyandeng de Mabior,
do hereby swear by Almighty God
do hereby swear by Almighty God
My mother's dreams, her ambition, fills me with hope, fear, and so many bitter questions. How did we win the war, win our freedom, and then lose everything?
Samba, mjukuu wangu.
Naam.
Huyo babu yako ameenda kufuata dawa huko Kaya, lakini hajarudi tangu alfajiri. Nenda kachukulie.
Wakumbuka ule ujumbe aliokuletea Asha?
Ulikuwa mpanga niende lini?
Wana wale watu. Naam. Si watu wazuri. Nataka utulie hivyo hivyo. Samba, hii shida yote itaisha utakapotuambia huu mzigo uko wapi.
Mimi hata sijui unasema nini.
Umekuja kuchelewa. Mazishi yameshaisha.
Mtafute muniletee huo mzigo.
Wanataka nini? Siwape wanachokitaka. Mimi sina.
Hao makatili wako nyuma yangu. Kaangalia maisha yako.
Nimepoteza kila kitu maishani, lakini mbele kuna mwana.
Ni kibedo nyako kiduoko iripo go chongini imothan iripo woro juminwango jo pecho woro yokini woro dachere perin meno achik manyapa dola
nyotie jitne manyir mane manyato kwa kiluoko nanga inwango ruko nanga ngwe kenyo
kajojo tedo wawatuko wakidwa kwa mpira mane kisawa watu kisawa Kenya kachiemo chochiak to juluongo watu achiemo
Iba kayo ka sare ko pigwa ngiwo. Arege pikara unike washigani ni ndani.
Naturally, a woman has more responsibility mangiyo maneno gimatimere pecho.
Tuko chunga aripo penjo go. Gimimiyo go ko go chonga komotha. Ami iripo bedo piny ana bed malo.
Culture kitere ango. Kitere mon maber.
Ukotaba kwa mbere mu kamwe go uthome umenye utithoma watanjira uthi Nima yandikitwa na antikumenya
Nani huyo?
Navumilia
Mugabe.
Some mornings, my mother shares her dreams and fears with me. She started doing it right after my father died. It doesn't feel like that long ago.
Yeah, but it has been long since your dad left us. It's 15 years, going to 16 years. He was 15 in July.
My parents have been at the center of a liberation struggle. That means they've never simply belonged to me. They never simply belonged to each other. They belong also to the country.
Kalam de muhim. Kale nakuta al-aila de bejam befitra alakan ma natrud al-adu.
On the morning of July 31st, 2005, the world woke up to the shocking news of the death of Dr. John Garang. He had been sworn in as the first vice president of Sudan, becoming the second most powerful person in the country.
Liberation struggles belong to our forefathers. My own father. We imagine and remember different versions of him, transform him into the hero we can't be. He is our Father who art in heaven. What about our mother who is here?
I pray hard, my daughter, to see, while I'm still alive, a prosperous nation. And that's how I wanted to leave my children. I didn't want to leave them in a country where people are divided into pieces, even to their own core.
I started filming our morning conversations, just as everything was about to change.
Our last oath of office will be administered to Her Excellency Rebecca Nyandeng de Mabio.
I, Rebecca Nyandeng de Mabio,
do hereby swear by Almighty God.
Do hereby swear by Almighty God.
My mother's dreams, her ambition, fills me with hope, fear, and so many bitter questions. How did we win the war, win our freedom, and then lose everything?
Nafaa kukuita dadi? Nafaa kukuita dadi?
DocuBox is an organization that was created by filmmakers for filmmakers.
The programs that we started off with initially, mainly being able to give funds to feature-length documentary filmmakers. We now have the box, which deals a lot more with experimental short films, fiction films and the like.
For me, I found my calling because DocuBox, they've allowed me to be able to tell good stories.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. Welcome again to this amazing session, courtesy of the Kalasha Film and TV Market. We are here to have a deep conversation on licensing and monetization of content. In other words, how to monetize your content on this convergent media space that we have. And without further ado, I'll introduce myself. I will be playing the role of a moderator. It's a fancy title, but essentially my job is just to pass the microphone to these very able experts that we have with us today. My names are Ezekiel Onyango, and I am very, very honored to be here, and thank you for attending this session. I will ask my panelists to introduce themselves. I will not take the honor to say their names. And while you are introducing yourself, kindly give us a fun fact about yourself, something unexpected that we would not know about you as a person. And I'll start with Ms. Patel at the end. Thank you.
Hi. You put us in a deep end with the last question. Anyway, my name is Trushna Budev Patel. I am the owner of Crimson Multimedia Limited. We are a film distribution company distributing films across East and West Africa. I also co-own a cinema in Donholm by the name Motion Cinema, which is based at the Greenspan Mall on the 3rd floor. I also co-own and co-founded an online business, mymovies.africa, which is under the Yakwetu brand, and it's a premium, transactional, and VOD platform that focuses on African films for Africa and the diaspora. So that's just an intro about me. Fun fact, I love to sing, but I'm a bathroom singer. I enjoy to listen to my own voice. I don't have the courage to believe people would enjoy that, so I sing in the bathroom. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Patel. A round of applause for lovely Ms. Patel. Thank you so much.
Yeah, good evening. Good evening, is it? Or afternoon. So my name's Kenneth Kimutai Bet. I'm with Anga Cinemas. It's managed by IMAX Africa Limited. We have a branch in Panari Hotel, Diamond Plaza 2. That is the latest one. We exhibit your creative products. Though we don't have a lot from the local creatives, so we do a lot of Hollywood, Bollywood, and basically that is it. Thank you so much. Fun fact is I love movies, and that is why I've been in the industry of exhibiting for the last 10 years. So we are one of those, I'm one of those guys who have been in the industry probably the longest in our company, and that's a fact.
Thank you. A round of applause for him as much as he has dodged the fun facts. We shall come back to it. Thank you.
I am Wandire Karimi. I am a musician who studied law. I will like that because people usually say, I do music because the other things didn't work. I did music first. Law is the thing I do to make my music work. I'm an intellectual property expert. I served on the Copyright Tribunal until 2021 March. I also, fun fact, I like watching cinema scenes. I like watching cinema scenes. It's a channel on YouTube. And they just like take apart films and mistakes that have been done, and I just like watching it because I like film.
Okay, a round of applause for Wandiri. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Wycliffe Chokech. I am a legal counsel with Kenya Copyright Board. Kenya Copyright Board is the state agency in charge of copyright regulation. Yes, maybe fun fact. I love litigation, and I've appeared before her when she was sitting as copyright tribunal.
Thank you, Mr. Jakech. Please, a round of applause for him. Do we have Carol online? Boss lady.
I'm here.
Please, your introduction, we want to know
there's
about...
a bit of delay. Good afternoon, everybody.
Thank you.
Okay. So my name is Caroline Bindio Coroso. Yeah. Sorry, there's a bit of delay. Ezekiel, am I coming through okay?
Loud and clear.
Okay, great. So my name is Caroline Bindio Coroso. I'm based here in Nairobi. I'm the head of Hiventi Africa, and I run the Kenya-Nigeria office. My history, career-wise, is as a producer. That's how I know Ezekiel and Tushna and all these other great people. But now, as Hiventi, working in Hiventi, we are in the area of localization. So Hiventi Africa is a branch of the Hiventi Group, which is headquartered in France. And the international offices comprise of Kenya, Nigeria, Morocco, Vietnam, Singapore, and Poland. And we specialize in localization. That is our core business as the international office. And from the head office, we also do restoration, asset management, archiving. So that's what I do. Fun fact about myself, I like coloring. And I do a lot of coloring in adult coloring books, which is awesome.
Okay, thank you. Please, a round of applause for Carol. There's something amazing I've realized with all these discussions we're having, in that the ratio of men to women has shifted greatly, and I'm so proud that women are having the front seat in most of these discussions. So a round of applause for the women in film who are making it work for us. Number one, topic of today, licensing and monetization in content. The word or the term license can be confused for a lot of things in the sphere we're in. So I'd just like us to contextualize and make people understand what this licensing is before we even get to understand what it does for us as creatives. So Ms. Patel, if you'd be kind enough to explain to us what licensing is in the sphere of distribution and not in the sphere of production.
Right. To break it up in the simplest form, you own something and you now want to pass on and let people see this. That process is called licensing. You're giving rights to somebody to now expose your content, be it music, film, etc. In the world of distribution or content acquisition, licensing works in different ways. I'll give you a perspective of how we work as film distributors. There are film distributors who outright buy the right and own everything about that content, and then they look to see how they can amortize it in different platforms. In this part of the world, we're still a very infant industry. We unfortunately don't have that kind of financial power or predicted sales. We don't know what is entailed in the business because the models are fairly new. We're testing markets, we're testing audience. And so the model we work with is where we license as a distributor on a commission basis. We work as a partner. which means that we are only licensing the film in its completion, not taking any responsibility of the IP. Means you have to take that responsibility of whether you have used a third-party music track or the talent that is used in the film, background score, locations, etc. We take no responsibility there. All we are taking responsibility of is to try and now expose your content to different platforms. And in our case as Crimson, cinema comes first. That's what our forte and priority is. So I generally look for content that I can get to the cinema first. And due to COVID, it has taught me lessons to also explore other avenues, which we actively explore in TV, OTT platforms, transport systems is a new thing we're trying to work on. And our aim is to get this product exposed to the maximum number of people. Whether it is an easy thing or not, that I guess we will get into, but that's sort of the crux of our licensing.
Thank you. So essentially, you're saying licensing is giving power to someone else over something that you own, something that you have intellectual property of, with an expectation of some monetary reward to come from that. Okay. So, Wandiri, I'll call you Wakili. I hope you don't mind.
But there's two of us.
His time will come. What would you say then, based on what is described on licensing, what would you say are the specifics that a licensing institution or a licensing individual would look into when considering content for licensing?
Well, I think the first thing, when we teach copyright, it's because I hear this statement a lot, nataka ku patent my idea. That is the statement. So that means I want to patent my idea. First of all, let us get the terms right. In intellectual property, there is copyright, there's patent, there's geographical indication, there's two more I'm forgetting. No. Trademark, and there's, oh yes, industrial designs. So when first of all, you need to understand that copyright applies to literary works, film work, artistic work. So that you first have to use the right term. So in this space, we're going to use copyright. So please let us all stop saying, I want to patent my idea, please. Just do me that favor. Then, so you need to know that you have this work that you have put in a permanent form. So an idea in your head has to be in a permanent form. So first of all, like we have to actually do the work. There was a guy earlier who was talking about a concept that they had that hadn't been funded yet. I think his name was Jason. And so you have to put it in a form. So you can't go and see her when it's an idea. You have to put it into a permanent form and then now think about what you're going to do. I like to use this illustration, like there are different people who own different things. So if you're the creator, let's say you're the filmmaker. No, I think music is easier to explain. So you've written the lyrics to a song, you've written the audio to a song, and the two of you have made this wonderful song called Kesho. So Kesho, the song, is the water in this bottle. But then Ezekiel decides that he's going to fund you, and he's going to help you make that sound recording. And so Ezekiel will own the bottle that it has the song in it. So that person also has a right to that. And then Kesho has been sung by Miss Patel, and she sang, and she's a performer, and she'll be part of that. And there are all those rights that exist even in film. So your actor will maybe be a writer, maybe your producer will have put in some money, so they're an executive producer, so they own part of the film. So all those things, you need to understand those different components of it and understand what it is you can license and what it is that you can't. So for example, an actor will license their image and likeness to be used in a film. film. And therefore, when you're signing those contracts, that's what you're saying. You're saying that I'm allowing you to use my image and likeness in the film for the period of time, and this is how I'm going to, either I will be paid later or I will be paid now, and this is the amount of money that I have put to my image and likeness. For the filmmaker, if they're going to distribute to a distributor, then they'll be looking at themselves as the producer will be saying to the licensor that I want to make X amount of money, and I don't know what model you use, that maybe they'll be making a percentage of every sale or something like that. And then, yeah, so those are so you need to understand, first of all, what it is that you are within the ecosystem and what rights you actually hold, and then what it is that you're able to give. And I like what you said about being sure that all the rights that you need to have gotten permissions for are importantly in writing, and that they've been obtained. And I think he will have something to say about how they go about training people about that.
Thank you, thank you. So you've explained it, I've understood it, but there is a generation here that probably struggled a little bit. So I'll ask him to even go lower and minute. Creators today have two things of interest. Am I making something good? Am I making something out of it? The price of money for them is interest and what they will give away. So in simple terms, Jakech, to that boy who is now in Kilgoris, who has just discovered that he can make content with his camera, to the young lady in Mombasa at Swahili Port who is an animator, to that person in Machawood who's becoming a singer, in very simple terms and relatable language to them, what are the rights that they would normally need to be aware of as they get into content business? And how can you simplify the concept of licensing to them so that as they start creating content, they already have that in the back of their mind?
Thank you very much. Once again, I'm very proud to be here this evening. When it comes to content creation, it is simple. You are an artist, you have your content, you want to put it out there in the market so that you earn something out of it. But you don't want to put it out there so someone can use it for his or her own benefit without benefiting you. So essentially, copyright law as it is here in Kenya, it protects you as the content creator, you as the copyright holder. We have what we call exclusive rights, such that any other thing that is supposed to be done with your content, either adaptation, translation in another form, either distribution or production of copies, reference has to be made to you as the original content creator, as the original copyright holder. Now, because marketing your copyright works always involve interaction with people, and sometimes you have to give people your content to consume. That is when they can see value in it. Then it requires a process of contracting, a process of making agreements with people. And that is where the term, to me, as I understand it, either in film, generally regarding all copyright works, that's where the word licensing comes from. In principle, there are two forms of contracting regarding copyright works under the law. There are assignments and there are licenses. As an exclusive copyright holder, you are free to transfer all your exclusive rights to do with anything. You are free to transfer that to a purchaser for value. If someone buys, you're free to assign all your rights to a purchaser. And in that case, you will sign an assignment or a deed of assignment with the purchaser. In that case, you are transferring all your rights, probably except what is called moral rights. And moral rights in copyright is just an aspect of acknowledging you as the original creator. However, the economic right, the economic value of whatever you are transferring goes to the purchaser. However, sometimes as a content creator, you just want to make money, but you don't want to lose. You don't want to lose your exclusive rights. So what you do, you permit the consumers to use your work in terms of your conditions that you give them. You give them a specific period of time to use your work, and you give them specific terms on how to use your work. And in this case, in this second case, it's called a license, because your exclusive right still remains with you. When that time expires, then the works come back to you. For example, in film or in other copyright works, an exclusive copyright holder may give a license to probably a retailer or someone who displays film for purposes of making money or purposes of probably a particular function. The filmmaker, the copyright holder in that film, will give probably a performance, a public performance or a display license. Okay? You have a content and this person wants to use it for a particular function. Maybe that function they are making money or not, but because the work is not theirs, you will enter into an agreement that you will display this work tomorrow, and in your function, you will use it for maybe 2 hours. When that is done, there's nothing else you can do after that. Then you, as the licensee, the person who is given the public performance license, or to display the content, you only have rights to the extent that the exclusive right holder allows you to. Once that right expires, once that period expires, the original content creator, original copyright holder retains or takes back all his rights. So the differences are important for you, the artist, so that you don't give out your rights without, probably you just want someone to consume for a specific period of time. You don't want to lose out on it, so you get to know. You don't want to lose it, so you just get to know to give a specific period of time, and you give the terms, then you take back your work. So thank you very much. I think it is that simple.
Thank you. It reads and sounds simple, but I know the questions will come at the right time. So we'll pin it there. Carol, you have been in this game for a while. You've heard of cases where people say, oh, they stole my rights. Oh, that's my idea. Oh, I went to this place. They told me this was it. When I went back, the contract was 4 pages. I didn't see page 4. You've heard of all these cases. But at the end of the day, we exist in a country that's not a kangaroo nation, so there's a legal framework that we will follow. From what Wandiri and Jakech have explained, it seems that there is a legal framework that has been there for a while. What has been the challenge for creatives to uptake these routes to ensure they understand the issues of IP and the issues of licensing? To date, I know there are cases where people are still meddling around the issue of you stole my rights, you stole my idea. What can you say has been the main cause for this lack of uptake?
Okay, I can't come in from a Wakili point of view. I can only come in from at the ground level, my own experiences. So everything I'm saying is based on personal experience. Now, as a producer, for me, the biggest thing is there seems to be either a lack of knowledge or a lack of appetite to understand what one's rights are. Too many people swimming in assumptions and not spending enough time at the development stage understanding, okay, so we have this concept, we are developing this concept, how do I protect my ideas, how do I protect this concept, how do I protect it at every stage of the game? So I feel that we're enthusiastic about the creative aspect, but we're not enthusiastic about all the other back-end stuff that we need to put, getting all our ducks in a row, even as we go through the creative process. So from where I'm sitting, because I've sat down with many creatives and writers who say, oh, you know, I saw something on TV and it kind of mirrors something that I was writing. I feel we have to do a better job as individuals to educate ourselves. The tools are there, the information is there. Even this issue of intellectual property and copyright, these are not new institutions. These are things that have been here for a very long time. So I feel it's our job as individuals in the creative space to say, okay, let me at least understand the basics, and then attach yourself to producers or organizations that can help you make sure that you protect your work, be it your piece of jewelry, be it your song, be it your script, be it your logo. Just take the time to go through all the steps. I feel that people are just too impatient and want to get to the accolades of, oh yeah, you did a great thing, and then not protect the work and get emotional after the fact. So that's from where I sit. It lies on us as individuals to do better, especially in this world of Google. You know, it's not like when I started out working, we had to go to the library, like for real, to look for these things. These things are on Google. So let's not complicate things. Let's have an appetite for knowledge and to understand what we're getting into. And we don't have to be experts, but we can at least take the time to understand the basics. This sort of notion that somehow we don't protect our work in Kenya, for me, is not true. People need to take the time to understand how do they protect their work, whatever it is. I see it a lot, like I do, one of my hobbies is working with craftpreneurs, people who are in the crafting business, who are building brands. Now that's just a thing I do because I enjoy that level of creativity as well. And I always so amazed that I will do something with a designer, they'll do an earring, and then six weeks later, they'll go to a market somewhere and see somebody has replicated it. So you ask them, so what did you do to protect your design? And there's just a total lack of ignorance, and I think that has to do with just people just not paying attention, not wanting to do the work. Yeah, that's my opinion.
Thank you so much for that insight, Kenneth. One moment.
It's something that she said that I just want to harp on. Copyright is a private right. So that means, yes, the government institutions exist to register and do all that. But for copyright, it is I who's created it, and she said individual responsibility, but it's also your responsibility if you want to prosecute. It is you to go and report. It is then, it's not that the government can then come and say, oh, somebody stole your cup. And yeah, so you really have to be the one to go and say, they can't do anything if you've not reported it, if you've not done it yourself. Unlike, you know, murder and things like that.
Thank you for that insight. Mr. Kenneth, you're an exhibitor.
Yes.
Right? And in this country, we have different forms of exhibitors. Cinema, there's TV, there's even rural mobile cinema. For a very long time, people have been scared about you people. So today I want you to demystify so that they're no longer scared. Because content creators have an imagination that if I take my stuff to TV, I'll be conned. Whatever they'll give me is not what I should be getting. If I go to the cinema, whatever check they'll cut me is a fraction of what I should have gotten. And there is this cloud of belief that is so deep ingrained, and that's why the flow of local content to the cinema is zero, because when you sit with creators, the conversation is, if they can show a movie from Hollywood, can you imagine how much money they were paid to show that money? So they don't understand even the process of distribution and exhibit. So if I take my movie, they'll tell me, they'll give me Friday, 1 hour, Saturday, and then they take it out. So kindly unpack the process of exhibiting and how it works, and how you're able to show foreign films and for what, and why creatives should actually uptake this opportunity with the local cinemas and not look at it as if they're being conned out of the money.
Thank you for the question. There are two aspects now in the industry, because we are growing. So the local creatives are coming up, understanding what they own. I like what is being said about knowledge. What I want to pass, for me, I can take advantage of your product if you're ignorant. Why? You will bring a film, I will study it. I would want to know if you will give me a contract, whether that contract will protect you, right? If there are loopholes within that, for example, I will take advantage of you. If you don't know the value, I will give you a proposal and tell you, look, nobody's coming to watch the movie. This movie is poor, the sound is poor, the lighting is not there, Kenyans are not, and then I'll tell you, let me screen for one with a share of 70% to me and 30% to you. One, I'm marketing you, right? If you beat me there and say, let's go 50-50, I can still study to understand whether you are now able to copyright aspects of your movie. For example, a logo, the name. If you only did the filming part, what will I do? I'll take the example of Kesho. I'll say, this thing is good, it's gone out, so am I able to print the t-shirt, do Kesho, put it in my candy shop, and people are able to buy the t-shirts? You will not, if you have not done an exclusive thing, I'll benefit from your film in different ways. I can do biros, I can do just wristbands and such, and make more money, but what we share is only the 50-50 part, right? So you need to understand, you need to be proper, study, like what this thing that I've done, apart from the idea that I've put on paper, what other aspects can come back to, can be multiplied from this product so that I protect it to the farthest extent possible. Now, when it comes to bringing your content to the cinema, there are two ways. You will approach Miss Trishna here. She has the distributor's license, right? You will sit with her. Again, you must have the knowledge of the power to negotiate from her position. And you can see how vast and educated on that part is. If you come with your vagueness, she will beat you and again offer you something that is benefiting her. Not with ill, but she is there to make money as a distributor, right? So again, you must approach her with good terms. And then her part is to lobby cinemas to take that content. By lobbying, it means giving us trailers, giving us the expectations of box office, like this thing has so and so in it, so expect it to go far, people are interested in it. Then we will, as a cinema, see how to schedule it. A good content from abroad can close other shows in the cinema for 2 weeks. That's how powerful a good content is. It's exclusive. They can tell us no screening of any other content except my content, right? Now, is the local industry at that level? Not yet, right? So there are avenues where local creatives can approach directly the cinema with their content. We look at their content. We look at who is sponsoring, what is the social media response, media partnership, is there a sponsor, all those aspects. And we're able to have your content. Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you. And while you're at it, I will now move to the area of commissioning, because licensing is indeed an avenue for creators to get some income from their content. But there is greater uptake on commissions. While in commissions, they are giving away all their IP rights to either a broadcaster or a distributor or an exec somewhere who's decided to pay into the project. But people are simply gravitating towards commissions and not towards licensing, where in the long run, they have opportunity to still monetize from their projects on years to come. If you're making business sense, it will look like it is better to go in the licensing route, but it seems a little bit complicated in the way it's packaged for creatives, if you ask me, as opposed to how commissions are packaged. Because commissions tell you right from the beginning, you give away your rights for all these millions, and the millions do come your way, and you do get to do your show. So we're finding ourselves in a unique position where there is competition between two monetizing platforms. The commission platform is competing with the licensing platform. And in Kenya, as it is right now, the commission platform obviously is the winning platform. So how do we then try to mainstream this licensing platform so that people can understand it better? What measures can we put in place to mainstream it so that it can be better understood and complements commissions rather than competes with commissions? And that's a question for you, Trudy.
The way this whole system works, if you look at Hollywood, which is now established, they've modeled it the right way and have, from a hierarchy of owning the content, either producing it themselves or buying the licensed right of the content, they can gauge from that point down the eco scale of what sort of revenue they can generate by what sort of platforms or regions or markets that they can exploit. So this model has a P&A ready. You are able to estimate XYZ numbers. I am one of that ecosystem. I represent Warner Bros. And Walt Disney, so they know that when they announce Black Panther, what revenue we are going to generate for them in this market. They can take the risk based on that. They will be able to go back to Marvel and say, listen, we can do X number of millions of dollars, here's our deal. They like it, now they own the right for a period of time, and they then can now start to amortize it. Unfortunately, in this region, we are not yet in that realm. We're still at a very infancy stage. Beyond cinema, we don't have kind of our hands on properly in the different platforms. It's very, up in the air. There are different pricing models that are being offered, the commission as you talk about. And commission, why? Is because I as a distributor am unsure if I bought the right to this film, will I get the platforms I am working with to even take that content? They might just say, sorry, but this one doesn't appeal to us. That relationship and that ecosystem has not been laid well. So I'm not in a position to take that risk and say, look, I love your content. I'm going to go, take the bull by the horns, and I'm going to invest in your content, and I'm going to now amortize it. My challenge is that stability doesn't exist. You might even find that a platform goes down overnight and you have no idea. So you're predicting your plans over something that is unpredictable. So we find it safer, obviously, to work on a commission basis, and we have the room to explore. Currently, I'm exploring some mediums that don't exist. I don't know when that will materialize. Okay. When it does, I will be in a better position to say, okay, I know I can guarantee so much sales, but right now I cannot. If the content player is willing to put the trust and say, okay, listen, let's go with it. So my model to filmmakers is very simple. I insist on a exclusivity for theatrical, because that model works in that manner. If we have a non-exclusive, it's very disorganized. As Patrick here said, every exhibitor will decide a different term for the filmmaker. If it comes through us as a distributor, we have a system in place which follows. But for the other platforms, I cannot guarantee the sales, so I suggest a commission structure, but on a non-exclusive basis, to allow the filmmaker still continue exploring other avenues, because there is a lot of possibilities. Until such time we're in a position that I could say, I can generate this kind of sale at least, I would be willing to invest in it. So it's a very infant growing market, which we are also trying to evolve slowly with. We don't have the capacity of large investments, as the rest of established world is, and we are slowly growing there. I think Nigeria is a good model, which was in our scale, but it is slowly evolving to a lot of licensing now happening. Maybe not still in a structure, but I think it is evolving, and it's over time.
So if I was to put you in front of the head of state of Kenya on his birthday, and he wants to give a birthday gift to the industry and asks you, you seem to understand the problem, you seem to understand, you even describe it at infancy stage. What would you do, or what would you tell him? This is what should be done, at least from the government side, to ensure we are on the path to growth in that area. Because you've articulated the problems and the challenges very well. So in your own way, would you articulate as a path to success in the area of licensing?
I think from his perspective, there are laws that are there. There are systems that are there. They're just not implemented or are not practiced. I also feel that our schools and universities talk about how to make a film from A to Z. But once it's finished, then what? We're stuck there. I think there needs to be curriculums to teach people about distribution. We need to engage more in mentorships where we are able to tell people. I always say this, if you run a business, no matter what expertise you have, please build your financial skills. Learn to understand your financial models in your business, or you're going to be duped. I think content creation also needs that. You need to understand every step of the way. Fine, you don't do distribution yourself, but please understand what it takes. You might also understand the challenges that are there, as well as how better you can get the deal out of a distributor, or what can you do with them to make more money. So yeah, that's what I would ask for.
Okay, thank you. So that's the traditional sphere that we are all used to. There is something called over-the-top media. And this has been brought to us courtesy of the internet. And it has created a new angle, a new sphere on distribution. It's made life a bit complicated. Two people can go outside there, make a video now, and in 2 hours, 4 million people have seen it. It cuts out a lot of the conversations we've been having here. And the big question, and I'll address this to the two Achilles, I'll start with the lady, is over the top a risk for the traditional distribution channels, or is it a blessing?
Definitely a blessing, because I think one of the things about studying copyright law and the way it was envisioned is at a time when books were being stamped into being. So even the name copyright is actually just that, like you're copying books manually. And when you're using a manual system in a digital world, of course, it doesn't translate just as well. However, the business sense of doing this thing that we do is that you're supposed to create for other people to see. So the conduit, which is the internet and everything that comes with it, provides such numbers, reach, something that would have had before. You know, before you had to go and print the book in India and then bring it here, because those are the things that were happening. But now you can have a PDF book and on Kindle and on Amazon, and everybody in the world is reading it. So I don't look at the digital space as a threat really, but more like an opportunity. And that means, for example, Carol is at home or wherever she is, and we are having this conversation, and it means you can work with people in other spaces, you can learn from people in other geographical spaces. So in all ways, the digital space is an opportunity and a driver for what we need to get done. However, a lot of what is happening now is we have a structure that was created for the offline world, and we have a lot of the people in the space are not are not as astute in their understanding of what the digital world is. So for example, policy makers, not many of them, I mean, in the last 10 years maybe, there were people who had not done, they still had secretaries. Like the people who are 10 years older than me in the industry had secretaries. That means they were not using computers. They had to learn how to do. It was actually a course. Computers was a course. Now nobody's doing computers because it's something that you learn. So being in that transition period, we also have those teething problems in the sense that the understanding of the policy makers is not the same as, for example, a 5-year-old who will take your phone and start TikToking immediately. They hold your phone. So I think those are some of the things I think we will need to invest in creating policies that are now speaking to that digital world, copyright included. And so there is the movement of copyleft, which is the licensing of what it is. So you do your content and then you give attributions and you give licenses once you've done the work. So you say you cannot share. It's Creative Commons, which was like an answer to what we are talking about in copyright, but making it accessible to people in the digital space without having to write to the owner and get permission, and then, because it was a very tedious offline process.
Thank you. Carol, let me give you a scenario. I have a film made in English, and I want it dubbed in Xhosa, Somali, Swahili. And I'm a creator and I have no idea if that is still an avenue for distribution or expanding my revenue. Would you break down to us the process of licensing in relation to these external channels of dubbing into different languages so the product can enter into different markets?
Okay, I'll just address what I can. As far as licensing is concerned, we don't get involved at that level because most of the content will be coming via distributors. So all of these things will have already been parted out beforehand. So we are not involved in any way in anything related to licensing, royalties, etc. By the time we receive the content, whether that's coming from a streaming platform or from a distributor or even from the producer, those are their issues because we do not take any rights for doing the dubbing. When we sign up our talent for whatever we're doing, we sign up, in perpetuity, global. We finish our job as we move on. So I just need to make that clear, and I hope that answers that part of the question. But I just want to talk about a little bit about this aspect of dubbing and localization, as far as what value it adds for monetization of content. Because, the licensing thing is one thing, but again, back to the development stage of any production, getting really clear about the markets that you want to be in and what languages are suitable in those markets is also part of the development stage that is super important. And Trisha is saying that someone makes a film and then they think, okay, now what? The reality is that the now what should have been answered at the beginning. So at the beginning of the process, as one is working on a project, especially if it's not commissioned, but we're talking about original, content, then these issues of which market, what licensing requirements for those markets, what deals can be made in those markets, what languages, shall I do 5 languages of the same film? Because localization adds value, but there's still this whole other chain in terms of what happens legally and also what needs to be happening with the distributor. So for me, from where I sit at the scale now, is these things will have already been sorted out beforehand by the person who's bringing the content to us. For example, we do a lot of content for packaging content and localizing content for Netflix, Amazon, and others, big streamers. So when I see the amount of content that's coming out of Africa that we are packaging in order to send out back into the world, I can see straight away something's shifting on the continent. But often our issues, our challenges are that because a lot of our content isn't up to spec technically. There's so many other things that have to happen in order for it to be able to get onto the platform. But with the original content, guys are up to speed, and this is very heartening because it tells me that our producers will be able to monetize and make some decent deals. But of course, with the big streamers, I think even like with Netflix, there's very few of your rights, even if it's original content. But just going back to what we're talking about, we don't deal with licensing issues, but we do help and work with producers on what avenues they can take to monetize through localization.
So if I hear you correctly, you're simply saying to be able to exploit the full potential of your piece of content, whether it's music, film, whatever it is, figure out from the very beginning where you would want this thing to be exhibited. So know from the onset that I would want my film to go to the Asian market, I would want my film to go to the Sub-Saharan market, to the North African market, so that that becomes part of the conversations you have when you're licensing it or you're getting funding or financing to do your project. Correct?
Absolutely. You can't be having these discussions after the fact. I meet so many people, filmmakers, who are so emotional after they've done the whole film, and then now there's where do you go? And then it becomes, oh, the broadcasters aren't taking up our films or whatever. These questions must be answered at the beginning, not at the end. It takes, all that money and then you don't know where this thing is going. If you're getting on a bus, you have to know where this bus is going. You can't just be on the bus for the sake of taking a ride. So for me, you have to understand your market, because then when you come to a person like me as a localizer, I can say, actually, we can do, these languages are very popular in Asia. These languages are very popular in Europe. We've seen an uptake in audio description in these markets. These things are done at the beginning so that you shape your content. And as far as the distribution and monetization conversation, based on where all these different places it's going.
Thank you, Carol. Thank you so much. Wakili, Jakech.
Yes.
Now, to the content creators,
yes.
I think they absorb things like a sponge, slowly.
Yes.
Considering we've got the traditional channels of distribution and now this crazy uptake of OTTs, the streaming platforms, what are some of the rights you would say, or rather give us advice, say, when you're discussing conversations on licensing, whether it's the traditional channels or the new channels, that someone should try and really understand before giving away?
Okay. Thank you. I think, first of all, I would want to agree with what my two sisters have discussed about having to know what and where you want your content. But I need to override by one statement that what I've learned from working with the Kenya Copyright Board and interacting with artists, not all artists are at the same level in terms of information, in terms of knowledge, in terms of literacy. So I would advise that those who have been in the industry for long should also participate in nurturing the upcoming artists so that they get to understand the market. You might think someone is making an innocent mistake for nothing, but it's because they don't know. As at the Kenya Copyright Board, we try as much to give the information as pertains copyright, but it is not enough for an artist to know that my right is this. It is also important to understand how to carry out yourself in the market, how you are going to interact with the consumers, how you are going to interact with those who commission you, those you license, those who calls you for auditions and all that. So some of this information are in the market. Some of this information is in the industry. So your colleagues are very important. Now, secondly, as to monetization pathways, well, much is now moving. Digitization is taking a larger, it's taking a center stage in terms of monetization, in terms of content creation, and therefore it is something you can't wish away. But as the industry is, what I know in all aspects of creative industry in Kenya, then the traditional aspect of monetizations are still viable. So as much as you're looking up to the streaming, looking up to on top the media, technology, also try to take advantage of the traditional ways that are still viable in the market. But one thing you should never forget, either you are in the digital market or you are in the traditional traditional market, one thing you should not forget is that try to gather as much information as you can before involving other people. Some of the consumers we have are people with higher bargaining power than the artists, the content creators. So they might want to take advantage of you, they might want to mislead you and lure you with the money, so that you lose up your rights, which can be, in the long run, can be more helpful than the amount they are offering. So if you have the information and you know the quality of the work that you are selling, if someone is asking you to commission so that you get the instant return, try to find out the value of what you are commissioned to do, if it can be of a higher value in the long run if you were to do licensing. So I think information is key. Get to interact with the market, with your peers, and we grow. We are not there yet as a Kenyan creative industry, but there are some artists who are there and they can guide the upcoming artists. So thank you very much. I think
can I jump in on what?
1 second, I want him to carry on. Since you are the Kenya Copyright Board, I would like you to explain to the gathering what is your footprint in the country and how can they access you, not you as the person, but as a board. Okay. Are you having offices in every county? Are you accessible online? What is the easiest way to communicate with you? Because I'm sure a lot of these guys here will shoot emails, will shoot questions. So paint a picture of your footprint in the country and how we should be able to access you.
Thank you very much. I think I take this opportunity to also let you know that if there is any disputes regarding copyright, I think Kenya Copyright Board is the appropriate agency to contact. You can contact us via info@copyright.go.ke. We have only one office. We are a small agency, but we try as much as possible to reach all artists, all the creative, those who are in the creative sector in all counties in the country. Our primary mandate is to deal with copyright regulation, but in addition, in achieving that, we also participate in awareness creation. We train artists. Like here, I share with you the information on copyright. You mentioned Machaud, you mentioned Swahili Port. These are artists, organizations we have trained, we have interacted with them, like Swahili Port. We have taken, using our own resources, we have reached to them where they are, the offices in Mombasa, in Machakos, wherever these associations are. We offer these trainings for free. You just invite us, and we come and guide you through copyright processes. We also offer voluntary registration of content. If you have, we have a digital platform, National Rights Registry. So if you have a content, you don't have to come to our offices. You just have to upload your work. You create an account at the National Rights Registry platform, and you register your work. Our website is also having a lot of information. You can get information there. Our phone contacts are there. You reach us, and if it is something we can advise you over the phone, it's something we do on a daily basis. Related to what we're discussing, the statistics we have at the Kenya Copyright Board is that those who are having higher bargaining power in the industry tend to take advantage. That is why we have disputes for coming for voluntary mediation. We have a voluntary mediation at the Kenya Copyright Board. Those who are in the industry and have advantage of, they try to mislead the artist, and artists should be aware. Those who are in the musical industry, the producers, we normally have issues with the production, the studio. They go there with their content, and someone wants to take content, yet they are the copyright holders. The filmmakers, the film directors, we are not castigating you, but the point is, those who have higher bargaining power in the industry can easily mislead, so that the artist should be aware of that when they are negotiating or when they are taking their content for purposes of maybe production, maybe so that it becomes a content you can put in the market. Be very aware of chances of you losing your rights if you engage these people without at least knowing your rights. So be aware of them. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You've all heard it. Kekobo is open. Feel free to go to their website, write them an email, and get as much information as you can on that area. Kimathi, you wanted to add on to...
There was an aspect that was talked about when you asked a question on commission and why most of the creatives are monetizing using the commission. Yeah, but the way she has explained is when you are creating a product and you don't know the consumer, now it answers the question that most of the creatives in the country use commission ways because it's a lazy way of earning money. Why? Because you've got to study the channels, the sales channels, right? We have the traditional forms of making money, which are very, very strict in terms of quality, in terms of going to the distributor, negotiating, and then the distributor going looking for exhibitors. So what happens now? You find people running to streaming sites because nobody is going to, the person who is going to determine the quality is the consumer, right? But if you, before creating something, think of the sales channel. I want to pursue, my products should go to the exhibitor, the cinema. I can go to the streaming site. Is my product able to survive? Am I able to pitch for a streaming site? Can I pitch to a pay TV, right? After knowing that, I'm not going to be, as a producer, just going to one distributor and selling the whole of my rights to her. And then she goes to streaming sites and all other sales channels, makes a lot of money, and we negotiate. I only gave out my product for maybe $1 million, but she's able to rake in a lot of money. So what I would advise the creatives right now is, and if I were to see the president, for example, the box office in the country, the box office revenue is in the pockets of the public. We have not exploited that box office, the gross box office revenue that is in the public. The person who knows is not even in the country, is in Hollywood. They know how much money they can make in Kenya. But the local producers here don't know how much the Kenyan public have in their pockets. If I were to suggest, first is for institutions, corporates, the government, prestataries and all those, they need to pick products from the creatives. Bring it to exhibitors or distributors, right? Sponsor those to the public. When the consumer sees the value and the industry growing, then we are able now to, you're able to value your product even more because people know the artists, they know their stars, they know the production studios and all those. Right now, we want to jump from the traditional, we want to forget about the cinema, jump right at the top to the digital sphere where we're selling here at the top. Then think that we will be able to forget about this industry, the proper traditional ways. I think in my honest opinion, it's not possible. We need to teach our creatives. Lay your script, understand where it's going, all the channels, study, have somebody who is a marketing person, a finance person, sit with you when you are forming this. Don't take it for granted. Spend some money, hire people who can help you get in money. After that, go to the copyright board. Lay down what you have. Then now start producing. Because you can, when you see the credits of a film, if you sit down there to just check the credits, you will realize how much the crew, all the people that are involved in film, and that is a factor in production, in licensing, and monetization.
Thank you so much for that insight. And you mentioned something about...
Say something.
1 second before, I'll pin you, Carol, just for a second. You said that if Kenyan creators only knew how much a Hollywood film would gross here, sometimes giving examples makes situations very relatable. And I'll give this to you and her. And I'll give you film titles that I know have done well in Kenya. And I'll start with Black Panther. What was the gross revenue of Black Panther in Kenya?
About 40 million shillings.
Say it again.
40 million shillings.
You have heard for yourselves. That was the gross income from box office when Black Panther premiered in Kenya. 40 million Kenya shillings.
And that runs like a month only, or two,
so you
at
see,
most.
That is, now they're paying attention because it's relating. Oh, my film could have even made 10 million shillings. Give me an example of another film that did well.
Avengers. I think it's the superhero movies that are at the top 10 level, which is similar numbers. Did about 35 million shillings, thereabout. So let's say these superhero blockbuster films do that range of 30 to 40 million shillings in general.
Well, there you have it. I will not speak any further to that. I'll come to you, Carol. You had something to put in, and then after that, I shall go to a question and answer session, just so we keep in time.
Thank you so much. I was just adding, sort of throwing some stuff in that my colleagues have shared. Number one, I just want to make it clear that there's nothing wrong with commissioned work. Huh? Like for me, in my career as a producer, I've done primarily commissioned work. When all is said and done, a creative has come up with a concept. There's a project to be done, and so when I'm brought into the project, my job is to execute. So the producers who work on commissioned work still are relying on a creative output from someone. So I just want to put that out there. There's absolutely nothing wrong with doing commissioned work. There's still a creative involved who put the idea together. You are there to execute on behalf of. Number two, not all creatives can produce, and not all producers are that creative. These are two different roles. Sometimes the two marry, and we have creative producers who've written the scripts and stuff like that. But a lot of times, actually, it's the creative who then finds a strong producer who then takes it to the next level. The role of a producer is primarily execution, getting the right people in the room, getting the right kind of financing if they're involved in financing and finding options and stuff like that. So we can't all be everything. And I think that that's part of the challenge in our country, that we're trying to do many roles in one project. I am not a creative as far as writing scripts or whatever. I can recognize a good script. I can recognize a good concept. My strengths lie in execution. So people would come to me to produce their job because that's where my power lies. My power is not in writing and stuff like that. So just getting clear about the different aspects as far as filmmaking is concerned. On the issue of box office, I totally get that it's a great avenue, but box office, this whole box office and theaters are closing generally in most places. Now, I've traveled to Nigeria several times and met many, many people who are building new cinemas. this issue of cinemas and film and theatrical releases in Nigeria is a very unique situation because they're generating enough content to whet the appetite and keep the appetite of their people going. But primarily, and I agree with my colleague, that they created the appetite for the content. So the producers are busy and improving and getting even better films out there. And then, of course, the theatrical, the orchestras, and whatever. So they've got a very good local ecosystem, which I feel we may be able to borrow, but I don't know as Kenya if we have the enough people and even enough content to keep people engaged. As far as building the appetite for local content is concerned, yes, I agree. Government can do more to help support that. There are so many films that are made in this country, so many programs, so many documentaries, so much content that will never land in broadcasters. So where does it go? And how come Kenyans haven't watched these amazing things? I think we can do more. If Uhuru asked me, how can we do this? I'd say, can we just get this content out to the people, whether wherever they are, mobile cinema, do something. Let Kenyans see that we have actually made so much progress. We're making amazing content. Because right now, people just don't know how vibrant our filmmaking actually is. Those are my few comments.
Thank you. I would now like to take some questions from the audience. And I'll ask somebody there to assist me with the microphone. So if you've got a question, kindly raise up your hand. There is a question here for Mr. Strano.
Yeah, good afternoon. Mike Strano of Yakwetu. Just a question for Trishna about the impact of piracy on the cinema industry and the over-the-top industry as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. That's the big challenge, I think, than any of these that we even discuss at this point. I'm part of the a lobby group, Partners Against Piracy, and the data that we have collected shows to us that 98% of revenue goes to piracy. What we have legitimately, or what we are talking about and struggling with and trying to build, is 2%. It is a major concern. If we start with cinema, as Carol said, Nigeria has, my history with theatrical distribution with Nigeria has been for several years now, almost 20 years, and in the last 10 years is the evolvement that has happened where prior to the 10 years there were just a handful of maybe 7, 8 cinemas, and in this 10-year span, there are over 80 now, I believe, with a projection of over 500 screens. At one stage, the government set up and said, you either run local content in cinema or we're going to put a quota, and then you'll forcefully do it. And that's how it sort of started changing. And as Carol correctly said, in Kenya, do we have enough content? Yes, we do. But we have attended film festivals where there is content made for festivals and you don't see it beyond. I'm not sure if the filmmaker is choosing to make a film just to get to a festival, or do they have dreams beyond? But this is now, a big challenge, because that content is out there. It is being pirated. All the digital content that is out there on YouTube and the bloggers and the influencers who are currently creating, it's chaos. It's unfortunately, you can't copyright a Snapchat video or a TikTok that you just created and you want many people to see. The process is long. But how do you manage that? Where I say a Black Panther did 40 million, if I could ask the president to suddenly shut piracy and say, no piracy allowed, or, and suddenly piracy is gone, we'd probably do, what, 200, 300, 400 million easily? Yeah? That means that there is more opportunities for more cinemas to open. They're expensive. There's no government help to try and set up these cinemas. They're in malls, they pay expensive, the rent is huge. And then you have a handful of audience who are coming in because they're comfortable with piracy and are happy to continue consuming the content. It's not that they aren't. Now, we have that challenge up our hands, and until we don't do something about it, and I often say this, and thanks Mike for bringing this up, one critical thing is, piracy stops with us. If I ask a question in the audience right now, could you please raise your hands if you have never pirated any content? Ever? Anybody? There you go. I'm not raising mine either. Guilty as charged. Everybody has different reasons. I tend to hide behind the reason that the content I want to consume is not available in the market, so it's still not a reason, but you always need to give an excuse. We're humans. But it is a critical aspect that has to be worked on. We have an online platform. We are a startup. We're in the same struggling scenario that a startup may be. We work on commission. We offer our content on partnership. We say you're a partner, and we work on a 50-50 share. We're able to also provide a back end to show the filmmaker the transparency. Transparency has, and I think that's where Carol will agree, where the commission element comes in, there is a level of trust, perhaps not that we've been able to establish. Or maybe generically we are carrying a burden of historically how these models have run. But even when doing so, the filmmaker is thinking, well, I could get a license fee, even if it's not enough to cover my full cost, and I'm going to sell my rights exclusive. I always say, if you put this content on our platform and it generates 10 shillings, it's 10 shillings you didn't have, right? But you have to be open enough to think, how many people can I expose more to get my content out there? But I don't believe in free. I want the amortization of that content, because how long are we also going to run on grants? We need to be self-sufficient, making money and return on investment to continue investing. And that is where probably established or on the way to establishment an industry like Nigeria is growing. Maybe they have some kind of structure now getting in place. They still have a long way to go, but I think because the creativity is getting the interest, the world is talking about it. Nigerian music, my God, it's all over social media. So it's amazing, so they're growing in the right way. And I do believe we have that talent, but perhaps not out there. Or, there's some content players who make stuff for fun. You don't know, it might be worth some money out there. But, we wouldn't know.
Thank you. Thank you for that insight. And we have definitely a big problem in our hands with piracy. A conversation for another day, but definitely a huge, huge concern for our dear brother here to address through the board, to the ministry, and to State House. Thank you. Any other questions? Mr. Orido?
Yes, thank you. Daktari, sorry, I have to go back to the piracy issue. And as much as she's invoked the name of the president has, in his wisdom or in management of the works of the parliament and the Kenyan people, established Kekobo, which is supposed to deal with it. So, yesterday I asked some people why they are earning a salary. I think the same question would go again to Kekobo. If 98% of our works are going to piracy, why do you exist? Why must you go on drawing salaries from the Kenyan taxpayer? Because then, if you can't pull it, go home, we see what else we can do with this problem. It's a major problem.
Thank you. My sister will assist me here, but let me tell
So as his senior, I will assist in the sense that I like to look at our glass as half full, not as half empty. The strides that Kekopo has done, for example, I was telling him earlier, you can go register your copyright for free online. There are certain things that they are able to do, but again, as I said earlier, it's also a private right. I mean, to put the whole responsibility of piracy on Kekopo. There is also anti-counterfeit authority that is there. There is also the Kenya Industrial Property Institute. So there are all these bodies that are working together towards eliminating piracy in all its forms. But also there is the consumer. So the government has put in place policies. They have frameworks, they have organizations, tribunals, and all sorts of things have been put up. But at the same time, the people who are doing the pirating also and buying the pirated content and taking the pirated content is actually the audience. And I would say that possibly maybe who we should be talking about maybe is the Ministry of Education, where we need to start teaching about why you shouldn't pirate from PP1. Because that's the language that we need to speak. Why does piracy, what is it by taking from us, instead of just looking at the organizations that are really, truly working really hard. I will say that they are understaffed, and that is a tax issue and a funding issue. So there are many things, and yes, there is where I have stood in front of you for as much as I can.
Thank you. Probably maybe defend ourselves. Serikali ni ya Wakenya. Sasa, what happens is that most of these piracy aspects, as far as we are concerned, is turning to be on the digital platforms. And one of the things that the Kenya Copyright Board did when this information, this aspect, advent of digital piracy was coming up, what they did is to champion for law reforms on aspects of takedown notices, and they introduced that aspect. And recently, when there was a bill in Parliament which was taking away that right, it is us, the Kenya Copyright Board, that championed that it remained. And so when it was signed into law, it retained that provision on takedown notices, so that the consumption of piracy content that are appearing on piracy domains that are allowed by some internet service providers can be taken down by you artists, the content creators, complaining. Okay? So that is an aspect of dealing with it. And another aspect of dealing with it is we are trying with the pressure group of against piracy organization and TESPOC, the technology, the service provider, internet service providers. We are trying to work away, other than the legal provision that is existing, we are trying to see if in the industry we can have a memorandum of understanding with the internet service providers and the content creators on how we can navigate this digital kind of piracies. So there's a work going on, but I think the industry should also, it is the same artists who create content, the same artists who are aiding piracies. So at least, well, we may be blamed not to be doing enough, but creative industry try to assist us, assist you. That is all I can say. It is a concern which I register, but policy issue is not only an issue of the government. We are policy makers, but policy making process must involve the people. And in the creative industry, the artists are the people. You must also sit with us on the table so that we come up with an approach which can help us as a country. It is a crisis beyond Kenyan border, but we will do as much for the country to at least see what we can do within the Kenyan borders to assist curb the menace of piracy of copyright content. So that is all. We accept suggestions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll give you one suggestion.
Yes.
You've spoken about the Association of Partners Against Piracy.
Yes, we work with them a lot.
You have spoken about piracy, and these are stakeholders.
Yes.
How about you organize
Yes.
a meeting of stakeholders to address this particular issue in the same way we are addressing finance, and let's unpack that problem. Once we unpack it, maybe we will move somewhere, because if the association and you guys are talking and the greater community of stakeholders is left out, it will be slower. So that is just a suggestion.
Thank you for the suggestion. Maybe I needed to add that this being a policy issue, which can address partly in the law, there's a bill in Parliament which touches on amendments on Copyright Act. And at some stage, there'll be need for public participation. So all these partners that we work with, the artists, Partners Against Piracy, this is an opportunity so that we come and at the committee stage in Parliament, we contribute and we introduce something as part of the amendments that can assist. It may not cover the entire thing, but can assist tackle it progressively as we reform the law to face off with the challenge.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You've heard George, public participation is coming, participate. Okay? Any other question? There is a question there, and then after that, gentleman, we'll take one final question, and then we'll have final submissions from my panelists, and that will be all. So, please.
Yes, okay, my name is Austin Ochino. I'm a student at Kenya Institute of Mass Communication. I'm undertaking film directing option. So maybe mine is just a concern. Like, for example, I'm sure the young guys here, we are familiar with Abel Mutua and the work that he does in his YouTube. It's great content, and he decided to manage it or to turn it into films, the stories that he usually has. And he has monetized it by creating a website, him and Njugush. There is filit.ke and there is njugush.ke. You find that through these websites, they're able to earn like direct income. They skip this middle, like let's say for example, if they were to do it in cinemas around the country, they'll have to like pass through many middlemen at Upper Katikati. So maybe, I don't know, for you guys, I think that can be one of the ways of solving maybe piracy, because it's like you're buying directly from the shop. Like you're buying this film, this money goes directly to the artist. So maybe, I don't know, maybe for the Kalasha and also for people like Kekobo, maybe if there can be a site that you can be able to purchase like these movies directly from websites, rather than, let's say, maybe going to the cinemas or such kind of things. I think it can help in piracy and also breaking the chain in a way.
To understand you correctly, you're talking about setting up an aggregated platform where people can access the content directly.
Yes, where we can pay money directly so that we can have this money monitored, so that we avoid like many hurdles through the way.
Thank you, Austin. I'll let Trudy answer that one.
To go directly to that question, the website that they have created, what stops from the content being pirated from those websites? Whether it's direct, or they place it on another platform, or they place it in cinema or wherever. What stops it from being pirated? It doesn't. So piracy challenge is not about setting the platforms. Yes, it is a model that they have set up, which may be working for them, but it does not protect them from piracy at all. It is the policies that we are discussing here, the public to participate. It is a big challenge. These are policies that don't get amended overnight. Some will be accepted, some will be thrown out, and that's what the process we're going through. But we have to keep striding, we have to keep pursuing and seeing how, if I said 98% is going to piracy and 2% is all what we're doing right now, what if we're able to cartel even 10% of that and our revenue grows from 2 to 12%? Do you know the impact that would be there? It's humongous. So that's what we are fighting. On the platforms, I would say, yes, I mean, it's a model that is working for them, but you must remember, there are so many people, there are millions of people out there. How many will go to how many platforms? Actually, it is a big concern right now, even with the OTT platforms that have sprouted. There are recognizable 10 or so. Are you going to subscribe to all of them? Can you afford it? Do you have the time? There are a lot of challenges there. So it may work for individually for a content, but for the long run, for those binge watchers, they don't hop around in going different platforms. They set their preference and then they binge watch. So then, unfortunately, maybe Abel and Jagush might miss out on all those audience who may not realize or might be lazy to flip over on different platforms to see. So it's trying to accommodate different audience and different models work. And that's what we all do. We are so many distributors working in different areas of expertise to try and reach different audience. And we all coexist.
Thank you. Austin, good. Final question, please, if any. All right. So, Carol, I can tell you one thing I've learned in my little humble years of being in production, is that the price of money is interest. And when you figure out the interest, whether it's monetized interest, whether it's just personal interest, you are able to plan better for your projects. And if I'm going to borrow money from someone, what is their interest in them giving me the money? That has been my greatest lesson in understanding how to monetize from content that we produce. If I'm going to go for commissioning, I know they have an interest in giving me the money. So figuring out that interest helps you plan better. So in your own words, Carol, what is it you tell these young budding filmmakers who want to get into this space to look out for and to be careful of as they get into the space of trying to monetize with the filmmaking?
I can only share my opinion.
It is exactly what I'm after. It's a personal submission so they can learn from your experience.
Yeah, personal submission. Look, from where I sit, let there be patience. Huh? Things don't just happen overnight. And, you know, don't dump on the expertise of those who came before you. We're working in the same environment that you're coming into. And if we're telling you we've not yet been able to figure out some things and we've been at it like 30 years, it's not because we're lazy. It's because we're trying to figure out how do we do this. I do not support this narrative that creative people should be poor. I've never been into this idea of the struggling artist. But I've also learned that the business of filmmaking it's up to me to empower myself. And so as much as I would love to jump onto every idea or produce every little thing, the reality is that I must be clear about my path. So I've spent, you know, my career learning about copyright, the basics, learning about the business of filmmaking, understanding the different markets. You know, just because you're good at TikTok doesn't mean that you're good enough for a theatrical release. You must understand your target. You must understand the consumption habits of the kind of content you want to make. Not everything that you produce for YouTube is suitable for a streaming platform. So what are the different things? What are the genres? What are the markets? There's a lot of just other back-end work that needs to happen. And so I'd say to the young ones, please don't be so quick, you know, just because of Snapchat and TikTok and all of these things, because we can see ourselves so quickly. There's still a whole other world in filmmaking, and it's really worth your salt. It's really, really worth it to understand it and to use it to maximize your abilities. Otherwise, this struggling artist thing will just continue. And as I said, I do not like that narrative at all.
Thank you. There was somebody who asked me a very interesting question the other day and I couldn't answer. He said, Izzy, can you show me a creative in Kenya who's enjoying retirement? So I'll move to you now to give you a personal submission because I couldn't answer that
Yeah,
question.
actually, there are none that we know of. But we'll find them. We can find one, I'm sure.
Well, it'll happen eventually, I think. As a distributor, my challenge obviously is the lack of know-how on how that system works once your content is complete. And all I would encourage the young filmmakers out there is focus on that. You know, we spend a lot of our time attending such forums. We talk a lot about these. I've attended mentor sessions as well, where we've had distribution workshops, and we sit and explain what we do. I've not learned what I do in university either. It was on job. I was thrown at it, and I've learned. So we share the wealth of knowledge we have, not to say that we are perfect. We're also a work in progress, but we are able to enlighten and at least show what you need to know to think better with your projects. I've met several young filmmakers yesterday, and that's a conversation we have. What's the stage of your production? And they say, it's early stages. And I'm glad, because that is the point. I'm able to now share to them, this is what we go through as a distributor, and this is what we need. If you can't sell your vision through that one poster that must tell a consumer what your content is about, or next, your 2-minute trailer, then how are you expecting us to sell the content? We're not miracle workers. And so learn more about the entire process. Your process doesn't stop when you finish a film. I think, like as I said, yes, we're experts in distribution, but if you know a bit more about what we do, we are able to work better to get an output that may be more encouraging than what it may be now. So that's my take on it. I'm readily available. I try and speak to as many people. We have a lot of conversations with local filmmakers, and we start the process, spend hours discussing it, but then the advice, some follow, some don't, and then, you know, so it's disappointing, but we still keep putting that time, because I would like to see that this understanding grows. With that, I will see positivity change in the entire industry and how everything is working. And maybe, yes, there might be somebody retiring in Bahamas or wherever, you know, enjoying their life, as they say.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Anga.
I will say there's hope in the industry. Every time people converse, you hear there's a policy in parliament, there's something going on. If we take two ideas from here, put into a bill, maybe next year we will be talking about something. So today we are talking about piracy. People will meet, there's an idea that is going to be floated, and then maybe next year we will have done something, maybe moved from 2% to maybe 10%. We want to encourage people to understand that there are several sales channels for them. People like Philip have gone to created a website for people to buy. That demography is there. You will go to other producers, other creatives and so on, and encourage them to maybe come to that platform, show them the benefits. I will encourage other people to come to the cinema, and I will show them the kind of box office that is going to be available. Another person with another idea, but let us help one another for people to get money, monetize their creatives, and we will be moving somewhere. Yeah.
Asante sana.
I will agree with everyone who's spoken before me. But I had the opportunity to speak to somebody who was at the first Kalasha marketplace, which was held outside in the parking lot in little tents. And there were where 2 or 3 are gathered, and it didn't look like this. So we have to have the longevity in doing what it is we do. I've been doing what I do for 20 years, and I am definitely not where I want to be, but then I'm not where I started. And I think that keeping on doing the same thing and reiterating it for whatever little thing that you learn is important, because the one thing that young people have now is time, and then you have so many resources that we did not have when we were starting out. So you are starting like here, and I can't wait to see your content and consume your content. But the second thing I will say also is, don't wait for the conflict to happen. Get your lawyer, get your legal, get your everything sorted before the crisis happens. When we are sitting in tribunals and sitting in those mediations, sometimes it's just because nobody decided to write it down. Write it down, avoid the conflict, and don't be greedy.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And yes, Mr. Kekubo, you're the man on the spot today.
Well, I appreciate the opportunity. It's been nice interacting with you. My co-panelists, I have sincerely learned a lot. We don't have monopoly of knowledge on matters creativity, matters content creation and monetization. So in as much as we go out here spreading the information on copyright, we also learn from the artists themselves, because most of us in the policy making side, we are not artists, but we get it to learn on the job and how to understand the artist's passion, what they think is best for them, so that we incorporate it in the policies, the regulations that we make. One thing I would urge you to do is to cooperate with us, learn what we do, so that when we come out there in the field, you understand why we are in the field. When you are in trouble on copyright infringement, you can easily contact us, so that we help you, we guide you. Either if it is something we can mediate, we mediate. If it is something, your work is in jeopardy, we can come and enforce your rights. We can assist you in enforcement. And when we are having copyright law reforms, kindly participate, because these are things that are meant and they impact on what you do. It can be just a one-page document touching on copyright law, but it's going to impact on what you are going to do, how you are going to market it, and how to get money. Understand the structure of the industry, understand the role of collective management organizations, and the role of Kenya Copyright Board, and your role as an artist, and it will be easy. We wish you well, and we continue to interact and to cooperate on such kind of awareness creations. So thank you so much, the organizers. We are honored to participate.
Thank you so much for your submissions. Personally, I will pass a small message to every person who's here as a content creator. Collaborate. Find your weaknesses and then collaborate with people who are strong in those areas. It is the beginning of organizing yourself as a profitable content creator. If you don't collaborate, you will get frustrated and you will develop a complex that will send you back to a very dark place. Collaborate and seek knowledge. Opportunities like this that show up, attend, ask questions, research, and work together. Any great film you've ever watched, whether it's from France, South Africa, Hollywood, if you look at the first 10, 20 seconds, you will count over 5 production companies having collaborated to bring you the amazing piece of content that you paid to watch. And that is the power of collaboration. So don't feel ashamed, don't feel afraid. And with that, I'll say we've come to a conclusion of our session today. I'll ask my panelists to stand up so we can all give them a hefty, Moi kind of applause as they go down. It is very rare to find yourself in a place where people take 2 hours to give you knowledge that they've taken 20, 30 years to fix. So a round of applause for our panelists, please. Asanteni sana, you are all free to leave.
yako ni ulipe fee na mimi ni nyama. Tulisikizana unalipa
na tulisikizana usiwe kanyaga hapo.
She came to church looking for help. I couldn't let her sleep in the streets.
Cindy, you have to be smart. Don't go around picking strangers and bringing them in the house. I want her gone.
Sam.
Toka uende na usirudi tena. Ende na uende kabisa.
Alikwambia ni mtoto wa shule ukamwamini?
Now get this one. This is a warning, Cindy. Stay away from that girl or you'll live to regret.
I'm telling you, Sammy is not what you think. Sam ananijua tena vizuri sana. Ni kupretend tu Sam ana pretend. Kuna kitu anajaribu kuficha. When will you ever stop looking down on me, Sam? This is me when I'm sober. Mom, sasa mbona hukuniambia?
Inze kulieta lyange bananga John Lubanga Lidede. Libulwa Itegero Village, Itegero Sublocation, Tusali East Location. Utula mungoma limenya lyetu kuli kwamenya yenu kuli kwamenya yengo wetu omuluguli ngoma manende abana kandi koronda emima jabo
Nuli musaza singire udinye baboli uli musaza waba kekebo Murukamula munene ne Saidi mu history yetu ya Baruguri.
Ni nani huyu mchawe? Mundeke ondoga huyu. Ikiwa na uchawe kamili anza kuroga hapa saa simama roga.
Mzee John Lubanga Lidede is an 86-year-old widower who has dedicated his life being a custodian of the Mulogoli practices, history and culture.
7, 8, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
150K. Wow.
Una dance competition.
Yes. Alibook ticket ya kwenda Nairobi juzi, most likely yuko kwa in-laws wake pale Mathare.
I should never wait for you.
Yeah. Welcome to our first official
na si mume dance poa. Anze kwanza nyinyi mnafaa kwenda competition France.
Natafuta watoto wawili. Wanaweza kumpita pamoja amevaa top ya red
na mtu sijui anawapeleka majuu amewachukua.
Ati? We will need a team to go in.
Something is off.
By the time we reach, we're going to show more.
7, 8, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
150K. Wow.
Una dance competition.
Yes. Alibook ticket ya kwenda Nairobi juzi, most likely yuko kwa in-laws wake pale Mathare.
I should never wait for you.
Yeah. Welcome to our first official
na si mume dance poa. Anze kwanza nyinyi mnafaa kwenda competition France.
Natafuta watoto wawili. Wanaweza kumpita pamoja amevaa top ya red
na mtu sijui anawapeleka majuu amewachukua.
Ati? We will need a team to go in.
Something is off.
tata mulutu kapala kashomoka.
Yemi mama.
Sauti ya kesho.
Yemi mama.
Sauti ya kesho.
Yemi mama.
Sauti ya kesho.
Gokone kwa oe. Ae hoya. Miskin kwaje? Nakaa niko ready.
Sawa na kujoin group.
Unamaanisha nini?
Hii kitu ni business ya mtu. Ni kama kateli ya mseni.
Jana umeshine kushine, eh?
That's why they call me Mwanga. Jack Shine.
Hey, kijana ni mfani.
When am I joining the group?
I will let you know.
Registration fee. Hii hapa.
Tuchwani, uko down sana.
What else do you want me to do? I've washed for you, cleaned for you, and even paid you.
Hiyo ndo inaitwa due process. Lazima ukuwe impatient.
Nataka kuanza group yangu.
Shule itatutambuaje?
Tutachallenge kinagadi, then tukishinda tutarepresent shule.
Wanapeana hizi saa hii.
Wanapeana saa hii hadi bado wako hapo.
I understand the two of you have grievances. I'll give each one of you a chance to tell me why they think their group should be the official school team. Gadi, you go first.
Today our reputation has been challenged.
Yes, sir.
It has been challenged and questioned.
Yes, sir.
We cannot compete against those roaches.
No, sir.
We cannot stoop to their level.
No, sir.
That is like admitting we are weak.
Sir.
Are we weak?
No, sir.
So here's what we are going to do. Well, remind me your name.
Mwanga. It's Mwanga. Samba, mjukuu wangu.
Naam.
Huyo babu yako ameenda kufuata dawa huko Kaya, lakini hajarudi tangu alfajiri. Nenda kachukulie.
Wakumbuka ule ujumbe aliokuletea Asha? Ulikuwa mpanga niende lini?
Wana wale watu. Naam. Si watu wazuri. Nataka utulie hivyo hivyo. Samba, hii shida yote itaisha utakapotuambia huu mzigo uko wapi.
Mimi hata sijui mwasema nini.
Umekuja kuchelewa. Mazishi yameshaisha.
Mtafute muniletee huo mzigo.
Unataka nini? Siwape wanachokitaka, mimi sina.
Hao makatili wako nyuma yangu. Kaangalia maisha yako.
Nimepoteza kila kitu maishani, lakini mbele kuna mwana.
Mara ngapi na nyinyi uko kwetu? Mimi nakuja na ujumbe mmoja tu vipi hapa. Kuna mapaka na fukuza.
Sasa wana madharau gani? Sio mimi nafagia ndio bagi hapa.
Mimi ni mkimbizi ndugu yangu. Nyumbani kuendelea operation punguza wapi?
Ya kuhusu nini tuta familia yangu wewe? Hebu nenda nyumbani ukaoshe vyombo mimi usiniletee.
Mamako anateswa na mke wako wewe. Kama hamwezi kuishi na wake, hichi kiherehere cha kuoa mapema ni cha kazi gani?
Amekosa heshima kwa nini yeye?
Kwa nini mzee anikose heshima lakini?
Naitwa Zare hilo. Sasa hapa tunaanza. Ni mimi Atumani. Wacha kuzi. Hamwezi kutulia nini?
Kachini.
Kwa hivyo leo biriani kwa maana sana kuliko dawa ya mtoto kabisa.
Kuna mahali watu chomba pale.
Nyanya chomba.
Nafaa kukuita dadi. Nafaa kukuita dadi. Tasoma he. Takupoleza.
Yaani kwa ikawa ule mzee ni kama anamchangamsha, anamfanya kwa jovyo, anamchezesha, yani anafanya kama kwa kampa. So ikawa ni kama pia kwangu kama mzazi ananipatia watu ile moyo wa kubali kwa hali yake, then nikiona difference na yeye na ndugu yake naona iko sawa.
DocuBox is an organization that was created by filmmakers for filmmakers.
The programs that we started off with initially, mainly being able to give funds to feature-length documentary filmmakers. We now have the box, which deals a lot more with experimental short films, fiction, films, and the like.
For me, I found my calling because DocuBox, they've allowed me to be able to tell good stories, and those stories then be used as a tool to make a change.
They took a chance on me who had no background and said, you know what, let's teach you.
DocuBox is an organization that was created by filmmakers for filmmakers.
The programs that we started off with initially, mainly being able to give funds to feature-length documentary filmmakers. We now have the box, which deals a lot more with experimental short films, fiction films, and the like.
For me, I found my calling because DocuBox, they've allowed me to be able to tell good stories, and those stories then be used as a tool to make a change.
They took a chance on me who had no background and said, you know what, let's teach you.
Good evening. I know it's maybe been a very long day for you, and but we are very happy that you're able to join us on this panel discussion that we are looking at the fourth estate in the film industry. So I requested the Kenya Film Commission that I want to do this different and introduce my panel in a different way, but in a very short way, because I know we don't have much time. So, and then I will explain exactly what it is that we're going to get into. So, to start, I have a TV producer with 10 years experience in the media. She currently works as a producer at the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. She has also previously worked as a freelancer with MultiChoice, KUTV, and Ebru TV. She has produced some of the most renowned magazine shows on the Kenyan television space, including the long-running Grapevine, Turn Up on Maisha Magic, and Chipukizi on Ebru TV. She holds a diploma in journalism and media studies from Consolata Institute of Mass Communication, as well as a certification from the Kenya Institute of Mass Communications. So you can see, and including, the British Broadcasting Corporation and Deutsche Welle. So you can already see we have a very, very talented and experienced panel. So let me welcome first here as our first panelist, Deka Ogada. Pigia makofi! Ni kama awards. So as Deka is coming onto stage, so Deka, you will take the seat right next to me. This is an alumni of Starehe Boys Center and the University of Nairobi School Law. He has been a practitioner in the media industry for over 20 years. By the way, I hope you're taking notes because you will need to talk to these people after. He's published 12 books, in the process winning multiple literally awards. The Sanaa Arts Award, Lipfrog Press Prize, Rebut. I mean, I could go on for ages, but we don't have much time. And an Emily Harvey Fellow. His writing has taken him on several tours. Let me welcome to join us, Mr. Tony Muchama. And he is a multi-award-winning journalist with years of experience covering arts, culture, business, human interest stories, has worked for various media houses in and out of Kenya with experience in the USA, Denmark, Nigeria, Uganda, Tanzania. Oh gosh, I can't even finish this. There are so many. So please note this. He's also a fellow of the IVLP in the USA and an MA Communications graduate of the University of Nairobi with a BA in Mathematics and Economics from Egerton University. And there's really so much also Broken Vows, KBC, Africa, like he has an extended CV. So let me not deliberate too much because we've got a discussion to go about. So let me welcome George Orido. And as George is coming, we've got an independent writer covering arts, culture, and entertainment. He joined the media as a reviewer, columnist, and features writer for the Sunday Nation, Buzz, and Zuka before taking up the marketing communications role for Blankets and Wine, where he worked until 2016. He is currently the executive producer of the multi-award-winning Makarao, and which is Kenya's #1 animated series with over 10 million views on YouTube. He holds a Bachelor's of Arts degree from the University of Nairobi and blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. Boniface Mwali! Na amechapa suti leo. Animators don't wear suits. So just in brief, my name is Wageshi Murage. Thank you again for joining us. I am with Media Pros Africa. I'm a media consultant. What we basically do, or I've been in the industry rather for 20 plus years with most of my colleagues who are seated here with me. And what we do is we develop strategies in content and media. So we work with broadcast platforms, distributors, producers, and anybody in the media industry. And that is what we love doing. But the reason as to why we are here right now is to talk about how filmmakers can get their content to be promoted and marketed in media. And as you can see, we have our top high-level people seated here with us who will tell us how we can be able to do that, and some will also ask questions. And what we want to do is we want to make this a conversation. It's not a debate. It's not pointing fingers, but we want to know how do we move forward. And I will start with my dear Deka, who is seated here right next to me. You are a broadcast journalist, have been in this industry for some time right now. What do you look for when we talk about promoting filmmakers or basically content, especially in relation to our own local content? What do you look for? Are there any requirements, specifications? Just fungua roho yako.
Thank you, Angeshi. Good to see you after many years. As a producer, especially I'll speak on my employer, that is the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. First, we've tried. We've really tried to market local content. And one thing I know, the three things we basically look for when we're sourcing for content is one, creativity. How creative are you? Second is the quality of your production. And of course, the third thing that comes in is the costs. And I know my colleagues will agree with me. The problem has been it's cheaper to buy outside content vis-a-vis buying local content. And that has been the biggest challenge in the marketing more of the film or productions within. But basically, the three things we go for is that: quality, cost, and content. What is your content? Is it something that, will bring in the money back? Ama tutacheza tu na tunafunga kazi tunaenda nyumbani?
Okay. I think let's be clear here. We are addressing the issue of content providers or creators who want to have a say. They want their content to be told, to be seen, to find potential buyers and markets. How do you assist them? But I'll come back to you. Let me hear from Tony, who has been in the industry for many years. We worked together, 20 plus years. Tony, what do you look for as a journalist when a producer or a filmmaker approaches you with content? In terms of, let me not give you the answer.
Yeah, actually, there's a presumption that there's an endless channel of producers and film people approaching us. But the truth is, it's a very haphazard process, at least when we are covering, the film part, because books I look for. As a book writer, I'll actively look. Film, it's almost coincidental, eh? Random mails land, yeah, honestly. And I think that's the burden. And it's not that I'll ever run out of material to promote within the spaces we have. So there's a very almost disorganized process to it. You've been in PR, you know these things. You guys used to do a very good job with your events. I'm not saying that people have slackened, but even my colleagues, Wakina Mwendo and so on, there's no direct way. Yeah, it's as if they've had last-minute thoughts. Like, this thing needs production. Needs promotion or publicity. Then you find a random mail. And of course, it's not like the days where you'd be invited. Sometimes those were more active people. Like, come and see a screening, or we are doing this project. Yeah. So even them, it's like they're playing potluck. And when you play the lottery, sometimes the number doesn't come up. Yeah, I'll decide if I'm feeling idle enough. We have to be really candid. I might, or if it catches my interest, but you don't feel really obligated half the time. Yeah, just because of the random nature of it.
Okay, I'll come back to you because there's something you've just mentioned about presumption and approach. So I'll come back to you. And you also talked about book, although here we are really at the Kalasha market. We're looking at, it's a film and TV market. So media encompasses a lot. So we are just going to narrow it down to film and TV today, as much as Tony is much in book. But I will come back to you on that. George, what are your thoughts when it comes to whether filmmakers, and within your capacity, are they getting the voice that they need? Are people speaking for them? Are you giving them an avenue, an opportunity for them to be able to tell their story?
Okay, thank you very much, Wangeshi. It's a pleasure to be here, and thank you very much for coming here to listen to us. It's a pertinent question on whether film or TV, or production products are getting visibility in our media platforms. And I will tell you, yes, again say no. Why do I say yes? Because we have plenty, actually acres of spaces in the newspapers now in Kenya that, are primarily dedicated to creative works. And for the longest time, Standard and Nation, the traditional newspapers, have had products like Pulse, and one of the editors of the Pulse is here. Actually, I saw Steven Mwendo. And then the bars in the nation that are just, dedicated to creative economy content. So there's space. But also on television, you have programs that have a lot of time on our television that dedicate time for new products and stars that are coming up in production. But again, there are two levels. There is where the editorial content, and that's what I've talked about. But of course, we have room for advertisements. So if you have your film and you're having a premiere, say this coming Monday, we have a marketing department that has a very good rates for you to advertise so that people can know what you're up to. So in two prongs, so the one that we're covering the story without you paying anything, but also we have spaces where you can actually pay for advertisement and make your production known. But again, I'm going to ask you, among you, those who are doing productions here, do we have the capacity that you approach us with? For example, can I see any hands over here? Who has a publicist in their team?
Nobody.
Who has a publicist? That is now the problem. We don't have a midwife between the media and the production department. I remember when I was covering the Oscars, when Lupita Nyong'o was winning her very first African Oscars. I know that is somebody going to question, but I'm saying about Black African Oscars. Were in a very good performance for Patsy in her role in the 12 Years a Slave. Getting to Lupita was no mean feat, and not only you go through her manager, but the final say is from her publicist. There's a way you can't just get her direct, and they're able to package the information that they want to come through into the media. One of the challenges I find is that a lot of you do a good job, but you don't know how to get to us. And one of them is, I think alluded to it by Mochama, that you always have as an afterthought. You have a project, you don't have a budget for media. You have a project, and suddenly you realize, oh, I need to see the media about this. And you've been shooting, you've been on location for 6 months, you've been in post-production for another 6 months. You don't even get to have us on your location for whatever reasons. Maybe you don't even have somebody take photos, still photos when you're doing your shooting. So it becomes very problematic for us to tell your story as it ought to be, because you don't involve us from the very beginning.
Absolutely love it. Thank you, George. Just before I go to Boniface, I just want to also add a few words. You're very right. When I wear my cap as a distributor, usually it's very difficult to actually get media promotion because a lot of content creators don't have promotional materials. You ask for a poster, there's no poster. You ask for a trailer, there's no trailer. You ask for BTS or any other information, it's not there. But anyway, we'll get back to that. Let us hear from Boniface. So Boniface, you are now not so much in the mainstream as these other people. Why have these seats been aligned like this? I can't even see your face. He's more of a filmmaker, one of the biggest animators in Kenya. Makarao, like I said, multiple award winning. How do you feel, has the media supported you? And when I say media, I'm looking now at mainstream journalism, your your TV, your print, and all that. How has that worked for you, and do you feel that you have received the necessary support that you would want?
Okay, thank you, Wangeshi. So I think about this from 2 points of view. First, when I was reviewing content in the newspapers and receiving a lot of content to talk about in the spaces that I was allocated on the papers, I think for me, it was very clear that I would receive a lot of communication from musicians, right? And they were very deliberate and very aggressive. So they would send material on email consistently. Every week I would receive an email from a musician who has a new song and their press kit is in order, but I would rarely receive anything about film. So I think that is what my colleagues here have been talking about, that we're really not getting that into the media space from the industry, from the film sector. So there's a gap there very clearly. But then in my time covering entertainment scene in Kenya, I saw very clearly that there were very nice projects being undertaken, but there was a gap in terms of communication, and that's what really drove me to offer that as a solution to the industry by working as a communication practitioner within the space. Because if you understand what the media need, what they require, and give it to them in packaged in the right way, they would really, journalists want to tell your stories. They want to talk about your work. But you need to make their work easier. You need to facilitate them by giving them the right story with the right content to support it, and engage them and talk to them and tell them, this is my project, this is what I'm doing. So when we started producing Makarao, that insight was very helpful, because I think we've gotten coverage from all the leading publications in Kenya in one form or another, whether it's about our, for every milestone we've had in terms of distribution, in terms when our show started airing in the States, the media covered us. So all these milestones have been covered, but it's because we've shared this information with them deliberately and very consistently. So that's a thing that I think a lot of people in the media, in the film sector, don't acknowledge. But even in doing that, it's important to understand, how does a journalist even formulate the story that they want to work on? And I think today, the people working in the production space, they have a lot more resources to work with, because the same tools you use on a day-to-day to communicate are the same tools journalists use to identify which stories to cover. And that's platforms like Twitter, Google, YouTube. These digital platforms are actually resources, because Google is obviously the largest search engine. So as a journalist, when I'm working on a story, I'm going to go on Google Trends and look at what are the things people are talking about, how do I craft a story out of this. So is your release or is your film aligned with any of the trending topics of the day or of the time, right? Because if it's not, you're not going to be in the news cycle. You're out. Like, the journalist is going to preference the story that is related to what the entire world, or at least the Kenyans on social media, are talking about. So are you aligned to that narrative at this particular point in time? Or at least are you addressing something that was part of that discussion at one point or another in the recent past or present, right? That being one. The other is YouTube is the second largest search engine, and that informs a lot, because when we're looking at what to cover on the entertainment pages, I'm going to go on YouTube and look at how many views did Calligraph Jones' new song, hit. So this makes it means a lot of people want to know about this thing, right? So it's a story that's worth publication. Did your film clock, an equal number of views? Did it generate a conversation on social media? Are you part of the discussion? Is it relevant for the people that we are communicating to? And I think that's a very fundamental thing that it should be the role of publicists, but I think within the team of the film production crew, there should be someone who's consistently and deliberately thinking about these things so that you can align with the media.
Okay, great. Thank you, Bonnie.
Wangeshi,
yes.
Sorry.
No. Like I said, it's a conversation.
Precisely.
So please, chime in.
Yeah. I wanted to put a very quick pie to this, like sort of a wrap up on it, because I've had it raised about engagement with Mwali, and Orido has touched on it. So I want to make life easier for the filmmakers amongst yourselves. These days, and I remember, I don't sound old like our days, but you'll find like a new generation of somebody sends you, honestly, a very random mail. I can't emphasize this enough, with a link. There's a link, as if my life is so uninteresting that's the thing, like sijajipanga, that I was very bored on a Saturday.
Sipangwingwi.
I don't want to support that side of the equation. But, yeah, exactly. Yeah? And then they say, watch this. There's a sense of entitlement. And I must say it's with a lot of younger people. You do find it. Forget about feeling disrespected. It's not even about that. It's just that you really have a lot of material already to think about. So it becomes intellectually non-competitive. So I would advise, talk to Akina Wangeshi and see what they would do. When you're doing those budgets...
No, just let me cut you short. Yes. When you're talking about that, since you're on it, what do you look for? What do you expect filmmakers, content creators to send to you that you feel you will be able to support promoting their content? I think let's just be very clear, because we don't have much time.
Yes.
1, 2, 3.
Yes. Okay. Number one, always plan to have some sort of physical engagement in an old school way. When you're making your film, say at the end, I'll have a media cocktail. Yeah. These journalists, everyone here likes free drinks for some reason. Yeah. So that's just important. IMAX was doing it very well, until just before Corona, so that people can engage you outside. Because the other one is to risk, like, having a coincidence moment where the material you're putting out happens to fall within the spectrum of my realms of interest. Then that way, I might even look for it. But if it falls outside of that spectra, you're in trouble, because maybe I don't care about that topic, and you're just telling me, watch this film. I may not be particularly interested thematically in that.
And the third? You said there were 3.
No, you said give 1, 2, 3.
Okay, all right, so you only have 2. Let me come to Decca then. Decca, before I come to you, George, I can see you're itching. You talked about 3 things or qualities that you look at: quality, cost, and all that. How does this then come into how you support content producers promoting their content? Really, how does the cost especially even come into place?
Let's talk about the costs. First, you cannot come and quote like you want your content to run for, let's say, 2 million, and we are not seeing if it will generate back that 2 million. The content is not even bringing back advertisers. It's just something you slept, ukafikiria, ukaproduce, wacha warun. No. Content must bring back advertisers. Even if it doesn't bring back advertisers, at least it must generate views. And when it generates views, at least marketers can go out there and use it to sell something. You get it? That's how it works in broadcast. But then I'll agree with my colleagues. Sometimes it's not even about you having the most expensive camera, having the flyest crew out there. No. You can even shoot with your phone. Nowadays, I see actually people are being awarded for, there's phone film festivals. People are just creative with their phones. But the content is something that, ukiangalia, you're like, yeah, this one will attract viewership for me. And when you attract viewership, like I say, it attracts money.
So how do you qualify this in terms of, how do you judge that this content will bring us money, this one will not, and all that?
So now, like, for us at Kenya Broadcasting Corporation, there's always like a department. So when you bring your, like they say, there's a channel you have to follow to bring your content. You cannot just wake up and throw me an email or wait for me at the gate when I'm coming in. Oh, Dex, niko na hii na hii. No, it doesn't work like that. First, you have to approach the department head. We have like the TV programs manager, the controller, the previewers, you know. So when the TV programs manager or the controller approves your content, let's say there's they form a committee, like they'll sit, analyze, and then they'll throw it back to maybe viewers based on the age group. From that, then they'll determine, can we now run this content or not?
From that, you're able to qualify as to how much promotion you will allocate that program?
Yes, from that.
Do you think that's a fair assessment?
Sorry, but we are not the decision makers sometimes.
You need to be.
There are other bosses up there. Us is just to push the content.
But like I said, we are here. It's not a debate, it's a conversation. I just want to, George, Boniface mentioned something when it comes to, and you talked about media promotion and what it is that you're looking for. And he also touched a pertinent point on social media, because right now what we have seen is a lot of content creators are doing their own promotion. Granted, we've got the platforms now, thank God. You know, you can be on Facebook, Instagram, different. But how can we also be able to localize it, bring it back down to traditional media? How can we be able to support these events? I remember back in the day, it was difficult. Tony was there with me, and we were there really just trying to push out these stories. But what can we be able to do to support, as much as they also need to do their own promotion? What are you doing from your end to make sure that that happens as well?
Okay, thank you. I love the social media. It's important you have your Facebook page, your Twitter account, and post whatever you are doing. And you know the limits you have. What is the limit of number of Twitter words per post you can? What is the limit at the moment? Remind me. One tweet, how many words or letters? You know. The same thing with Facebook.
140 characters?
Yeah, they're both 140
yeah.
You can't tell enough story.
You can only say happy birthday.
Yeah, exactly. But it's good enough to tell people what your intentions are. So that's good. And it's good to be consistent somewhere there, because at times I'm looking for information, and because I'm not able to reach you, I'm going to your social media spaces to see what I can get from there. But basically it is this way. Traditional or legacy media still has the stamp authority of believing by readers. When they read it from the Nation or from the Standard, they know that is it. And with my byline, Giorgio Rido, you believe it more. But one of the things you need to do as a content creator, when you want our attention as publicists, there are a few things you need to do. One, if you're shooting, tell us about your plans to shoot, even before you go on location, so we can announce to all and sundry that, hey, there's a project that's ongoing. When you're shooting, you're on a location, allow maybe a day or an hour, we can take some shots so that we can use it for our storytelling. One of the things that happens, entertainment stories cannot run without pictures. So if you cannot deliver us those pictures, allow us to be there to take our pictures. When the material is ready, kindly do a media screening. Before you go on a premiere, do a media screening where we can have a critique of the same, so that we can tell your potential clientele or viewers what to expect. Well, we hardly have people inviting us for media screening when you're making your films. And when you're writing your media invite, have a proper synopsis that tells the milestone of the story, so that we can follow. Attach that to something about your organization, your CV, what you've done before. Say something about the characters, the main character, what have they done. Say something about the roles that they're playing in that media release. Then you're able to help to help us get an interest. If you are interested, it means the public will be interested. If you're not interested, it means the public won't be interested. So that's how you go about it. And other than those, because those are very basic steps, make sure that when you're doing a movie, do a movie that will interest all of us. We have what is called the news values. And that's something for another day, because our whole unit in a journalism class about prominence, about impact, how many people will be interested, who is involved in it. When you're having your premiere, invite a prominent person as a chief guest. That will attract us to come and to come and be in that premiere. So then a number of things you look for so that we are able to work together. But most importantly, kindly engage a publicist so that the language they use can relate. Some of you send us info that we cannot make the head or tail of it, and we get very frustrated of what you intended to communicate. You might be very good script writers, but you're very poor journalists. And we need to, recognize that limit. So get somebody with an expertise in communication with respect to media to write you something that is able to communicate to us better.
Thank you, George. That's very interesting. But you're absolutely right. You know, how we present our documents, our pilots, our packages is very key as to how the media then will be able to represent your content. So that is very pertinent. But I want to touch on Boniface. First of all, Boniface does animation, and you've talked about having a plan to shoot. How would an animator then be able to present this to you? I don't know, Bonnie, maybe you might want to also tackle on this before I move on. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I mean, I think with animation, it's slightly different because, first of all, the first thing a journalist thinks about when they're writing or filing a story is what their audience wants to read about, right? So the informing factor here is the audience. That's always the most important thing for any reporter. How is this, and for those who've worked as publicists, if you call a journalist to pitch a story, the question they'll ask you is, why is this story important to Kenyans, right? Why should we tell Kenyans about this story? So in that context, if you're producing an animation, who's the audience for this animation production? Because, well, in our case, our show has been for adults, but with a lot of animations, they're mostly targeted at children, right? So if you're producing an animation for kids, is this necessarily going to fly on entertainment pages where they have sleazy photos of Huda Monroe and you know what so and so drank last night, right? So it might not really be in line with that page, that headline of the story. So how do you package your announcement so that it's relevant for the demographic that you want to reach? If it's kids, you have to look at which are the platforms that maybe their parents engage with, right? If your show is targeting 6-year-olds, their mother will probably be, 30? So you need to see how you can get on Couture magazine so that mother can see that there's a new film that's come out which my kid should watch, right? So you have to think very deliberately about how do you message your announcement about your project so that it reaches the audience that matters in that cycle. And again, then that's reinforced by all the things people have shared here. How prominent, what's the story, first of all? Because I think the biggest gap is always in the stories that we choose to tell. If you're retelling a Marvel story in animation, okay, I'll have to declare biased here that I'm very passionate about African content. But then I feel that if your story is relevant, for example, if you produce an animation about Omanyala, for example, who's actually one of the most trending topics in Kenya right now, it's going to attract a lot of attention because it's on a personality, it's on a figure that people want to know about. So again, it's important to think about what story you're telling, and whether it's using an animation format or a live film format, how is this story, going to hit or get the attention of the people you want it to speak to?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Now, I've got a two-edged question for Tony and Decca. Tony, mostly with regards to reach. A lot of content creators don't know how to access media agencies or broadcast platforms or basically platforms that can help them to be able to sell their content. What should you say about that? And the second one is to Decca, and you've talked about this cost. Again, content creators rarely, which is a good thing, and I think Tony alluded to it, or somebody talked about it. It was George, actually. He said we need to add this into our budget when we want to promote our content. Do we actually put a cost to it? But my question to you, Decca, is, first of all, how? And how much? Or how do you quantify it? But let me start with Tony first. Reach. How do people reach you as journalists to promote their content? Nikijuano, mani.
I'm glad you raised it. Let me not pretend that we are more sophisticated than we are. Just having been at this, for most of the 21st century, we don't have those things George was talking about, like these publicists, and then who have got, interests on desks. And then we're still a very small society, and Nairobi is very small, Nairobi especially. We used to talk about, there's Kisumu and Mombasa, but let's just even discuss the capital. A lot of things happen here. So yes, a lot of it is, you have called it Kijuano. Yes, unfortunately, it's also, who do you know, who knows? I won't even pretend to sugarcoat it. If you approach me like this project, I'm more likely to, the light bulb, it's like the old slash pile. If someone sends a general mail, they don't even know any mail. They just look, where's Nation Mail? Then they say to the editor, which editor, when we are very busy here with Azimio and, Kenya Kwanza, is going to be very specific.
If I may interject, how do we break that? Because I think maybe that is one of the things that content creators suffer with. Because when you look at the youngins, yes, millennials, Gen Z, I don't know what the title, they don't know Tony. They don't know George, they don't know Decca, they don't know Boni. They don't know Wageshi. But they've got great content that they want to be promoted. If they don't know you directly, how then do we bridge that gap so that they can be able to access you?
I'm actually curious to hear. I hope we'll have a bit of question time.
We will.
Because that's not my responsibility. Like, honestly, I'm known to be a very candid person. I won't sit around thinking what great content is out there, because really there's an overwhelming, I can tell you, I know what I'm going to be writing about generally until we're in June. Probably until the end of July, entertainment-wise. I know there's Wole Soyinka book that, to trash, to sort of attack that icon. I just came back from Morocco, and it was a cultural thing. So there are going to be things to do with Morocco and, related to Kenya in a bit, but a bit more for East African. Then I'm going to know that there's a book that I have to push on male issues, because I know Aliet, but also because he's making a lot of noise with Nyanchwani. So I'll know that, I've got that to write, for the Nation in this week. There's Munira Hassan, it's a marginalized thing. I know to do that. Bia has got a film project coming out. Yeah, she talked to me months ago, so I'll put in Bia in there. So this is the real world. So it's very hard for me to think what great stuff is out there unless A, I run into it, or B, they regularly read the platforms.
No.
Let me be very direct. It's good if they also read the newspaper, because they'll see Tony Adamski at gmail.com down there. Then they'll do the thing George spoke about. They'll package their stuff very well. Yes? Yes? Wangeshi, because I want to wake up on Monday and say what fantastic content is out there, because I'm already generating myself. That's why I gave you the
I think you're not getting my question, Tony.
Yes.
What I'm asking is...
Please rephrase.
I may have great content, all right?
Yes.
I'm a new producer.
Yes.
I don't know you.
Yes.
From a hole in the wall.
Precisely.
How do I access you?
Instead of looking for holes in walls, go to spaces in the newspaper. Then you'll see, this bagger writes about a lot about literature and culture.
So you're talking about research. So even as content creatives, we also need to do our research. We just can't wait for everything to fall on our laps.
Yes. I found people who don't read newspapers at all, but the time when they have a product, they want to be in the newspaper. So they have no idea even who writes for which pages. But if you are knowing you, if you are that good, if you have great content, you'd package it in such a way. You'd say, here are pictures, I've done this. Just the intriguing mail, which is what you were saying about. The mail, I have this fantastic project I've done. It's about this. This is where it's relevant. I see you write for the papers. I followed you a bit. I really like, the way you do, which... and then, you'd say, and then this is important because of blah, 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 blah. Please look at the link over here. And it's great. It's your readers will be interested in it because of ABC.
Okay, great. George, do you have anything to add on that? Because you also work very close.
Well, thank you. It's very basic. If you want to have your content taken care of editorially by a journalist, we are still very open-doored policy media houses. You can just walk into Mombasa Road Standard Group newsroom and ask the gateman that I have some content. I need somebody who writes on arts. A phone will be made on my desk and I'll be there, listening to you. Or even here at Nation Center or Capital Center, anywhere where the physical offices of our media houses are, they're open door policies. You don't need to have an appointment. So it's very easy, like ABCD. And that is being honest. But if you want a specific person, like you said, we're all over. If you're somebody who are interested in what we do, honestly, you really need to, a name like Steven Zumwendo, if you don't know, that's a problem. If you don't know Tony Mochama, at times he called himself Smita. So if you don't know Smita and you're in the entertainment world, that's a problem. If you don't know Jojo Rido, that's a problem. Because then we are all over the place, just to say. And we have our social media pages. If I'm not, you don't know my number, you can inbox me. There's a way we get to
Okay, this
people.
is not self-promotion, George. Hapo unajipigia debe hapo. You're selling yourself, you're marketing. Let me come back to you, Deka. So you talked about cost. I just want to understand when you say cost, because a lot of young, upcoming content creators don't have money to pay for an advert. Like I said, at least the closest platform that they can be able to access is social media, which is free. But how can you, as a journalist, as somebody who works within a media organization, how can you assist to alleviate those costs and still promote that content? And not only even in Kenya, I know you work for KBC, but is there a way that we can also be able to promote it across borders?
Wow. On costs, it's a tough question, eh?
No, it's not. They don't have money. Can you help them to promote it?
How it works sometimes, they have seen some guys do it is, if you don't have money, you approach the station which you want your content to air. And then you have like a meeting with, of course, those involved in the decision making. They'll give you a breakdown of the cost of maybe camera, of paying your crew, stuff like that. But if you cannot afford it yourself, Sometimes they take in the content, we produce it in-house, and then you're given a certain percentage. So if you're okay with your content being produced within that media house and you have the rights, then it's okay.
Is KBC open to like community screenings? Because I think maybe that would be another platform where you it's incorporated into your budget to be able to support the likes of Boniface over here who have content and want it to be screened in Kitale or Marsabit and wherever. Is that something that would be an option?
Currently, KBC has something called Studio Mashinani. I think you've heard of it. Everyone knows. It doesn't only support music, but then things to do with films and production. And then within same broadcasting house, we have a show called Cinema and Theatres that highlights films in Kenya, and it airs every Wednesday. Within the news bulletin. So if someone has a content that they need to promote, it's a good platform because it's free. KBC doesn't charge you for anything. It's free. You just have to know the right channels to approach.
Perfect. Yeah, you've heard it. So we don't have much time left, but my panelists here are sending me notes. I don't know why they're sending me notes, and I told them it's a conversation. So who wrote this one? Please ask this question yourself.
It's hard. It's from primary school, eh?
Yes, so we've opened it up to the floor. So ask the question. What do you want to know from the audience? You're saying experience? Tony?
Oh, yeah. Yes, I would really like to hear from you, because we are just sitting up here and it's wonderful, to just talk. But it would be nice to hear, in a very candid way, your experiences, how we can be useful. We've been useless so far. So you just bring it on so that we can, because we are bridging the gap. And I usually like very candid sort of conversations.
So questions from the floor, be as very candid and honest as possible. We can take it. We're hardcore. No question. I guess maybe then we've answered all of them. Or maybe we've bored them. Either or. No question? There's did I see a hand go up? Yeah, there we go.
Hi everyone, my name is Frederick Beuchi. I'm here to promote my documentary on epilepsy awareness. The reason why I'm standing actually is to affirm Tony's words. When you ask the question, you have content and you don't know who to approach. And I'm glad Deka is there because I'm one person who, when I did my first expedition to create awareness about epilepsy, it was walking from Nairobi to Mombasa, which took me about 12 days. And I thought it was a very good story for it to be highlighted. So I went to KBC, I think so many times, and I didn't get an opportunity then to get the story being told. Then I sat down, I thought of another way of putting that same content of creating awareness in an entertainment kind of. So I came up with an event called Epilepsy Afro Fashion Fair. You know, when you think of somebody who has epilepsy and they take a runway and they can get a seizure anytime, it keeps you on the edge of your seat. And when I came up with the idea, and the first show I did it at Safaricom Michael Joseph Center, I still went back to KBC. I told the gate man, I want to see the producer of Grapevine Show. And she told me, and the guy told me, okay, that should be somebody called Deka. I told him, yes, I don't know her, but I have a show which I want them to come and cover. And that is how I got access to KBC, and Deka came with the team there, and they actually, covered the show. That moment I got an opportunity to just get into KBC, I made sure I